in what he says is a show of a sense of global unity. Corbyn was in Cape Town to address supporters of the Palestinian cause following attacks by Israel. It's almost 2 years since the current conflict started, with tens of thousands of Palestinians having been killed. Corbyn says supporters should still continue to put pressure even on their government, saying that is a sign of humanity.
It is utterly evil what is going on in Gaza. It's utterly evil to see life being deliberately destroyed by the wealthy arms manufacturers, the power of Israel and the military might of the United States and the connivance of Western European countries.
Recapping the top story, Parliament's Health Portfolio Committee Chair Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo says tender fraud syndicates implicated in the 2 billion rand Tembisa hospital theft have committed treasonous acts and therefore deserve the harshest punishment possible. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Greetings, South Africa. My name is Walter Steenbok, SABC Sport Football Analyst. My favorite African dish, pap and mohodu. My top 3 holiday destinations will be Thailand, followed by Cape Town, and of course Zanzibar. Yeah, between a train driver and a pilot, I'll really choose to be a train driver, because I'm on the ground. It's very, very safe, and I hate heights. Between fruits and veggies, I think I like fruits, especially apples. I love to kick penalties against between Sipho Chine and Ron Williams. I'll choose Ron Williams because I'll put it right in the middle. I saw over the weekend.
Do not miss out on electrifying football analysis on Match Days with Walter Steenbok. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Fellow taxpayers, make tax matters a #1 priority by submitting your personal income tax return by the 20th of October 2025 deadline. Once your tax return is submitted, you'll receive a notice of assessment stipulating if there's any tax-assessed debt due to SARS or not. Should you owe, it's crucial to settle tax obligations on time to avoid any penalties or interest charges. SARS, at your service.
Mr. Govender, congrats on the retirement. You just sold your car to We Buy Cars. Tell us about it.
Yes, it just gathered dust in the garage, so I exchanged it for cold hard cash. Now my wife and I can enjoy a stress-free retirement.
Retiring the car as you retire. Nice. So why We Buy Cars?
It was so quick. They came over to our house to do the evaluation, and we sold it the same day. Tops, man.
Okay, so now you got even more time on your hands, eh?
Exactly.
We Buy Cars. Geared for your next chapter. Geared for you.
Is in the air, meaning it's almost time for the 10th SA Garden Day on Sunday the 12th of October. Celebrate the day with a garden party, lunch under the trees, or cake at a community garden, and invite your friends, family or neighbours to enjoy your garden with you. Visit gardenday.co.za for inspiration and share pictures of your celebration on social media with #GardenDaySA. SA Garden Day, Sunday the 12th of October.
We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust Clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's SAfm to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms, and conditions apply.
I don't love waking up before the sunrise. I don't love wearing a school uniform. But I do love learning. I do love saving my mom money on transport and uniforms while I still get a good education. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
think you cannot afford a lawyer? Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Spar brings you super savings, like 700ml all gold tomato sauce for $32.99 and get 100 megs free data on Spar Mobile, or 400-gram Koo baked beans and tomato sauce. Buy two for 30 Rand and get 50 megs free data on Spar Mobile. Plus, you could win your share of 6 million Rand in instant cash. Competition ends 7 October. Prices valid 23 September to 7 October 2025 while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
Let's rewind 6 years, when Twitter was still Twitter, not a letter of the alphabet. TikTok was simply the sound your clock made. And Zoom just meant enlarging a picture. So it makes you wonder, what will the next 6 years bring? Hino trucks now come standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty, covering everything from pistons to gears. So although a lot can change in 6 years, our warranty promise won't. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
It bends towards justice, except it doesn't bend on its own. And when we don't, it doesn't have. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, except it doesn't bend on its own. It bends because we pull it in the direction of justice. And when we don't, it doesn't happen automatically. Just like democracy is not self-executing. It requires effort. It requires will. What I'm feeling hopeful about, I guess to get to your final point, is I'm meeting a lot of young people and people who are young at heart who are standing up for their convictions even when it's hard. And I think us lifting them up and supporting them and embracing them and emulating them, that I think is what gives me hope. That's the part of the human spirit that I believe will triumph in the end. And it may be bumpy and it may take time, but yes, I that's one of my convictions that I act on. I try to act on every single day. That's what I believe. It's a leap of faith that I think is worth making.
You're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the show. A pleasure to have you with us this morning. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and we're broadcasting to you live this morning from Gqeberha. We are at the Kucha Vulindlela Conference Center. I do think that we might be off to a bit of a bumpy start. Not sure if we're currently transmitting live, but yeah, we'll stay with it nonetheless, and we'll just work on the sound. Please bear with us as we deal with some technical gremlins. But yeah, we're coming from the Kucha Vulindlela Conference Center in Gqeberha. It's playing host to the NAMSA SA Auto Week. The event, themed Reimagining the Future Together, is celebrating NAMSA's 90th anniversary. This is by fostering discussions on electromobility, innovation, and the road ahead for South Africa's automotive industry. It features an Auto Indaba, a Trans-Union Summit, the NAMSA Accelerator Awards, and the Auto Innovation Exhibition. This event is being held in partnership with the Eastern Cape Provincial Government, and it's supported by anchor partners including Westbank, APSA and others. So in the final hour of the show at 11 o'clock, that's when you can expect to hear from all the different stakeholders that are present here at this conference, at least hearing their representatives who'll be telling us about the significance of this conference and also just some of the challenges that we know the automotive industry has been going through in the country over the last while, and what then the plans are to, number one, stop the bleeding in as far as those investors that are pulling out or threatening to pull out, stop the bleeding in as far as the job losses are concerned, and really what does the future of the South African automotive industry look like given just the difficulty that we're facing economically. So that's a conversation then that you can anticipate in the final hour of the show. For the rest of the show, we're going to continue with our normal programming. We will be taking you back to the 10th day of the Madlanga Commission. We are expecting that the SAPS crime intelligence boss, who has been giving testimony and unpacking the Big Five syndicates and taking us through different WhatsApp messages of communication between members of the so-called Big Five. Well, he's going to be continuing his testimony this morning. What we will do is that if you want to continue with the commission after the 11 o'clock news bulletin, you're more than welcome to do so. If you go onto our SAfm digital platforms at SAfm Radio, whether it's Facebook, X or YouTube, you will be able to find a link there. You can also follow it on the @SABC News YouTube channel, as well as on DSTV channel 404. So go onto our digital platforms. There will be a link that takes you to what is unfolding in the commission. So for that hour, we will interrupt that particular programming. But nonetheless, for the rest of it, you can still expect to start getting that transmission from 9:30. So what then becomes of the open line? I know it's a squeeze. Every day I can hear you in your cars, in your offices, listening at home, because you listen from everywhere and you're getting angrier and angrier, like, Kathy, bring our open line. But we all want to know what is happening with the Madlanga Commission. So I guess it's we're going to have to take it. We're going to have to take it for now. But certainly so much for us to speak about. I know there have been many reflections in the last 24 hours, especially following the news of the former police minister and French ambassador Natim Tetwa's passing, sudden death, right? And the reports that are emanating out of that, really very concerning. And it is one of those stories that one really wants to treat with caution, because it seems that there's still so many details that are outstanding, so many gaps that need to be filled, and it doesn't help that it's happened, in another part of the world. So very difficult for South African journalists and media to really try to get to the bottom of what exactly may have happened. And you'll see that a lot of the reporting is relying on what the French authorities and what the French press are also reporting about the story. So we'll take a couple of your calls then, at least what we can, between now and 9:30. The number to dial 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. And on X, it's at SAfm Radio, the hashtag there, SAfm Talking Point. So I'm going to take a quick break and then I'm back with your calls.
Think you cannot afford a lawyer? Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumeleng Kune, SABC Sport Football Analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumeleng Kuna's analysis of Ibola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
The Morning Brief.
On the same theme then, Lucas and Tsanin.
We as the EFF in Limpopo, we are against the proposal by our counterpart in Madlanga.
Yeah?
Because we have taken the resolution to say that it's not everything that was wrong during colonialism. So we are today the beneficiaries of the infrastructure that was built by those so-called colonials. If ever they want to push their names, they must build something so that they can name it.
Are you an official of the EFF in Limpopo, and have you canvassed these views with the CIC, etc.?
I'm in a branch, yes, I'm in a branch.
Lucas out in Tsanin.
Tulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, you're listening to The Talking Point as we continue to lead conversations that move us. Let me then go straight to the phone lines. Naje, you're calling from Bloem, and you want to talk about the Malema court case, the judgment that has been taking place now for what? 3 days. This is the third day.
Yeah. Good morning, Muthatlana, and to your listeners. Display of dangerous weapon in public and shooting on is a serious offense, as well and against the law. Malema and his bodyguard could face the music to the one that verdict handed down. If I'm not mistaken, his recent statement, he said the gun was a toy gun. How can his bodyguard protect him with a toy gun? So, Casey, falsifying has no marathon. Where is the ethics? What is the ethics?
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy. Hey? So Naje, you don't believe that Malema is telling the truth?
She has a daughter who has
hearing loss. I don't believe it. The meat is on the hooks.
First things first. Let's get to my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
Yes. Yeah, they've got to say it was marriage. Sorry?
I'm asking you, what do they have to sell? Maybe I'm not hearing you clearly.
Well, my line is not a good question. So, yeah, take you away. Let us leave here. Yeah?
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Katie.
All right, Neje. Okay. Yeah, look, I think there's either miscommunication or I just didn't hear clearly the point that Neje was making. And that case, of course, one of the big cases that has been unfolding this week. Let's go to Voyiswa in Parktown North. Good morning, Voyiswa.
How are you? Thanks for taking my call. I just want to, reflect on what is going on and the parting of former minister and ambassador to France, Unatim Cheka, in such a mysterious way. I'm actually taken aback. I once, when I was serving a certain department in Gauteng, before I went to community safety, I had an HOD. I can't mention her name or his name, but what we experienced is that
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful.
When we're on the freeway, we've got
First things first. Let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
But when she said on our way, then it actually spoils the whole deal. So all what I'm trying to say, two down the line, there was no breaking in the house, but she found a letter on top of her piece that said, "We are watching you." These guys, I don't know if it's location language, that they say Skelem key, where they can get in without no breaking and live whatever they live and even do whatever they want to do.
And so you were in South Africa when all of this happened?
Yeah, I'm almost heading to a decade back home. And my first job, because I've been to 3 departments. So the first job was in one department. I won't name it. But this is what happened. The department that actually has a huge budget, that goes to billions. But there was this thing. This actually has a history of what was happening during apartheid, because it was a norm during apartheid that construction companies, big construction companies, and maintenance and what have you, they were doing that. It was a culture. So she came in, very innocently, but a very hardworking person. We know after this whole incident, their husband says, "Your safety is my concern, for my family. You must do that." So all what I'm saying, what Bokumalo and Kananda are doing is not easy. We must commend them. This is just bravery, because what has happened in France can happen to anyone if they're not careful. And I think we need our support. And that might not be the end. I don't want to go in details, but this is what
all right, Voiswa, thanks for that. Yeah, the web and the tentacles just run so wide, right? You think about these individuals as actors and how many different spaces they have access to, what they're able to influence, whose ear they have, whose ear they don't.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey? Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things First, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
Has expressed condolences to the family of South Africa's ambassador to France, Nadim Tetwa, on behalf of the presiding officers of Parliament. And the UN Security Council has voted to transition a Kenya-led multinational security support mission in Haiti into a larger gang suppression force for an initial period of 12 months. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools,
It is
at
one thing to get a
workplaces,
backtrack like that
and
for
too
a
often
finance
in
guy, hey?
silence.
Somebody just
But it doesn't
WhatsApped
have
me
to
to say
continue.
that she
If you
has
see
a
it,
daughter
speak
who
out.
has hearing loss.
If you are hurting, reach
Corruption in South
out,
Africa
because doing nothing
has reached
is not an
disgraceful
option. Listen to all
First things
19
first,
SABC
let's
radio
get to my
stations for
my
hard
daily that's my
talk,
point feature.
discussions,
So,
advice,
did you see
dramas,
Cristiano Ronaldo
educational
cry
shows,
yesterday?
and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays,
Just tell me
9
about
a.m.
how
till
this
midday.
fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
All right, so we continue with the open line this morning. It does seem that the commission might not be sitting. There was an announcement that they gave just a short while ago. I will bring you the
It
full
is one thing to
reasons,
get a
that they've
backtrack like
given
that
for
for a
why
finance
they're not
guy, hey?
sitting
Somebody
today,
just
but that's the
WhatsApped
latest
me
that,
to say
we're
that
getting
she
coming
has a
out of
daughter
the Madlanga
who
Commission
has
of
hearing loss.
Inquiry. We were
Corruption
expecting
in South Africa
that
has
the
reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
In the SAPS, we've heard the names of General Khan, we've heard the names of General Sevilla that have been named amongst those that these individuals seem to have some kind of contact with, and with others even enjoyed what is perceived to be a close relationship. And he was going to be expanding then on the foundation that he started laying yesterday. So we'll give you reasons for why the Commission has now announced it will not be sitting today. In the meantime, though, we will continue with the open line. The number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. If you've just joined us, we're broadcasting live from the Guha Vulindlela Conference Center in Gqeberha this morning. This is where the NAMSA South Africa Auto Week is taking place, and we'll bring you more of this particular event in the final hour of the show. That's when we'll be speaking to the stakeholders. So in the interim, as you hear everything happening around us, please just bear in mind that we are here, and we'll bring you more details about why we're here in the final hours. Just bear with some of the noise in the background that you might be hearing as we continue with the show. On that note, then, let me go to Randburg. Zig, good morning.
I wanted to say that I do hope, and I think that the death of our former minister, Nadim Tetwa, was not due to either complicity or whistleblowing with the crimes that have been committed since way back, even before the days of Jacob Zuma. But he was in the era, he worked as a cabinet minister in the days of Jacob Zuma, and he would be the very first of all of our many cabinet ministers who have not committed suicide for complicity in South Africa's state capture, never mind the current catastrophe which is being revealed. And so he is not falling on it. I doubt that he could have fallen on his sword, nor could he have been a whistleblower, because he operated in the era before, and they had so much money in their pockets they didn't need to corrupt anybody after their retirement as ambassadors.
Yeah, look, you know, Zig, the difficulty with this story in terms of where it is now is that much of what is coming out seems to be highly speculative, right? And I guess it's also unhelpful that the first communication about the passing of the ambassador, the former ambassador, is that it came out of media reports and it wasn't official government communication, because just that window allowed for so much speculation to take place. There should probably have been communication about the fact that he was missing. That may have helped in terms of providing direction, at least, you know, to the public about what is happening. But the fact that the South African public is told about his passing and then also informed that, look, he was reported missing, it also creates a bit of a challenge, because it's allowed the wave of speculation to go in all sorts of directions. And it comes at a time when I think many people are just so skeptical about a lot of things, and the levels of distrust in the system are also so high. So I guess on the one hand, you also can't blame people for trying to draw whatever conclusions they can, for trying to read between the lines, because generally there is the sense that there's been a great deal of dishonesty, that you know, South Africans have been kept in the dark about corruption, the full scale of corruption, the full extent to which, you know, the bad players that have embedded themselves within the state are actually benefiting from some of their activities within the state. So it's almost like a perfect storm, the foundation for a perfect storm that has been created. So we're going to continue with the open line, and I'm taking your calls on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. And on Twitter, on X, it's at SAfm Radio, the hashtag there, SAfm Talking Point. Glenn, you're calling from Bedford View. Good morning.
Hi, Katie. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing well. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to have a quick. The Madlanga, I almost said the Zondo Commission. The Madlanga Commission, I listened to the general testimony, more especially yesterday, because I had time. For now, I can't really link Senzo Mkono to any of the shenanigans, except for this Brown Mokhosi person using Mkono's name to extort money from the entrepreneurs, and I don't think this Machala person is the only one. He got money from using Senzo Mkono's name, unless I'm proven wrong as the day progresses. But for now, I honestly speaking, there is nothing that points to Senzo Mkono being involved in any of the 12,000 rands, 20,000 rands that Brown Mokhosi is asking for from this man. Brown Mokhosi seems to be an opportunist who found a gap by him having this proximity to Mkono. But I don't see Mkono being involved directly in this thing, unless I'm wrong, my sister. You can correct me if I'm wrong, using your own assessment.
Look, Glenn, I think I tend to agree with part of your assessment so far. One does see that Mokhosi, I mean, in almost all of those exchanges, right, there are very few interactions that he had with Kat Matlala where he was not asking for money. The point is that he was saying that, this is money that will now enable and facilitate some level of favor with the minister for things to go in Kat Matlala's direction. And for me, I'm curious to see if there's more that Lieutenant General Khumalo will have about these links and these relationships, because I guess it also just shows how, I don't know, I don't have another word for it, but just how rotten some of these political players are. Hey, you just think, really, is this like the survivalist attitude? Is this what people do on a day-to-day?
Go
ahead,
my
Glenn.
dear sister, for now, I'm not protecting Senzo in any way. I have no affiliation to him. I've never even met him personally. But based on what I have heard so far, I think his name was being used by Mokhosi to get as much money as he could from Matlala, because look at this, in the end, nothing favored Matlala, because the very same minister I'm told is the one who questioned Matlala's contract, is the one who made sure the contract was terminated. So I don't see, I don't know, maybe South Africa can correct me on this, but no matter how tricky Southern Mkhulu may be as a politician, but I don't think that after receiving so much money, he can still go ahead and terminate a contract that benefits him. I don't think so, my sister. I may be wrong, but I don't think so.
What I'm also curious to see, Glenn, if there's any more about the communication between Mokhosi and Ngunu, because I think that in and of itself will be revealing, because Mokhosi here is clearly the intermediary, or the alleged intermediary between the two. So the communication between Mokhosi and Ngunu will be perhaps what helps to solidify the nature of the relationship that they may have had. Okay. All right, Glenn.
My parting shot is this: I don't see Mkhulu collapsing his own income. I don't think so. Mokhosi scammed this man, and I don't think he's the only person who scammed. Thank you very much, my sister.
Okay, thank you, Glenn, for that observation. Anonymous, you're in Polokwane. Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning,
Anonymous.
Yes,
Morning,
sir.
Kathy. How are you? Can you hear me?
Good, thank you, sir. Loud and clear.
Thank you. Kathy, there is a problem happening here in Mankweng in particular.
Mm-hmm.
The Bolt drivers here, they are literally extorting money from their passengers.
What do you mean by that?
What they do is, you request a ride.
Mm-hmm.
The app will say your ride is 30 rands, for an example. They get to you, they pick you up, they tell you their own price from then on. They'll say what the app is saying, they don't necessarily buy that. They've got their own prices, they set them there and there. If you refuse, they threaten to drive you and drop you in a bush. If you have a discount that Bolt has offered you, they don't entertain it, they want the whole money. And by the way, Bolt pays those discounts to the drivers.
Yeah.
They drive cars that are not on the app, so you can't trace them. Some, they are not even the drivers that are on the app. It's just a mess. Those people,
But if it's a driver that's not on the app, how are they able to access the information and know that you've just called for Bolt?
No, they've got the phone that has got the app on it, but it's not the person who's on the app. The person who's got the phone. Remember, the app is on the phone, so I can give the phone to somebody else.
Oh no, that's very dangerous, hey?
It is, and you know what? Those people are in rural areas. There is a university there. There's school kids. They've been complaining to Bolt. Bolt is not doing anything. It is just one big mess, and it's not going to end well. And apparently it's been happening for years, from what I'm hearing.
You know, the difficulty, Anonymous, is that Bolt is one of those apps that has had such big safety issues and problems associated with it. And I just don't know why they're unable to turn things around. You know, I know people who have decided not to use Bolt at all, again because of these safety concerns. Remember, there were issues of abductions, of people being abducted in Bolts a couple of years ago. It was a disaster. One would have thought that the company has put in the mechanisms in place to prevent that from continuing.
Yeah, I hear you, Kathy, but it's not like they don't know this, because some of the passengers that I've spoken to, they've reported, they've even given up on reporting because nothing's been done, and some of them are forced to rate the driver 5-star so that it doesn't attract anything. Because if it's 5-star, it means the passenger is satisfied.
Yeah, but you see, even that is so problematic. Yeah, Anonymous, thank you for raising that issue. I know it is sometimes hard to get a hold of these platform providers, but I think we do need to try and reach out to Bolt, because they need to respond to this. In fact, I realized the other day, I was in Durban, and I called an Uber, and the driver then calls me and he asked me, what is the rate that it's giving you? How much is the trip? So then I tell him, I'm like, but why are you asking me this question? Because whatever the cost of the trip is on your side is what it is on my side. And he says, no, because if there's a promo and I'm going to get less than what the trip should be for, then I'm not coming to pick you up. And I thought it was just such a strange thing. And he says, so if you and me agree on the price now, then I'm going to come and pick you up. But if we don't agree on the price, then I'm not coming. I just thought, okay, this is strange. I ended up canceling it because I felt like he was wasting my time with a lot of stories, right? And I just needed to get to where I needed to get to. So I wonder if it's a similar thing, Anonymous, that you're talking about, that the Bolt drivers are doing. Because obviously if you as a client have a promo, you have a promo and you have the right to use it. But maybe it's less in the driver's hands. I don't know. Richard, you're in the Eastern Cape. Good morning.
Hey,
hello.
Short one. My suggestion is all these people that are implicated in Madlanga's commission, I would suggest that they get arrested. Arresting them, not to say they are guilty already, but arresting them for their safety and also for the information that the country needs. Because, for example, now, look at Sibia. If Sibia commits suicide now, how are we going to get the information that is needed? But if he is arrested, then he will be more safe, and then we will be able to get more information, and probably if he's guilty, then he can go through the rehabilitation and gets better.
Richard, I don't know that the state is in any position to be protecting witnesses at this point, because the reality is that any witness protection system that has been offered by the state, to some extent, it has drawn such scrutiny that today witnesses prefer to not go under witness protection because of how much they believe the industry has been infiltrated by the bad players.
No, okay, no. What I'm saying is people that are implicated, people that we assume that they did something wrong, or sometimes they know that they did something wrong. So those are the people I'm saying they need to be arrested for their safety.
Yeah, but you can't just arrest somebody without evidence and without a credible case. The NPA still has to make sure that whatever it's doing will be able to stand up in court.
But my take, for example, now, look at Sibia is a friend to somebody who has committed so many crimes. If he is arrested, then he will be safe. But if he commits suicide now, how are we going to get that information?
Who is Sibia a friend to, Richard?
Come again?
Who is he a friend to? You said he's a friend to somebody who's committed so many crimes.
No, but I'm just taking it in that angle, also, Tore. If, for example, should he do something like committing suicide, then the whole information will be a waste.
Yeah.
But if he's in custody, then he's more safer there. And also the information will be easily come out now once he goes through the process.
Yeah, look, what I remember, Richard, is that the commission did spend some time, even before it started its work, dealing with the issue of the safety and the protection of witnesses. So it is something that is receiving top priority, and one can understand why. And we just have to trust that the systems that need to be in place are in place to properly protect witnesses. Of course, I think there could well be rightful concerns that you don't want people suddenly dying while this commission is underway, because they take with them whatever stories, whatever evidence they may have presented before them. And it is bizarre, that the passing of Natim Tetwa in the current context, it has sort of fueled that in some way, that thinking that, wait, what if there's a bigger conspiracy here? But we don't know that for sure. But I think these are things that must be taken seriously.
But yes, look at the example, the guy that died next to the OR.
Yeah, Katiso Molefe.
Was seen on TV taking money, doing that. But if that guy was arrested immediately, he would still be alive by now, and he would be giving us more information. And probably now, after going rehabilitation, he would be a better person.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
No more now.
Okay. All right, Richard. Thanks for that. Yeah, and we know that contract killings have gone up in our country, so it is a very legitimate concern. Budinkongi, good morning to you.
Kathy, good morning.
Yes,
Kathy, before I go to my point, I mean, we always laud people on the radio. Say, for instance, we start by presenters, but we forget to remember that we are not alone. I mean, Kathy, there's a guy, Lebu, who's the producer of your show. That guy is one of the best, and he deserves a gold medal. Every time when I call, I know that I won't be stopped by the sound of the news, and I will be able to speak on air. It happened on the 24th that the producer kept me holding up until there was news, and I knew that after news there's no open line. But that man, he deserves a gold medal, I repeat. Thank you for him. Thank you for having that kind of a person who's passionate about his job.
Budinkongi, that is so wonderful. Thank you so much for that team, for that team feedback. There was an excellent contributor to the show. He really holds much of what we do in place. He anchors the show in so many ways. So I'm so grateful to hear that feedback from you.
Thanks very much, Katie.
All right.
I'm hopeful that the commission is on standby or is postponed or whatever happened for reasons, for valid reasons, not for that reasons that consist of some leans. I'm yearning to hear from you. You said you are going to explain to
us. Yes, so what we wanted to do, Budinkongi, is to play you the actual clip. The team is turning it around, but the reason that was given by Justice Madlanga for the commission not going ahead today is that Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo is not well. He's sick, but they've said that it's nothing out of the ordinary, and he just felt that it was a better decision for them to adjourn for the day. So that was the reason that was given, that Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo is not feeling well today. But we'll bring you the full clip in a moment so that you can hear it for yourselves.
Okay, but I think they could have taken another witness. But that's what they decided. Katie,
okay.
Allow me to convey my condolences to the family of Natim Tetwa. Emmanuel Mthetho. I mean, Katie, if you may listen to poets and everybody, they speak about John Donne never forgot to say death should not be proud. I mean, death shall die a permanent death one day. And the poet in Blackwood added something and said, the richest place on earth is the cemetery. Buried there are unopposed bestsellers and track-busting singers materials. Leaders and daughters alike. May nothing better rest in peace. Take my real reason to call.
No, Butinkonki, you've had more than enough time, my brother. I'm sorry, I've got to move on. Let me go to Tembi in Johannesburg. Good morning, Tembi.
Sis Kathy, I would like to talk about the issue of legal foreigners.
Yes, ma'am.
Sis Kathy, I'm a foreigner myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I am so illegal right now, so much that I am even so proud that I'm so legal. And I say it with so much impunity because the police, the state, is the one that is protecting my illegality here. Because why? We have got fraudulent documents. I'm being chauffeured. The social workers are coming here to chauffeur me to go and see the psychologist. When they can't wait for me, they go to the ATM, they take the money, they give me to go back. I'm the woman who called you saying that her son who was conceived through rape was taken away by this state, Kathy, and you never drove the story. So every time when you talk about accountability, I ask myself, what is it that SAfm stands for? Right now, what is going on there at Madlanga Commission is not surprising for me. And I tell people every time that when I hear a policeman was killed or they shot each other, maybe or by what, I celebrate because I'm a victim. I've lost 2 children. I don't even know 2 of my children. I've even contacted the district commissioner, Limpopo. She blocked me.
Yeah, but if I recall correctly, Tembi, one of the conversations that we had with you was around the mental support that you also needed because you are going through a very, very difficult time.
Let's not focus on the mental. Let's not focus on the mental support.
No, ours, because that is what you called about, and that is what we then followed up on, including with the very officials that that were supposed to be assisting you. And what came out of that process was that, in fact, there had been some processes and courses and medications that you had then stopped taking, and you were not being committed to that process. That's what came out of that particular follow-up from our side. So it's not true. No, it's not true to say that we did nothing about it. And again, Tembi, I'm going to encourage you to follow the treatment that has been prescribed to you. Follow the advice of the professionals in this regard, because they are the ones that are going to help to give you the support that you need in order to get well, so that you can also be able to be present for your children. Because until you've satisfied that, you're also not assisting the situation at all. So yeah, Tembi, we're going to have to leave it there on that particular issue. Okay, so here's what we'll do now. It's 10 o'clock. We'll take you to the news desk, take the latest news update, and then we'll continue with the show on the other side of this.
In our top stories, Western Cape Police launch a massive fraud raid, and Dr. Dlomo weighs in on Tembisa Hospital tender fraud syndicates. Good morning. Police in the Western Cape say the Commercial Crime Investigation Unit has launched a large-scale search and seizure operation at 26 addresses across Cape Town. Spokesperson Andre Trout says the operation targets individuals and entities linked to contracts awarded by the City of Cape Town amounting to 1.6 billion rand. The action follows information received from a whistleblower and preliminary investigations conducted by both the municipality and SAPS. Trout says authorities are collecting documentary and electronic evidence to determine the full extent of the alleged fraud and corruption.
The targeted addresses include municipal offices, private homes of officials, and business premises linked to service providers. The operation, which stems from whistleblower information and preliminary investigations, is aimed at securing crucial evidence to establish the scope of alleged irregularities. SAPS reiterates its commitment to fighting corruption and protecting public resources.
Parliament's Health Portfolio Committee Chair Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo says tender fraud syndicates implicated in the 2 billion rand Tembisa Hospital theft have committed treasonous acts and therefore deserve the harshest punishment possible. Dr. Dlomo was responding to the Special Investigating Unit's report released on Monday outlining tender fraud at the hospital. The report also implicated Gauteng government officials and employees at the Johannesburg hospital. The procurement irregularities at the hospital led to the assassination of whistleblower Babita Dukaran, who was gunned down outside her Johannesburg home in August of 2021. Dr. Dlomo has called for discussions to consider bringing back the death penalty.
It's treasonous to actually get taxpayers' money dedicated to get better quality of service and improve the quality of life of our citizens, buy more ambulances, employ doctors, used in this way for buying Lamborghinis for self-interest. And therefore, it's a country of democracy. In other countries, if you do such a treasonous act, they would actually make you not see life the next day. So these are some of the things that should actually be discussed.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has adjourned for the day as key witness Crime Intelligence boss General Dumisani Khumalo has taken ill. General Khumalo was meant to continue with his testimony today regarding the WhatsApp text messages between alleged underworld cartel member Fuzimuzi Matlala and Northwest businessman and alleged Senzo Mkunu associate Brown Mukhotsi. A new date for the sitting will be announced in due course. National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza has expressed condolences to the family of South Africa's ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa, on behalf of the presiding officers of Parliament. Mthethwa was found dead outside the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Paris yesterday. He joined the National Assembly in 2002 as an ANC MP and served in multiple ministerial portfolios between 2008 and 2023. He was then appointed as South Africa's ambassador to France in December 2023. Didiza says Mthethwa worked tirelessly to serve South Africa.
It is a sad moment for our country, more particularly the family of Ambassador Mthethwa. For a long time, Nathi Mthethwa has been one of those activists in the youth movement, the African National Congress Youth League, who work tirelessly to ensure that we attain our liberation, but also forming the building blocks of a new South Africa in terms of youth issues, also transformational issues across the board. We want to send our condolences to his family, his organization, and to the people of South Africa.
And estimated 10,000 community members from Sebokeng, Everton and surrounding areas in the Vaal are expected to form a human chain along the 4-kilometre stretch of Mushweshwe Street. The symbolic act of participants holding hands is part of a protest against gender-based violence, racism, bullying and human trafficking. It also serves as a public pledge of unity, solidarity and shared responsibility to heal and transform society in the wake of ongoing social ills. One of the organizers, Don Sidia, explains.
In 2022, a student from General Smuts was stabbed by a student from another school. The child passed away. Immediately after that, erupted various other gang violences between different schools. And this brought our attention to the substance abuse amongst student populace within the Sebokeng area along Vanderbijl Park, basically Sedibeng West District. Because of this, we took decisive action to use the Hold Hands campaign as a vehicle to solicit peace and solidarity amongst the schools.
Recapping the top story, police in the Western Cape say the Commercial Crime Investigation Unit has launched a large-scale search and seizure operation at 26 addresses across Cape Town. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Think you cannot afford a lawyer? Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
The Morning Brief.
What would an Africanized and decolonized iteration of that look like for you?
We've got a lot of creatives in this country. What Parliament needs to do is to speak to the creative industry to say, if we were to Africanize the opening ceremony of Parliament, what do you think would be best? It's not as if we are saying as traditional leaders we've got all the answers, but our children are there as the creatives. They need to be brought in to say, how do we do it differently? How do we make sure that the opening of Parliament reflects the majority of the people in Parliament?
Khosi Thabo Milton Seatlholo is chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders.
Tulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, you're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the second hour of the show. It's 8 after 10 o'clock. Today, of course, we are broadcasting to you live from Gqeberha. We are at the Kucha Vulindlela Conference Center. This is where the NAMSA SA Auto Week is taking place. We're going to be bringing you the latest from this Auto Week in the third hour of the show from 11 o'clock. That's when you can expect to hear from some of the stakeholders here who will be talking about the state of South Africa's automotive industry, but really, what are the plans, right, to build some resilience into the sector, to stop the job losses, to stop the investment flight, if that is in fact a part of what we are seeing, and to ensure that this is an industry that continues to grow and continues to benefit the country, especially regions like Gqeberha that have been really crucial contributors to the automotive industry, not only in this country, but I think for the rest of the world. So that conversation then you can expect in the final hour of the show. What we are going to do is that I'm going to play you the opening from the Madlanga Commission today. It was scheduled to begin at 9:30. Unfortunately, however, proceedings have been adjourned for the day. And this is because the witness, Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, was not feeling well. So let me play you the full exchange and the full reason that was given by Justice Madlanga before we continue with the show.
9, and we will make an announcement during the course of the day as to the way forward. But for today, we are adjourned.
So do we know how long he will not be available to testify for the commission?
No, we don't know that.
So could this potentially see proceedings being suspended for the week?
We will make an announcement as soon as we know, but for today we are adjourned.
I mean, you are fully aware, Jeremy, of how sometimes there's a lot of conspiracy theories that go around. Just a message to the public about, it's got nothing to do with whatever might have been happening around him at the commission, and that the venue and everything else is secure.
Yes, absolutely. So I think it's very important for us to say that the hearing was scheduled to start at 9:30. There is nothing out of the ordinary except that General Khumalo is not feeling well. And of course, Justice Madlanga took the decision to adjourn for the day instead.
Okay. Jeremy, take us through the in-camera process. Has Mr. Khumalo applied for that process?
Well, we're not going to talk about that at the moment. For now, we are in this phase of the hearings, in phase 1, where Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's testimony under oath is being substantiated by a number of witnesses, as you will have seen over the last, today is day 10 of the public hearings. And if there is a need for the Commission to go into camera at any point, we will make that announcement as is necessary.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that's the statement that was made by Jerome Michaels. This is on behalf of the Madlanga Commission announcing their adjournment for this morning. It does seem that Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo was at the Commission. He did arrive at the venue this morning around 9 o'clock. And then reported the fact that he just wasn't feeling great, and it was the best decision then for Justice Madlanga to take, to say that proceedings should be adjourned for the day. As you heard, still no clarity around when this work is going to resume. I hope that helps in as far as giving reasons for why things are unfolding the way that they are today. So on that note, what we'll do then in this hour is that we will take you live to the firearm judgment case that is sitting in the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. This is where judgment is being delivered against the EFF leader Julius Malema and his former bodyguard Adrian Snyman. Malema's facing charges of discharging a firearm in public during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at the Sisa Dukashe Stadium in Mdantsane in 2018. Snyman, on the other hand, is accused of unlawful possession of firearm and ammunition. Both Malema and Snyman applied for the charges against them to be dropped, citing a lack of evidence, but that application was dismissed. Of course, Malema maintains that this case is a ploy to tarnish his image. So as things stand, we're now into day 3 of that particular judgment. So let's take you live to the East London Magistrates Court.
These facts. Further, all firearms checked by the ballistic unit as per batches received and returned remains unchanged. That a toy or movie gun may emit muzzle flash. DNA and fingerprints were not linked to Mr. Malema, or, if tested, are to accused 2. Therefore, again, the only aspect to be determined is whether the rifle fired by Mr. Malema was a real firearm or not, and the court is of the view that the viral footage is not needed to enable the court to arrive at a finding in this regard. As a side remark, it should be noted that the very same viral video footage was used by the defense to indicate certain factors they wanted to be placed on record, and in the same breath, the court is asked to rule that the viral video footage is inadmissible based on the fact that the originator of the said footage was not traced, and called as a witness. Therefore, even though the court ruled the said footage as real evidence, as it is relevant, but it should be excluded as it was not authenticated. This leaves the question as to why the defense relied on the footage during their cross-examination of the state witnesses to emphasize certain factors or facts, and it was also used by the defense during the presentation of the defense case in respect of accused 1. Further reasons that remain without reference to the viral footage is the Gear House company footage was downloaded on a hard drive which was kept safely under lock and key by Mr. Singh. He was the only key holder of the said safe, and it was only unlocked when the officer from ballistic unit arrived. The procedure thereafter as to the downloading by the various individuals placed on record as per facts was confirmed in evidence that it is indeed the recording recorded by Gearhouse, and that the snippets that was viewed regarding clip 1 and 2 was indeed part of the recording that was recorded. I will admit and mention the Gearhouse footage is not as visible as the viral footage. But in this regard, therefore, the Gearhouse footage is ruled as real evidence. It is relevant, it was authenticated, and therefore it is ruled admissible. With regards to the viral footage, I've stated the facts which the court will rely on without giving any real regard to the viral footage, and no further finding is required regarding the said footage. Now, please bear with me. As I said, I tried to summarize all in a less quantity. Okay. Therefore, the court will now reach findings regarding the credibility and probability findings by the court in respect of the state and the state case. Firstly, the state witness that testified before court are found, based on the evidence placed on record yesterday and the day before, to be credible, reliable, and truthful, and the court cannot find any bias, prejudice, or any motive in the evidence of any of the state witness to indicate otherwise. Mention needs to be made with regards to the evidence of Colonel Mgwadleka. Safe to say that he was a brilliant witness and had left no stone unturned. He had dotted every T and dotted every I. He had not made any mistake as far as the custody chain or the handling of the exhibits or the serial numbers contained. The court finds him, and all the above then, as stated, credible, reliable, and truthful. However, the evidence of Colonel Mgwadleka during his testimony was checked in the working case file which the defense had insight of. And with reference to the evidence of Colonel Mgwadleka, the court has placed the procedure regarding the evaluation of expert witnesses on record already. He meets the criteria. In fact, he exceeds the required criteria in his thoroughness, and he can be, or he is mentioned by this court to be not only an expert witness, but a super qualified expert witness. That is the conclusion regarding Colonel Madlanga. I've already dealt with the gear house and the admissibility. However, I want to emphasize that the further aspect regarding the laptop that was stolen and mentioned as a reason, the stealing of the laptop is a non-event. It does not affect the chain of evidence regarding the gear house. The gear house starts where it was confirmed by the employees that the hard drive was indeed depicting the correct footage they recorded. Thereafter, they cleared for space for future events. Therefore, the theft of the laptop is neither here nor there. It's not a factor this court needs to consider. Okay. Now, in dealing with the defense case, the following is placed on record during the evaluation. The evidence of Mr. Hood is noted and greatly appreciated by this court, including his extensive knowledge with regards to the provisions of Act 60 of 2000, and it is so acknowledged by court. With regards to Mr. de Klerk, as per the cited requirements already placed on record in the evaluation of expert evidence, and specifically with regards to, I emphasize, the personal knowledge of the subject stroke exhibit, he did not examine the cartridge or the said SPA 24914. Further, he had examined all the other firearms and rifles which are not relevant to this case. Therefore, it is noted, and that is the only finding I can make on those tests conducted. However, it needs to be noted that during cross-examination, the witness was indeed a defensive witness, and at stages argumentative. His evidence mostly relates as to, and then he continues stating, if I can put it more clearly, the report deals with the evidence and how it relates as to what the microscopic examination entails or should entail, and all exhibits thereafter is not relevant to the case. He states, in the matter before court, the witness testified that he used his mere eye or a magnifying glass. Therefore, he also mentioned the second ballistic expert present in court. I must highlight this was a second expert was not called, so it is merely with regards to cross-examination regarding the two ballistic defense witnesses present in court is a non-event. It is disregarded as a mere statement placed during cross-examination. On evaluation of the evidence of Mr. de Klerk, the mere eye or magnifying glass can never stand or be accepted in the light of the ballistic expert witness, Colonel Madlanga. It falls short and can only be noted as mediocre. However, I do not imply that he is not an expert in his field, but highlight the fact that also he did not receive peer review, and at times his answers in cross-examination was extremely sarcastic, and what comes to mind was on being questioned regarding the amount of cases finalized by or examined by Colonel Madlanga compared to his response was, I quote from memory, good for him, consider the years of his service at SAPS, and then you compare it to my years of service at SAPS. And in event, the witness left the services of SAPS approximately 30 years ago. That is all that can be said regarding the evidence and the defense case on behalf of accused 2. No positive findings is made in respect of the Exhibit M. With regards to accused 1, on evaluation, it was evident that the only aspect to be decided on was whether he fired a real or toy gun. The said firearm, toy or real, was indeed handed to him by Mr. Mavundla, and during his evidence he testified that Mr. Mavundla should have been charged. This begs the question, charged for what? Handing you the toy firearm, or then alternatively the SPA 249-14? The answer is nonsensical as to why Larry Mavundla should have been charged. In effect, the further particulars indicate a warning statement was obtained from Larry Mavundla as per A121. And just to elaborate on one aspect, sorry, I need to revert to the defense case on behalf of accused 2. Apologies, number 1. It also comes to mind that Advocate Matthews had put to the witness that being Colonel Mgwadleka, he had received instructions from the said protecting officer, being Larry Mavundla, that the breech block of CN SPA 249-14 has not been changed or altered in any manner. Now that statement remains a mere statement. The person on whose instructions Advocate Matthews placed this statement to the witness was not called to substantiate. Therefore, it is a mere statement done in cross-examination. It also further then begs the question, if he had left the firearm in Gauteng as stated, he cannot make such a version or instruction to Advocate Matthews, because in his version or their version, he had not possession of the firearm during that time. Now, to return to accused number 1, I've dealt with as to why he states Mr. Mavundla should be charged. He also relies on the video footage of clip 3. I mention this as a mere reason that it was part of his evidence, and he identifies Mavundla, who was not called to testify, and identifies Chauke. Now, when read the statement regarding identifying Chauke, read with Chauke's evidence or statement that he was not on the stage or present on the stage, leaves a question mark. During cross-examination, which I've already placed on record the aspects, the evaluation is as follows. Mr. Malema had evaded many questions that had warranted a reply. It became evident that the replies were entertaining, but however, the pertinent questions asked remained unanswered. He further relied on clip 3, and he had then counted 15 shots fired, and thereafter stated he cannot count, he had graduated in woodwork. Further, as to how the cartridge or the SPA 249-14 is linked to him, his reply was it must have been the Holy Spirit, and these type of answers did not do accused 1 any favors. In essence, when one is questioned in the witness stand and a mere question is asked from you which elicits a response, one would expect that the question will be answered. Therefore, the court needs to deal or to establish whether the version presented by the defense is reasonably possibly true. I have already stated all the factors that remain intact, excluding the video clip 3. Just a minute. Put me under pressure with this time limit, so I just need to sort out my documents here. Alright, now the court will proceed with the findings made in this matter, and as stated, the findings are based on the rules pertaining to circumstantial evidence, keeping in mind the 2 cardinal rules already placed on record, but which the court will repeat at a later stage. Firstly, the inference, or it can be said, that all the relevant persons as per the evidence of this entire case were in East London, that the firearm booked to Mr. Mavundla was, according to him, not in his personal possession, but no explanation has been given as to where it was kept in Gauteng. The registers of the KZN unit indeed states it was booked out to Gauteng Larry Mavundla. But where was it kept since 28 July or since his departure in Gauteng? Mavundla, through Advocate Matthews, informed him that the breech block was not changed or altered. And now if he left the SP249 in Gauteng and came to East London, it was not in his personal control as stated. However, the question is seen as a mere question put during cross-exam and remains just that, a statement in cross-exam. Therefore, the person who informed Advocate Matthews of this fact then should have been called, and he is in no position to give such information since it is his version of the defense that the firearm was in Gauteng. Now, as to what happened and where it was kept, no explanation was provided. It begs the question, dealing with circumstantial evidence, that what does the firearm being booked out to Mr. Mavundla in effect equates to? That specific firearm is booked out to him for whenever it is needed for him or by him, since clearly it does not mean it needs to be on his body since he left it in Gauteng. Further, on considering those aspects, why would the 2 firearms in question be called in and said please take this for ballistic testing? However, the others that were booked out in the register was not brought in on the day Colonel Janssen left on the 6th. Just the 2 in question. Further, the court is obliged to look at that the said cartridge was found, as the evidence was accepted of Colonel Madlanga. It was matched with SPA 249 14 and the conclusions on the record by Madlanga has already been placed on record. And since I'm pressed for time, also further, accused 1 says he is the only person who fired an object resembling a firearm, no one else. The grounds were inspected the morning of the event and no cartridges were found and the area was declared safe. Therefore, the 2 cardinal rules for the court to draw inferences on the evidence presented, and which I have now stated on record as the reasoning as to the reasons why the court has arrived at its decision. I remind you the cardinal rules being, firstly, that the inference sought to be drawn must be consistent with all the proved facts, and secondly, the proved facts should be such that they exclude every reasonable inference from them save the one sought. In this instance, the question or the pertinent question then remains whether the court can infer, based on the reasons placed on record, including the evidence that it had dealt with over the last 2 days, whether such inference can be made. And the court finds as follows: indeed, the inference sought is supported by all the facts contained as per the evidence presented in court, and therefore the following findings are made. You may stand up, accused 1 and 2. Accused 1, in respect of counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you are found guilty as charged. Accused 2, Mr. Snyman, in respect of counts 4 and 6, you are found not guilty and discharged. You may be seated. At this point, the court will then just... Is there something you wanted to place on record?
Yes, Your Worship, I just want to say accused number 1 is no previous conviction.
Same is noted.
Just because of the shortage of time, my instructions are to apply for postponement and for the continued release of the accused on warning. He's been on warning since the outset and has always appeared at court.
The court has no intention of changing the status of your client, Advocate Ode, so I am completely in agreement with that, and further that it's not possible to deal with the rest of the proceedings today.
In that regard, Your Worship, it's our intention to obtain a pre-sentence report, and for that purpose we need to arrange a date with Your Worship.
Okay, so at this point, just so that you may have a word with your client regarding his schedule, of course, Advocate Matthews, you are now excused from record.
I'm going to catch my train.
Yes, it will take you about a decade or so.
Could I just say something to you?
Yes.
I just want to thank you because you have been very patient with us. And you have, on many occasions, allowed the case to continue without us being heard.
Thank you, Advocate Matthews. It's much appreciated. Mr. Snyman, it will be your choice whether you stand down and leave Mr. Malema, or if you want to remain seated next to him. That will... Sorry? All right, I assumed as such. Just to take instructions regarding the time frame, suitable date, whatever I have on a specific day, obviously I will have to clear or deal with as I had to do yesterday and today. So may I leave you with that arrangements and then return? It's 20 to 11. We'll return by 10 to 11. Is that in order? In order. Court will adjourn.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you the radio drama series Skyline.
Press to cockpit medical emergency now.
Cabin crew to your stations.
Where the skies promise adventure, but behind the cabin doors, untold secrets are found.
He's signing off on cheap parts they installed like it's nothing.
Catch the radio drama series every Saturday at 9 p.m. on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Morning, Kathy and your listeners. You see, the death of Nathi Mthethwa leave us with more questions than answers. I repeat, more questions than answers. Can we still remember the death of Brett Kebler, the mining magnate, who sponsored all the comrades in the ANC and Youth League? His death was circumstantial, just like this one of Mthethwa. Hey, Nwaza uqini, ukhona unyawo lemfweni. Kutolo hlakamandla lukusiyo kwe-H College Cape Town. Danko will remain humble, mapakani.
Hey Kathy, it's Robert again. Hello to you and the listeners. Hey, the story of General Khumalo being sick and it's not serious. Hey, it's a scare. When I think of the Mayiwa case, how many people have died that were supposed to be helping with this case? Now, the story of General Khumalo, it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary, but let's just hope that it's not that serious and that he can recover as soon as possible so we can get the truth. Thanks.
Hello, Kathy. Good morning. I can't lie. My ANC has disappointed me with corruption. I am very disappointed. I've been voting for it. I'm not politically active. I'm just a voter. And I would like to change my vote. My question is, who is an alternative? But even people who phone here and say, we must vote out this ANC, they don't tell us who should we vote for. If they can give us an alternative, maybe we can vote for that alternative. It can't be an obsession to remove the ANC and then we don't have an alternative. Kongwali, Kukumbu.
Morning, Kathy. And then on SAFA, has Danny Jordan and the executive resigned as yet? Because if the English Football Federation, German, Spanish, French watched up like this, they would have been gone. If not, if they didn't resign, they would have been fired, or the people would have been on the streets demanding that they be removed. But here in this country, we have Danny Jordan and his executive made blunders which can cost us going to the World Cup, but then he still sits in office. We also need a constitution that presidents of federations can only be there for a set term. Like the president of the country, you can be there for 2 terms, 10 years. You can't sit there for life like you're the only person who can do the job. I mean, really.
Good morning, Kathy and the SAfm listener. This is Alfred Kamait Bizana in the Eastern Cape Province. Kathy, Sibongiseni Dlomo and Aaron Motsoaledi, they must not be shocked by corruption and fraud because they are coming from the political party that brought us here. They are coming from the political party that brought us here in this fraud and corruption. That is the African National Congress. Their party is their party that brought us in this situation. Thank you, Kedi, and the SAfm listeners. This is Alfred Kamait Bizana in the Eastern Cape Province.
Good morning, Sis Kathy.
and SAfm blessing us to hello in Kimberley in Khalisheo. Malema is found guilty, and his bodyguard, former bodyguard, Mr. Sneyman, is found not guilty. But the guy is decided to stand in the dock with his former boss. I guess some other people is blind loyalty. Yeah.
Done with voice note.
Good morning, Katie. You see, this matter of Natim Tetwa, former police minister, reminds me of two cases. I'm not saying anything, but remember that guy who was going to the airport and suddenly died, and there was one who went to the beach and died. Those people were facing some serious criminal charges. I'm not saying anything, but you remember that song, Who's Fooling Who? Condolences to his family, but hey, that's I'm not certain about it. Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy. So the passing of former Minister of Police Natim Tetwa just reminds me of a quote that goes something like, "The evil that men do lives after them, and the good is buried with their bones." Yes, that is the quote that comes to mind when it comes to the passing of Natim Tetwa.
Good morning, Siskati. Mbongo Matobela Sundisa here. Siskati, please, man, can government give powers to the SIU, powers to arrest, not this thing of investigating serious cases, then after competition they need to hand over the cases to the Hawks or the police. Can they arrest themselves, give them powers to arrest, please? Thanks, Siskati.
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners of the show. Kathy, I got a complaint here with the SABC of Sport themselves. They give us expectation, but they deliver nothing. 2 days back, they promised that they will broadcast a game between Amajita under 20 versus France, which they never did. And they apologize for not doing their job, which wasn't the first apology. Their loyalty is questionable. They give us expectation, but they never deliver. Yet they broadcast European football on SABC3 on weekend instead of broadcasting local sports like our football. They tend to influence us to follow European football over our own local sports. Brandma by Prochakland. Thanks for the great show, Katie.
Hi, good morning, Katie, and your producer and all the listeners of SAfm. Katie, I like to say for the family of former Minister Natim Tetwa, sorry for them. Yeah. That's so sad. And also the member of parliament and all the member of ANC. But this thing, I think they need more investigation because something that is not going well here. Seriously, I think all of us, we get confused about what happened to him. But I feel so sorry for the family. That is my concern here from Cape Town. Thank you.
If people of South Africa have been listening to the commissions of inquiry which have been there, they should have learned a lot by voting out the so-called leaders. If we hang on in the liberation movement credential, then we are doomed. Papedi Pasha, Ramlebe.
Morning, Oskate and the listeners. It's Dangiso Tangriz here from Bethlehem. The gentleman that just phoned, I think it's from Tunu or somewhere. What does it mean there's no alternative to the ANC? Is the ANC the only political party in the country? Just last month it was announced that we have over 400 registered political parties. So how does he not have an alternative? How does anyone not have an alternative to voting the ANC out when there's a wide array of political parties to choose from?
#SAfm Talking Point.
All right. Thank you for those WhatsApp voice notes that you've been sending through to the show. Of course, the breaking news then that we are keeping a close eye on this morning is what is coming out of the Eastern Cape Magistrates Court, where the EFF leader, Julius Malema, has been convicted in as far as that those 5 charges that he's been facing are concerned. And this is for discharging a rifle during a 2018 rally in Mdantsane. It's 5 counts that are related to the firearms charge that judgment has been delivered on in the last 3 days. Amongst them, they include charges that include unlawful possession of a firearm, unlawful possession of ammunition, discharging of a firearm in public, reckless endangerment. That's just among the counts that Julius Malema has been convicted of. Adrian Snyman, who was his co-accused in this matter, has been found not guilty in this matter. And he, of course, was accused of unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition. But as things stand, the magistrate feeling that there was no strong case beyond reasonable doubt that was brought before the court for it to secure a conviction. So Adrian Snyman walks, and I guess once the court case resumes, we then will have an indication of what next for the EFF leader, Julius Malema. This, of course, will certainly be one of those cases that we are likely to see taken on appeal. I don't necessarily see a situation where the EFF leader takes this lying down. He's long maintained that he was in possession of a toy gun and that whatever was discharged from that gun was in fact not ammunition. So let's take you back to the East London Magistrates Court, where they've just come back from that short adjournment.
The reason why I'm asking is merely so that the clerk of our court may know whether she should prepare a request for the normal route, but now that has been ruled out and the defense will do so on its own. That is
responsibility for the compilation of the pre-sentence report. My learned friend had also approached me to assist in that regard, Bishop, and once the accused meets us and explained to me it was unnecessary we'll be pursuing our own private social worker to present a pre-sentence report.
Have you come to anything else, sorry?
To that end, Your Worship, subject to Your Worship's permission, we've agreed to the date of Friday the 23rd of January 2026. That would provide sufficient time to compile a report and consider our respective bodies. I don't know what Your Worship.
I don't have it with me, but I know January starts quietly because practitioners are still and legal aid is on vacation, but I do have a matter, but I can deal with it and accommodate this matter as I've been doing, so it's not a problem.
That's truly appreciated.
Thank you. The date suitable for the State Advocate, Caesar? Right, Mr. Malema, the matter is then postponed. Huh? Not procedure, but fine. And then if you're fine, I'm fine. The matter is postponed to the 23rd of January for the pre-sentence reports. Now, in this regard, I want to place on record, I am not sure as to whether The defense, being Advocate Holders and yourself, will be leading evidence or calling witnesses in that regard, and then the state to address. So depending on how much time is utilized in that process, I cannot say sentence will be pronounced on the same day. It depends on what you will be presenting before court on that day. Therefore, bail extended, warned 9 o'clock to proceed, 23 January 2026. Thank you. The court is adjourned. Then I will continue with my normal role for the day. Thank you.
Is the voice of
The Morning Brief.
What would an Africanized and decolonized iteration of that look like for you?
We've got a lot of creatives in this country. What Parliament needs to do is to speak to the creative industry to say, if we were to Africanize the opening ceremony of Parliament, what do you think would be best? It's not as if we are saying as traditional leaders we've got all the answers, but our children are there as the creatives. They need to be brought in to say, how do we do it differently? How do we make sure that the opening of Parliament reflects the majority of the people in Parliament?
Khosi Thabo Milton Siatlolo is chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders.
Tulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief.
Kathy Mohlahlana on SAfm.
All right, so you heard the voice then of Magistrate Toinette Olivier just a little earlier, as she was then setting this matter down for the 23rd of January. That is when the pre-sentencing reports and hearings will be held. All of that, all of those arguments, I guess, will help the court to determine the kind of sentence that Malema is likely to face. Of course, we heard just in the last hour the court convicting him in as far as the charges linked to the discharge of a rifle during that EFF rally in 2018 is concerned. How many years has it been? It's been about 7 years since that particular event has taken place. This case has been ongoing for a couple of years too, and now suddenly there is finality to the matter, at least in the conclusion of this particular case. So he's been found guilty of 5 counts, among them including the unlawful possession of firearm, unlawful possession of ammunition, discharging of a firearm in public, a reckless endangerment, and of course his security guard, who is the man who was accused of having handed him the said firearm and rifle. He has been acquitted on all charges, so he has been found not guilty. The state, the magistrate, saying that there simply was not enough evidence presented before the court to secure a conviction. So I think that we will, of course, probably be hearing from the EFF leader as they make their way out of court. He has long maintained that he believes that these charges are part of a political conspiracy against him. And if you go on social media, you'll see that there are others who also hold this view, including from across the political lines. I saw a tweet by Tony Ngeni telling Malema to be strong, telling him that he's a leader who will be victimized by a state that does not want true revolutionaries. So yeah, I wonder what you make of that. But it's clearly the magistrate has felt that there was sufficient evidence that was presented. And remember, there is a video of that particular incident that was presented before the court as evidence too. So how much of this moment now becomes about taking responsibility for what happened on that day, and how much of it then can one truly ascribe to the so-called political pursuit against Malema. So that's a conversation that I believe we can have in the coming day and in the coming days, as really we begin to reflect on the outcome that the court has gotten to this morning. For now, it is 11 o'clock. We're going to take the latest news update. On the other side of this, we're still coming to you live from the Guha Vulingela Conference Center. This is where the South African Automotive Week is taking place, and we'll bring you more on why we are here.
Top stories at 11 o'clock. Malema found guilty in the firearm case, and the Madlanga Commission adjourns for today. Good morning. The EFF leader Julius Malema has been found guilty by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. His co-accused, Adrian Snyman, has been found not guilty. Malema is facing a charge of discharging a firearm during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at Sisa Dukashe Stadium in Mdantsane in 2018. While his former bodyguard, Snyman, was facing charges of unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition. Police in the Western Cape say their Commercial Crime Investigation Unit has launched a large-scale search and seizure operation at 26 addresses across Cape Town. Spokesperson Andrew Trout says it's targeting individuals and entities linked to contracts awarded by the City of Cape Town amounting to 1.6 billion rand.
The targeted addresses include municipal offices, private homes of officials and business premises linked to service providers.
Khumalo has fallen ill. Khumalo was meant to continue testifying on WhatsApp messages between alleged cartel member Vusumuzi Kat Matala and Senzo Mkunu's alleged associate Brown Muhodzi. The Commission's Jeremy Michaels.
The hearing was scheduled to start at 9:30. There is nothing out of the ordinary except that General Khumalo is not feeling well. And of course, Justice Madlanga took the decision to adjourn for the day instead.
City Power has lodged an urgent court interdict against the Hawks following a search and seizure operation at its offices last week. The power utility claims the operation was unlawful and is seeking to have both the warrant and any materials seized set aside. City Power spokesperson is Isaac Mangena.
The matter dates back to November 2024 when we received a request for information, which we have actually obliged to and assisted in terms of responding to that request. A different set of investigating officers then later approached the utility with the same inquiry and staged a media spectacle in the process, which we see trying to embarrass the entity and its leadership, raising concerns about the motive.
And finally, youth demonstrations demanding better education and healthcare in Morocco are escalating into violent clashes with security forces. Today marks the 4th consecutive day of demonstrations across several cities. The BBC's Charles Haviland has the details.
These protests are being arranged online at deliberately short notice by a loose and anonymous group styling itself Gen Z 212. They are spreading. In Fez, hundreds turned out on Tuesday, chanting slogans for better health, education and employment. In other cities, protesters were said to have hurled stones. One person engaged in a peaceful sit-in was reportedly run over by a police vehicle.
Recapping the top story, the EFF leader Julius Malema has been found guilty by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. His co-accused Adrian Snyman has been found not guilty. Headlines at 11:30.
Bar brings you super savings. Like 120-gram Simba potato chips, any two for 32 Rand, and get 100 megs free data on Spar Mobile, or 1 kg stock country spread tub for 45.99 and get 100 megs free data on Spar Mobile. Plus, you could win your share of 6 million Rand in instant cash. Competition ends 7 October. Price is valid 23 September to 7 October 2025. While stocks last. T's and C's apply.
I'm Michelle Constant. Join the JSB crew and I every Saturday and Sunday morning between 7 and 10 a.m. We promise to keep you informed and entertained with innovation, culture, cars, travel, life learnings, environment, and of course, your big fat juicy. Small stories, big ideas, massive inspiration. The Jet Set Breakfast on SAfm.
We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common
is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust Clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's SAfm to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms, and conditions apply.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m., only on S3. S3, open up.
This summer, the continent unites for the biggest football showdown in Africa. The Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2025 is coming to your screens, live and available on SABC TV channels, SABC Sport, SABC Plus, and across your favorite SABC radio stations. Catch all 52 thrilling matches, stand behind Bafana Bafana, and experience every goal, every cheer, and every victory from 21 December 2025 to 18 January 2026. SABC Sport brings you all the AFCON 2025 action, live and free, because it's game on everywhere.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, you're still listening to The Talking Point as we continue to lead conversations that move us. Welcome to the third and final hour of the show. It's 7 after 11 o'clock. And this morning, as I've been mentioning, we're broadcasting to you live from the Guha Vulindlela Conference Center in Gqeberha. It's playing host to the NAMSA SA Auto Week, the event themed Reimagining the Future Together. It's celebrating NAMSA's 90th anniversary by fostering discussions on electromobility, innovation, and the road ahead for South Africa's automotive industry. It also features an Auto Indaba, a Trans-Union Summit, the NAMSA Accelerator Awards, and the Auto Innovation Exhibition. The event is being held in partnership with the Eastern Cape Provincial Government and is supported by anchor partners, which include ABSA, Westbank, amongst others. So joining us then to, I guess, set a tone for the event, but also to help us understand the state of the automotive industry in this part of the world, because it has been such a cornerstone of the economy, is MEC Mlungisi Mvoko, who is acting Premier of the Eastern Cape Province. So you're representing the Premier in this instance, Mr. Mvoko. Good morning to you. Thank you for your time.
Good morning to you too, Keith. Yes, I am representing the Premier today.
It's quite a big event, quite a show that has been put up here. I mean, we are in this massive dome which forms the exhibition for some of the players in the automotive industry. I understand you have about 2,000 delegates that are registered for this conference over the next couple of days, and it just speaks to the significance of the automotive industry for our country. But perhaps speak to us about its significance for you as a province.
We've been chasing after these two shows. You know that we hosted the Nakan show earlier, and now the NAMSA show. So we've been chasing after these two shows for the past 5 years, precisely because of the role that the automotive sector is playing in our province. You would know that our economy is anchored around the automotive center. We have, the list of the OEMs that we have in the province, in the history of the country, and even now there are more than any other province. If you look at what we have, VW, Mercedes-Benz, and Isuzu, and we also have the bigger, Bike is operating now. When you have the bigger ones on the trucks, you've got FAW also operating, and Stellantis just cleared their site. And also the Eastern Cape has been hosting most of the component manufacturers that we have in the country are hosted in the Eastern Cape. And we also have the two SEZs that are best performing in the country, if you can talk about. So it's significant to us in two ways. Firstly, to showcase our history of the automotive sector, but also to attract more investors when it comes to the automotive sector, because of the skill that is resident in the province, given that if you track the history of Ford, it's been here for a long time, and even still has a plant here on their engine plant is still here. And so if you look at that, you have a skill that is here existing, even though General Motors left. You know that most of their people went to Isuzu and others were spread all over. So to us, getting these shows to come here is really important, but also important for the economy of this country. For our province, because we are a province that is also dependent on tourism. So as part of the show, we're getting more people to see the province and also tour the province. Looking into the future, it's also about, we know that in the automotive sector now the future is about the NEVs, that is the new energy vehicles. And we have engaged in some activities that would actually be trying to improve the outlook of the province when it comes to the new energy vehicles. Apart from us chasing those that could manufacture, if you look at the Eastern Cape now is connected to the whole, because with new energy vehicles it was really difficult to travel through, because now we've got the infrastructure. You can travel from Durban to Cape Town and not find a way of going, and of not going through the Eastern Cape because of AIDC. But also on the other side, it has to do with how do we then attract those informal, semi-formal people that are playing in this industry. Through AIDC, we've funded them to go and look at those people that would call in Xhosa Umanyinda, and those people that are repairing your cars in the townships and all of that, to train them, certificate them, and make sure that they play in the mainstream. So with these shows coming here and exposing them to these shows, and also talking, to the automotive industry in general, it sort of boosts the hopes of all of those, whether in the SMMEs and the informal sector, to find themselves in the mainstream. So it means a lot to us bringing this show. We know it's at the worst time in the automotive industry. Mercedes-Benz, I know they downloaded their shifts. Goodyear just closed down, and Ford is also retrenching some, and so it's the worst time.
And I want us to speak a bit about that, right? Because often what happens is when these announcements are made, one doesn't get a sense that there has been engagement, whether between the entities themselves, the companies, the policy makers, and yet we know that there are entire ecosystems that have been developed around the plants, that have been developed around just the business operations, right? So speak to us about how you as government, particularly in the Eastern Cape, given again just what a hub of the automotive sector this province has been, how engaged you are with the industry when it comes to these conversations, because it feels like it's a shock to everybody, including government, and then now there must be talks about, okay, is there bailout? Who can give money? Can the IDC give money? Which entity can give money to help come and bail out and save the day? But surely there could be an alternative, or there could be a different way of doing things.
Actually, we're just speaking about that with the AIDC. Your observation is very correct. Almost every time we learn at the end of it, when things have, when the horses have bolted, when they are about to close down, like the case of Goodyear. And we were talking about it with AIDC to say, how do we actually know very early enough for us to mobilize resources and see how we could assist. We created a platform when I was still MEC for economic development in the province. We created a platform here with all the OEMs, a platform between the MEC and the OEMs. And this is a platform for us to listen to their challenges and to see how we could resolve some matters and how we could engage further. Because one of the observations that they made when I came was that there's a gap between the industry and government. So we created a platform. And we meet quarterly, and whenever there is a need, or we meet them individually. That's one platform. But now what we're looking at through AIDC is actually to track and trace the performance of each and every one of them, the OEMs and the component suppliers, so that you can see the early warning signs, whether it is through the Exporters Club that there's a decline here, so there might be a challenge, so that, because we want to rope in the Minister of Labour, to say to the Minister of Labour, here we are having a challenge, how can you assist us through your funds to ensure that we cushion or any entity that seems to be struggling when it comes so that we don't lose jobs. So your observation is correct. That's what now we are doing. But we do have that platform. I was just speaking to the mayor of the Nelson Mandela Bay when there was a challenge raised by Isuzu, which is one OEM that is actually growing, And so I was saying to the mayor, you've got to meet with Isuzu monthly and say, because the MD is saying we're struggling. We might not have traffic lights, and this is my biggest plant. I have to connect the traffic lights into my plant in order for them to work. So I'm saying to the mayor, these are challenges. These are things we're not doing. We are not breaching the gap. Because if we breach the gap, not only at national level, but also at local government level, we're going to detect this in. But you're correct. We sort of hear about it at the end, and we are pleading with the industry. Please take us on board as the challenges are mounting. Don't come to us when there's nothing we can do. You must also remember that most of the things that have to do with even incentives, they are located at national level with TTIC. So in order for us to lobby with TTIC for anything, we've got to know earlier.
What have you found to be the driver of this downscaling, of this exit within the automotive industry? You see the different stories. What are the common threads that you are drawing from it, from a policy point of view, and are there particular things that we need to fix, that we need to change to retain these industries and to retain these jobs? Because it's South Africans that are the ones that are losing jobs.
Look, it's in two ways, Katie. Firstly, it's not only on us, it's also on the companies themselves. I was talking to the AIDC CEO and saying, you know what, if it's Mercedes-Benz, there are global challenges at Mercedes-Benz. What Mercedes-Benz is going to do, they're going to look at their plants throughout the world and look at what plants are not performing well and take a decision on those plants that are not performing well. And we have one of the smallest plants of Mercedes-Benz here in the country. So that's also the other side of it, that there are things that are not within our control but are with this OEM, particularly because you would know, if you talk about Ford, Neil will tell you that we are not competing with Mercedes-Benz, we are competing with other Ford plants throughout the world to produce the Ranger. So if when there's a challenge, Ford will look around and say, hey, we have challenges here. Who is not performing well?
But MEC, do you think that we're intentional around how we go about safeguarding the industry? So, for example, if you have producers that are already, manufacturers that are already in the country, right? They're already actively contributing to the economy, and we see the economic contribution that they have. Should we not be taking more of an aggressive stance around then which products within that space we're letting into the country and how we're letting them into the country. Because the reality is that, yes, we've got a lot more vehicles available now, right? But what is the cost of that? Because it's so much cheaper for some of these cars to come in. Of course, people are looking at affordability, but it's killing local industries that this very country has been surviving on for years. So what is the strategy there?
Look, you're correct saying that because we've got those that were more traditional that we used, and now with particularly the products from the East are coming, and this is something that we need to look at as a country. How do we ensure that we try and limit the imports into the country, so that because manufacturing produces jobs, and all of these that are coming here from the East, what they call the disturbances in now, they are not creating jobs. But unfortunately, that's what the country should be looking at, located at GTIC. That's the other part I was going to talk about, that the truth is that we've got a lot of them coming from outside and not establishing plants, and therefore not creating jobs.
Surely if we're opening up the market, it should come with some of those conditions, right?
Yes,
that says,
yes.
By all means, you can produce however many you want, but there must be some conditions that say that you are going to equally contribute to the economy of this country.
Yes, you're correct. And to us, the most important thing is for them establishing plants within the country. We have, as Eastern Cape, we've taken a decision to go around. We've taken a decision to go around and look for new OEMs that could be located here. We're looking at the multimodular ones. We already have discussions on the multimodular ones where you're going to have a number of brands produced in one factory. So that's what we're doing, because you must remember this is not located within us. All of that we can do is to talk to the ministers who are doing, to say, do something about the cars that come near finished in the country. Do something about it, because it's killing the industry in the Eastern Cape, which is one of the anchors of our economy.
Okay.
But we are not. But also, there's the part that we have to be deliberate in going into. All the ODMs, I said to them, in going into Africa, because it cannot be that many of those manufactured in South Africa would go to the West, and we've got so many trucks and bakkies that are needed, and if we could penetrate the African market, it would make, I think, there will be, the industry will perform better because of the volumes that we'll have to deliver in Africa.
Mr. Mvoko, we're going to have to leave it there for this morning. Let me thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Kate.
That is Mr. Mlungisi Mvoko, who is the acting premier for the Eastern Cape province, representing the office of the premier, of course. Generally, he serves as the MEC. So just coming in hot off the heels of Mr. Mvoko is Themba Khoza, who is the CEO of the Kuha Development Corporation, and he'll be speaking to us about the special economic zones in the automotive sector. Mr. Khoza, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning to you, and good morning to your listeners.
Look, we've just heard, I think, from a policy perspective, just the state of the sector. These are really hard times for the automotive sector. And so when you have to think about how you position the special economic zones, you've had investors, some are now effectively pulling out. How do you make a case for them to stay? And most importantly, how do you make lucrative proposals for new players to enter the space?
Thank you very much indeed. The industry is tested. It's been tested for the past 10 years, but I think in the past year or two, it's unparalleled, and it's difficult to make a case for them to locate. But we know that any business goes through waves. And this is now the period for the auto sector. And also, given that we are the hub of the auto sector as the Eastern Cape, we need to do anything and everything possible to assist the automakers. I think we need to start with the logistics. making sure that we reduce the cost of doing business for the auto sector, particularly given that they are being charged the levies that they're being charged, particularly by the US. So ours is to make sure that we ease make doing business and provide the necessary infrastructure for them to be able to do the business and see through this hard time. We are very optimistic that the hard time will come and go, and it's not here to last. We will see the light at the end of the tunnel.
What have you come to understand about the challenges that the sector is facing? Is it a global issue? Is it a South African issue? And how are you then proposing to the industry in as far as partnerships to solve it? Because once a company, a manufacturer closes down a plant, it's so difficult to get them back. Hey, you want to fight to keep it open for as long as possible because the chances of their returning are slim to none.
That's true. No country would want to lose an original equipment manufacturer. As you said, it's difficult to bring them back. And we must make sure, do everything, as I said, to make sure that they don't leave. I think the challenges are geopolitical. The tariffs in the US are hitting hard on our own, but there are other countries that also are experiencing the tariffs with the US. And I think our government needs to work together at the provincial and national level to make sure that we again assist the automakers for them to stay. And it's a cost of doing business that we need to deal so that they remain competitive. Because more often than not, they're not necessarily competing amongst each other. They're competing with other locations. Because most of them, they're having locations around the globe. And the decisions of who makes what model is based on which location is cheaper and which location has got the ease of doing business. And less about amongst themselves in terms of the brand. So we need to make sure that we reduce that cost of making business and make sure that we provide, including incentives, by the way, for them to stay, because they're creating jobs and they're making our economy to be vibrant, and we cannot afford to lose them.
What does a place like Kruger stand to lose if things continue in the trajectory that they're on?
We stand to lose a lot, ma'am. As I said before, from a job creation point of view, and also you must understand that our jobs, we put in a multiplier effect on our jobs. It's not just the people who are working at the factory that get to lose the jobs. There are suppliers to these, and there are a lot of people who do business with these OEMs. So we'll lose the jobs, and also then we would lose the economy being vibrant, and also we need the confidence of others that are not here. I mean, the role that is played by those who were the first to come is always underestimated. That they play a huge role to attract others. Now, when they're leaving, even those who were thinking about coming will then begin to question their decisions and take a different decision. So it's important for us not to reach that stage.
Would you say that there has been support in terms of coming up with the right proposals to incentivize some of those to stay? Is Mercedes-Benz going to change its mind and stay? Is Goodyear going to change its mind?
Let me start with Goodyear. I don't think that Goodyear will change its mind, and maybe what we can do is to find ways to retain the jobs at Goodyear, and it might not be under the banner of Goodyear. And I think we must continue to make the tires in our shows, and also Mercedes-Benz, in as much as they've not taken the decision to leave the country, and they are engaging our government on a monthly basis, where including national government at DTIC, where we're looking at alternatives and what is it that can be done, including bringing in what we would think is their competitors, to be able to share space with them and share the platform to produce cars and find the logistical ways that would reduce the cost of doing business.
Is there anything you want to add before I let you go?
For me, I think what is critical for our area, which is the province, is the South Corridor. It's the corridor from Gauteng to Gqeberha, the rail line that government is talking about. And I think the automotive industry will benefit from heavily on that railway line. And also it will create a new market for the manufacturers that are located in the province to be able to sell in the SADC and also the rest of the continent. And I think government needs to make a quick decision on investing on that particular line, so that then we can open up the market and bring in more. I mean, there are a lot of Chinese manufacturers that we're talking to. South Africa alone is not the market is not going to be enough for them. So we need to open other markets for them, and that railway line would be a good start. Thank you,
Mr. Khoza. Let me thank you for your time. That is Themba Khoza, the CEO of the Guha Development Corporation. We're going to take the latest news headlines, and then on the other side of this, we're in conversation with the mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay.
Thank you, Kathy. On the news headlines on SAfm, I am Ondalambana, and a very good morning. The EFF leader Julius Malema has been found guilty by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape, while his co-accused Adrian Snyman has been found not guilty. Malema was facing a charge of discharging a firearm during EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at Sisa Dugashet Stadium in Tanzania in 2018. Police in the Western Cape say their Commercial Crime Investigation Unit has launched a large-scale search and seizure operation at 26 addresses across Cape Town, and rescuers are continuing to try to reach at least 30 students trapped inside a collapsed Islamic boarding school in Indonesia. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAfm, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi. Because where words fail, music speaks.
The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, you're listening to the Talking Point live from the Guha Vulindlela Conference Center in Gqeberha, where NAMSA SA Auto Week is taking place this week. We've heard from different role players so far. Mlungisi Mvoko MEC, who is acting on behalf of the Premier at this particular event. We've also heard from Themba Khoza, the CEO of the Guha Development Corporation. Sitting across from me now is Councillor Babalwa Lobishe, who's the Executive Mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay. So this is just such a crucial event. Yes, it takes place every year, but this year feels different just because of the difficulty that the automotive sector has been going through. Some of the officials that have come before you have tried to give us a sense of what it is that stands to be lost should we continue to see a decline in the industry, but also what they think the steps that can be taken from a policy point of view are to try and, I suppose, stop the bleeding where they can. From a local government point of view, when you sit and you reflect on what it is that you can contribute to these companies staying where they are, what are some of the conversations that you're currently having?
Well, thank you very much, Kathy, and it's good to find you in Gqeberha, and I hope you're enjoying the stay in the city. For us, this is an exciting moment to find this show finally coming to a city that is contributing 45% of the manufacturing of the cars in the country. And as well, the conversations that we are currently having with these companies is retainment policy, the offers that we can have as local government, incentives that will make them to stay, rebates on rates and also rebates on their staffing numbers. But as well, some of the conversations we're having is how we master maintenance of infrastructure, because if we are producing more cars, it means our roads must always be on point, because the efficiency of us taking the cars from the manufacturing factories to the ports has to meet the certain timelines. And as local government, we've got to ensure that our roads are in good standing, connection to electricity is done, and we have mastered the conversations in terms of that through the business chamber. And we have confirmed inside the breakfast that we're now going to go one-on-one so as to close the gap. It might take us a long time if we have a middle person as the business chamber.
What does go one-on-one mean?
One-on-one means monthly we interface with these companies so that we are able to understand their
So
comfort.
you as government directly?
As government directly. Hence, we are starting a process of employing liaising, investor liaising officers directly at the mayor's office, because we want to be able to reach that target when we are interfacing with these companies. It does not have to be the mayor every time, but in between, we then have these people representing us.
Do you feel that this is a conversation that perhaps has been allowed to almost fall by the wayside, and now there's a lot of damage control that needs to be done? And how much more difficult does that make your work?
Well, I think it's a conversation that we have not ventured into. I mean, in the structure of the mayor's office, you don't find investment being part of it. So it's a matter of us being creative to bridge the gap between us and the industry. And as well, part of what is not said about the good year living is the dumping policy of the country that has contributed to such. If we allow countries to keep on bringing their manufactured stuff in the country more than what we are producing, we are bound to get into the same space. And it's discussions that we must boldly bring to the fore as government and find solutions in terms of tampering with our own policies so that the country's production is more protected and also its workforce is more protected.
It's such an important point that you're raising, and in fact, I touched on it with MEC Mvoko, because the reality is that the South African market has been flooded by produced vehicles from other markets, mostly from the East. These are much cheaper, and yet you have manufacturers that have been contributing, right, to the economic activity of this country by way of just establishing plants. And they've been doing that for decades on end.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there needs to just be greater vision around how all of these things feed into each other? Because on the one hand, perhaps maybe out of, I don't want to say negligence, but unintended ignorance perhaps,
yes,
that as a result of that ignorance, we are creating all of these unintended consequences for ourselves. And yes, it's coming out of relationships that we are growing with countries, nothing wrong with that, but there isn't a sense of intentionality about what's really in it for us and what we are getting out of these relationships.
You know, Kathy, if there's one thing that we as this generation of mine needs to be bold about, is to harness what we have seen being done correctly, and for us to also protect what we see being left in the country for the generation to come. So if there were industries that have kept us going for years, and their employment was biased to the local people, and we have new companies that have interest of investing, but their level of human resource required is much lesser, why must we be excited when they come and invest? So we've got to find a way of harnessing what worked and making sure that exploitation does not happen to the disadvantage of South Africans.
As things stand, and you think about the conversations that you're having with these companies and also conversations at a government level, realistically, how much of the day do you think you might be able to save?
As things stands, I think with the expansion of Isuzu and what they plan to do for the future with trucks, and the fact that this expansion is going to make sure that there's a retainment of the industry, and it would then mean that we need to grow those who are contributing in terms of the parts that are supplied by these companies. I might have mentioned one, but I think ours is to make sure that the support of producers of these OEMs, suppliers of these OEMs, find existence even beyond this term, and localization is the key. And I think it's the conversations we are having that let's use all the grants we have, try and combine them. Hence, we are saying to the MEC, the roundtable discussions would really help us at a government level. We only meet as government to see how we combine the available grants for the sustainability of an industry which is a backbone of this province.
So effectively, your focus now is to say, how do we keep these manufacturers in the country? What are the concessions that need to be brought on the table?
Yes.
And in as far as the industry itself, you know, it's all good to have concessions. Yes, we don't want them to leave, but what are you then also asking them to do?
Well, we're asking them to employ local people. We're asking them to invest on socio-economic programs that will enable their employees to feel comfortable even post their term of employment. So it's the little we have. The region also offers a lot of skilled labor, because there are many of those that have been trained by various companies. They are seated at home. So it's part of the conversations we are having that why not scout in the Nelson Mandela region, because we do have skilled labor seated and waiting for us to get them opportunities for employment.
Do you think that there are perhaps clearer pathways in as far as these skilled individuals are concerned, that government could also be actively helping to create opportunities for, so that they're not just, because it's an important skill that they have, but how do we make sure that it's not going to waste?
Hence, we are saying our conversation internally as government and with the auto sector unions is going to be important, so that we don't sit and plan to combine the grant funding we have, and yet they want something else. And labor representatives would know better what is it that we need to tailor-make for us to find a solution. There are many grants that are seated idle in the SETA, which can also help us to redirect them even on other programs, but related with the auto sector.
All of this is coming at a time of such a rapid change, even in how these plants are being operated, right? Today, you go to some parts of the world, you have big plants that are operated by
Automated.
machines.
Yeah.
No human insight, and that in and of itself is also going to be quite a challenge.
Yes, hence I'm saying we need to look at what is still needing more of a human resource. Then if it means automation has totally taken over, we've got to advance on redirecting them. Remember, we have sectors that we have not explored in Nelson Mandela. Your agriculture, we have so many natural endowments that we have under explored. And we think that this is also an opportunity for us to venture into that. Your mining, if you go to maritime, we have not done so. If you go to mining of quarry, we are still seated at 1%, when in fact we can explore that industry to maximum for job creation. So the closure of Goodyear is just an indictment for us to really actively utilize the factories that are closed for the benefit of our residents. We've actually engaged even another locally producing textile producing company. They've shown interest, but we are waiting for them to take a decision so that they produce their socks here in Nelson Mandela. But we'll tell when the time comes.
Okay. Councillor Babalwa Lobishe, let me thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
She's the executive mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay. So it's a really big conversation that is happening here at South Africa Auto Week, and a crucial one for the automotive industry, not only for the Eastern Cape, but for the country as a whole, because so many livelihoods stand to be lost. The impact of it, you just cannot even begin to put a figure to it, because it's not just about the income that is lost. It's about how many families are benefiting from that income. What is the difference that is making in a community? Because once that economic activity dies down, then unfortunately, part of the situation you end up with is that towns go dead, people move out, and it becomes yet another burden on the state, yet more people who need social security. So everything must be done to see how the day can be saved. All right, so that's where we leave it then with this conversation in relation to the automotive sector. And this interview, of course, has been brought to you by the Automotive Business Council, that is NAMSA. We'll take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll get into our G20 series.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, it's time for the G20 Wrap series. Lerato Tsebe, our independent Africa researcher, on the line. Lerato, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. Great chatting to you. It's been a while since we last spoke, but yeah, this is the last full month of meetings. After that, it's just literally all up to that conference, and then it's done for South Africa in as far as its G20 presidency is concerned. Let's talk about the Parliamentary 20. It's currently meeting in Cape Town. That's where the young parliamentarians are, busy with their agenda. Tell us about that.
Yes, Kathy, so it's the P20, the Parliamentary 20 is meeting in Cape Town right now. They're meeting today for the actual Speaker's Parliament. The President was meant to address them this morning. I'm not sure if he actually did end up doing so, but it is also their final meeting. This is obviously the meeting of all heads of parliaments and speakers of Parliament and presiding officers within G20 member states. And they essentially want to contribute and deliberate on how legislative bodies can deliberate or formulate the decisions and implement the decisions that the G20 has made. Speaker of our parliament, Tokodidiza's theme for the year was harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. So next 2 days meetings, Kathy, it's the last, as I'm saying, of the P20's meetings. It's a culmination of their program. They've had meetings for Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus. They've had the Symposium of African Parliamentary Speakers. This past week, they've had 2 side events. They had one for Women Parliamentarians meeting and another one for the younger parliamentarians as well. For their summit this past week, Kathy, they've been discussing, surprisingly, I thought this was a very interesting topic to embark on, which is climate change, disaster resilience and responses, debt sustainability for low-income countries, mobilizing finance for a just transition. But there were some very interesting conversations that were happening on the sidelines there, Kathy. We had a delegate from Australia saying that, you know, in Australia, they have started to implement gender-sensitive budgeting, which is a big theme, even for our own parliament, in terms of formulation of legislation and also implementation and reach of where we want our policies to go to, which is they've started to implement gender-sensitive budgeting. Where they've adopted a singularized budgetary system that looks at what the budget system or the financing of the budget needs through a gendered lens. So that's sort of been some of the discussions that are happening right now in Cape Town and are ongoing.
Lerato, we also have the 4th Sustainable Finance Working Group. They're wrapping up their meeting, or wrapped up their meeting in KZN yesterday. This will be one, if not the last meeting that they have. Any tangible outcomes from that working group yet?
Yeah, Kathy, this was the last meeting of this for the Sustainable Finance Working Group. You must remember this is a very important leg for the finance track. Because their recommendations are essentially also going to formulate sort of, I suppose, the anatomy of the recommendations that go to the heads of state in November. A lot of their recommendations are really been around, they need to strengthen the financial systems and global financial architecture. They need to scale up more financing for climate change adaptation and carbon markets rather. Again, climate change and climate financing, a big theme for them that has been continuous throughout the year. They have really sort of tried to make their case, Kathy, for more, how should I say, for macroeconomic policies that really strengthen structural reforms and wanting to really enhance structural reforms, especially for the global south, and getting us more money at the bigger lending institutions. So this was their last meeting, and I hope that, you know, they really get to shape the contours of the finance track leading up to the last leg of the race for the Reserve Bank governors coming up soon.
Last week, Lerato, we also had the UNGA 80 meeting. South Africa, of course, participating in that particular meeting along with its global counterparts and contemporaries. We also had the hosting of the G20 Finance Ministers meeting.
Yeah, Kathy, it was the last foreign ministers meeting for the G20. We held it alongside the big UN General Assembly at 18 meeting. It's sort of become the new unofficial tradition for G20 hosts. There was a lot of sideline meetings that were going on, Kathy, during last week's UNGA meeting. We had the Hague Group had a meeting. You had a BRICS meeting. You had a meeting on the two-state solution in Palestine. When we hosted our meeting, Kathy, it was a very interesting foreign ministers meeting. We did not manage to come up with a collective statement from all the G20 member states. Rather, we did have a chair summary presented and written by our own Foreign Minister, Minister Lamola. There were a lot of conversations, Kathy, obviously, around the reformations of the United Nations. You know, countries like Brazil is lamenting on the fact that we need a UN that is fit for purpose. Australia coming in saying we need to give more money into the peace building fund and refinance it and, you know, try to increase everyone's agency. You know, and South Africa also coming with their own recommendation. We also, Kathy, interestingly enough, when we're speaking about all things G20, we did have the United States present as a Troika member state for incoming chair of the G20. The US was represented by the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Ms. Alison Hooker, and she was outlining the US's priority for next year, essentially now saying that for the United States in 2026, the G20 is going back to basics, and that essentially the G20 has adopted, you know, out-of-touch social initiatives that don't speak to the core mandate of what this small body of countries is about. She was accusing the forum of being, quote unquote, entangled in debates over every political wedge issue of the day, from gender responsive budgeting to nation building to pandemic surveillance. And she was saying that the United States is not going to spend hours debating out-of-touch social initiatives that are disconnected from growth and stability. So we're going to have a very hawkish, very economics, very finance track-oriented G20 coming from the United States. So it was good that they were able to showcase and present their agenda to their counterparts, I felt, last week in New York. Minister Lamona was, in his remarks, was stating that, you know, the G20 remains a forum for international economic collaboration. And that a lot of the members of the G20 in their speeches, because they all got a chance to deliver a speech, were highlighting the need for Africa to have its rightful place in shaping the future of the global economy, and that the G20 was really a good place for Africa to ensure that it's not left behind. And furthermore, Kathy, they were all really lamenting, and this was an ongoing discussion for all the G20 members states, was talking about the reviving and the reaffirmation of the World Trade Organization, and that the G20 really needs to help shape and focus and you know, the economic issues of the day and assist in reforming and resurrecting the World Trade Organization. So those are some of the conversations that transpired last week, Kathy.
Sure, Lerato, I mean, there's just there's so much going on, and ultimately it has to find a way of all speaking to each other, of all making sense come that leaders meeting and that big meeting in November. Do you get a sense that as a country we are on top of things, that we are ready for that moment when it arrives?
I really do, Kathy. It must be said, I mean, the President Ramaphosa was remarking last week that we've hosted 100 out of 130 meetings. Now, that's not to say that hosting the volume of meetings is greater than the actual substantive value and virtue that they present to the overall broader G20 year that we've had. I think that South Africa has really put its best foot forward here. I think we have negotiated, we have written, we have hosted, we have deliberated, we have given people opportunities that they wouldn't have been able to have in other instances, particularly for our African counterparts, Kathy, as well. We've made the case with former African heads of state going forth to go argue our cause for debt alleviation. We are having another, Professor Stiglitz is now leading another forum on inequality. We're having another forum of equal access to finance. I really do feel that come 6 weeks from now, we are really going to have some sort of statement, particularly, Kathy, in context of what the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Ms. Alison Hooker, has now said to our other G20 member states. So I think she's given them sort of a lot to think about and lament on moving into the 2026 calendar year.
All right. All right, Lerato Tsebe, thank you so much as always for the sterling work that you do with our G20 rap series. Lerato will be back again next week, Wednesday. Can you believe it? Less than 6 weeks to go. And then it's a wrap from South Africa in as far as its G20 presidency is concerned. The first time for an African state. Okay, that's where we leave it for today on the Talking Point live from the Kuha Vulindlela Conference Center in Gqeberha. We're going to go and enjoy some of the views on the beach. Yeah, I know a tough life it is, right? Such a tough life. Have a wonderful afternoon. Up next is the update at noon.
It's 12 o'clock Wednesday, the 1st of October 2025. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bonki Wazwane, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
Accused 1, in respect of counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you are found guilty as charged. Accused 2, Mr. Snyman, in respect of counts 4 and 6, you are
1 to 3 p.m.
Think you cannot afford a lawyer? Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Dihambile, dibonile, bandixelele, bandinikile, dingafunanga, dingabuzanga. Ndiyahluleka ingqondo yami iyakhawuleza kuyehla kuyasa kuyafana ndonakele ndizabuya ndikuphathele inhliziyo yami usuyenze msulwa yona ndizawubuya ndikuphathele inhliziyo yami usuyenze msulwa yona ndizawubuya ndikuphathele inhliziyo yami usuyenze msulwa yona ndizabuya ndikuphathele inhliziyo yami usuyenze msulwa yona.
It is Zahara with Uloliwe. That is how we kick off the show today. Coming from her, rather the song is Indiza. The album was Uloliwe. The song, the single is Indiza, and the album that it came from was Uloliwe. Her debut album probably went down as one of her more seminal works. Her fabulous introduction
to the South African music industry, and it came out around 2011, if I'm not mistaken. The entire album's production was handled by the legendary, the late Robbie Madlanga and Umojalife Tebe. It's done so incredibly well, so incredibly well, especially the two lead singles from the album, Loliwe and Indiza. That is how we kick off the show today. It's just gone 10 past 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. We are in regular programming today, and we probably anticipate that we might be in regular programming for the remainder of the week. That Madlanga Commission taking an unexpected pause this morning because General Khumalo has taken ill. From what I understand, he actually was in Pretoria. He was at the venue. But because he was feeling a bit under the weather, it was then decided that perhaps they postpone today's proceedings. And like I said, we anticipate that maybe just to ensure that he's in proper full health, that they might just decide to recess for the remainder of the week, and then we'll be in regular programming with you throughout. So much has happened since we spoke yesterday. It seems like we are moving at 1 million yours per minute as a country. I saw that on Twitter. I couldn't help but chuckle. Someone's like, we're moving at 1 million euro as a country. From yesterday's breaking news, of course, the death of South Africa's ambassador to France, Mr. Natim Tetwa, who is also the former police minister. We're going to be touching base with SABC News reporter Ukayelihle Khumalo around that story. And then, of course, as per usual, Usibahle Mota is just going to give us a quick update around the Madlanga Commission and that adjournment. Also coming up today, we are unpacking, and they were ngogolaring, as we say colloquially, around this conversation as producers, emojis. And our understanding of emojis. So we're going to have a conversation around emojis in court and how do we interpret emoji language, because this has become our social language now. It's just become our thing. We all speak in word and emoji. And we've seen from the Madlanga Commission, as well as what was the other big case that was unpacking emojis? The Benenga tribunal, yes, Judge Benenga's tribunal. They were also unpacking emojis. So we've seen that we are in that era, and we're going to have to understand emojis in the context of real language. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, yet another breaking news story. 2.5 days of that judgment to unpack. And of course, the CIC of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julius Malema, was found guilty today in his illegal firearms discharge case, which could have the potential of derailing his political career. So we are going to be touching base with a lawyer and a legal analyst around this story. That's coming up on the other side of 2 o'clock. As per usual, our lines of communications are open. If there's anything that you would like to chime in on, 061-410-4107, 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. You'd be forgiven if today reads a little bit more like the National Pulse, but because there's so many breaking stories, we had to try and fit them all in. Let's take a quick pause.
I'm Michelle Constant. Join the JSB crew and I every Saturday and Sunday morning between 7 and 10 a.m. We promise to keep you informed and entertained with innovation, culture, cars, travel, life learnings, environment, and of course, your big fat juicy. Small stories, big ideas, massive inspiration. The Jet Set Breakfast on SAfm.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport Football Analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumeleng Kuna's analysis of Ibola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The wait is over. The 2025 and 2026 English Premier League season is here, and the battle for glory is hotter than ever. Can Mohamed Salah light up Anfield once again? Will Erling Haaland keep smashing records for Manchester City? And can Bruno Fernandes drive Manchester United back to greatness? Every goal, every clash, every heart-stopping moment live. Catch the Premier League Saturdays at 3 p.m. only on S3. S3, open up.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, let's quickly catch up with Sibahle Mota, SABC reporter around the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. They've adjourned for the day, as announced by spokesperson Jeremy Michaels. How are you doing, Sibahle?
I'm very well, thank you, Bridget, and how are you?
I'm great, thank you very much. So, of course, the general not feeling very well this morning, leading to a postponement of this morning's proceedings. What do we know, anything further about his health?
Nothing as much, because what we have received right now from SAF's National Police Commissioner, General Fani Masemola, is that General Khumalo is receiving the best medical care and that he is in high spirits. And just further confirming that General Khumalo just felt unwell as soon as he arrived at the commission. So we have not received anything about his health condition. But, judging from this statement from the SAFs, I just get a sense that he may not be back tomorrow to come and testify, but that is all speculation from me, and we will wait for the spokesperson for the Madlanga Commission to actually confirm if we are indeed sitting tomorrow.
That was going to be my next question to you, whether or not we have an idea of when the commission is set to resume.
No, we don't. So I think we might just probably by the end of the day, because what I do know about Jeremy Michaels, who is the spokesperson of the Madlanga Commission, is that he normally will send a statement out mid-evening, the latest by 4 p.m., so we can just wait and see. But I'm reading in between the lines of the SAF statement, and it doesn't give me so much confidence to say I foresee us sitting tomorrow. But again, it's speculation, and we can only hope and wait that General Khumalo will be in better health tomorrow and will actually take to the stand.
Okay, because I did love the fact that this commission thus far has been so prompt.
Everything
about it so prompt.
Yeah, absolutely. And he still has so much evidence to get through,
Yeah.
So I think we are all eagerly anticipating to pick up from where we left off yesterday.
Absolutely. Now, we spoke about this the other day, and of course, we entertained the conspiracy theories around this possibility, but now it is confirmed that chief evidence leader, Advocate Terry Mutau, is stepping down from the commission.
Yes, definitely. That was confirmed in a statement again from the Madlanga Commission yesterday, and they are saying that he did depart or just leave in a healthy manner, on good terms with the commission, and that Advocate Shackleton is the one who will be taking over as chief evidence leader. And I think that will actually, give rest to some of the speculation about the Madlanga Commission, not being able to continue in time, because obviously there's various other evidence leaders in the commission. So the work of the commission seems to be continuing and will, soon hopefully have the first report at the end of the 3 months.
Yeah, definitely the work continue, and I wonder if though will it allay the theories, the conspiracy theories on the ground, or further fuel them if there's no set concrete reason of his departure?
No, definitely. And also, General Khumalo feeling unwell further, adds the fire to some of these conspiracy theories. But we can only hope. We have been doing well, like you're saying, and we have been sitting each and every day. But also, we are all human. At times we don't feel well, and I guess it's just human nature, and we remain hopeful that we will be sitting very soon.
Absolutely. Sibahle Mota, thank you so much for the time. And Sibahle is an SABC News reporter, and she's been so gracious as to be our commission correspondent with our daily daily updates and analysis. We're going to move straight on to the next SABC News reporter, Ukaya Lihle Kumalo. Kaya, let's talk about the news that broke late yesterday afternoon, and already there's all kinds of speculation and stories around the death of the ambassador to France, Natim Tetwa, former police minister as well. How are you doing today?
Well, Moke, thank you so much for having me, Bridget. So certainly it's been a very bizarre story because there has been all sorts of reports just swirling around. But so far what we do understand is that the French authorities are seized with this matter. There has been an assurance from South Africa's International Relations and Cooperation Department really to get to the bottom of this. But what we know is that there was that communication between Ambassador Mthethwa and his wife, Pilisiwe, and we do understand that it was a very concerning message. But at this point in time, obviously, we all just await for the investigation, but there has been a lot of tribute pouring in, Bridget, from the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, saying that this was a very young, committed public servant, and his life really was cut traumatically and in a very, very horrendous way. Yeah. But also we've seen as well from Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Minister Lamola as well, adding the very same sentiment as well.
Yeah. And whilst we wait for verification on a number of issues, we can't shy away from the fact that reports, are stating, especially coming out of Paris, reports are stating that French authorities are saying that there were no signs of struggle here. And in fact, that window seems to have been pried open with a miscellaneous scissors on the 22nd floor, inferring that the French police are leaning to, at this point at very least, are leaning towards perhaps looking at this from a death by suicide.
Well, certainly that's the case, Bridget. And also what is very key is that, for example, the South African authorities as well, they are saying that they are counting on the French their counterparts in France in terms of really just getting and establishing really what transpired in this particular incident, especially because, South Africa and France, these are very key partners. They work together in so many aspects. In fact, just a short while ago, we've seen from the French embassy in Pretoria also adding its own condolences, extending condolences to the French embassy staff from South Africa based in Paris, but also really just reaffirming the commitment in terms of working with South Africa. So it's going to be a very interesting state of events ahead of us, Bridget, especially because, the repatriation, all sorts of things, it's still going to be a very extensive process, really get to the very underlying cause behind this particular very terrible incident.
Yeah. South Africans have a lot of questions since this news broke. And I understand, obviously, I'm aware of the diplomatic environment around this and the sensitivities around this. This developing story, but South Africans have a lot of questions, a lot of things. There are a lot of question marks in the air, especially when it comes to even trying to piece together the timelines between the ambassador going missing on Monday and then obviously the discovery of the deceased on the Tuesday.
Well, that's right, especially because, Bridget, when you look at this context, this is a former police minister, and just like my colleague Sbatlemoto was really just engaging with you, a lot of things are coming out. A lot of processes within the country's criminal justice system are coming out, and I think South Africans are within their right to ask these very critical questions in terms of, for example, the issues pertaining to Slash Fund, the issues around the role of Minister Mthethwa, and just like any nature of a person of this caliber, whenever they pass away, Bridget, there will always be issues coming out in terms of the previous roles that they played, whether you're looking at the Marikana massacre, whether you're looking at the Nkandla Gate in terms of the security features that were installed in former President Jacob Zuma's Nkandla residence. So there will always be these questions, but then you would always have those who really just want to take an approach, a very mournful approach, to say, look, he had a family, so the family is bereaved and they're grieving at this point. But I think South Africans generally, they have every single right to ask those very pertinent questions.
Absolutely. And speaking of the family, obviously it would be insensitive of us to even remotely think that we'd hear anything from his wife, who police were at the moment. But have we heard anything from perhaps extended family members, other family members who may have been in Paris or been in contact with him in recent weeks and months, just to ascertain the state of mind and the emotional state of the ambassador?
Well, obviously, Bridget, it's a sense of shock for their family members. I mean, they really do say that Natim Tet was a committed family man. They always counted on him. And also just looking at his rise, the political journey, from this young man who was a political activist and rising within the ranks of the ANC, from being an MP and then also just serving also as a chief whip of the ANC in Parliament, and serving in very critical portfolios. But also they spoke about his passion. Even just some of those, his contemporaries in the political landscape, Bridget, they really do talk about his passion about the African continent. I mean, just a short while ago, I was going through some of the stuff that they were talking about, his role as Art and Culture Minister, Bridget. They were talking about the very pivotal role that he played in repatriating the mortal remains of Nat Nakasa. You know that he was one of the renowned journalists that died in exile. So they were just talking about his passion for heritage, for African Renaissance, and also just that message, when you talk about Africa reclaiming its position. But then obviously within the arts sector, you would have those who would be his critics, Bridget, who would raise all sorts of things about the legislation, perhaps in terms of promoting the interest of the arts practitioners. Did it do so much? So I think there's still a question mark there. But overall, I mean, it's a very interesting mixed reaction from all those who really just cared about Natim Tetwa, a man who was very unassuming, down to earth, and so passionate also about South Africa. In fact, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, they were speaking about his unwavering commitment, his love for South Africa.
Yeah, as you say, Kayalihle, no man is all bad and all good. And as much as there's been incredible contributions by the former minister and ambassador Natim Tetwa, as you point out, there are a lot who will also point out his shortfalls and his challenges in particular portfolios. But, legacies continue to be unpacked during times like this. And I think from our end, we are going to leave it there. It's still a developing story, of course, because just as a final shot, Kaya, in our last 30 seconds, I'm assuming that it's just a day after the discovery of the deceased. And so no doubt that his mortal remains still very much in Paris.
Well, that's right, Bridget, and obviously we do understand that as part of the investigation, there will be lots of religious processes to get underway in this regard, including the repatriation itself, and a very big event in terms of the state funeral, given that he was an ambassador and currently serving in this posting.
Yeah. Kyle Kumalo, thank you so much for the time. SABC News reporter there, just walking us through that breaking news from yesterday. The sudden death of Ambassador Natim Tetwa and former police minister from 2008 to 2014. A lot of people inferring a lot of things around the timing of that particular event and the Madlanga Commission. But as Kaya has re-emphasized, that we just have to wait and see. Right now, we just have to get through the process of the French police investigation, ascertain exactly concretely what led to the death of the ambassador to France, and then the rest will follow. It's just gone 1:30 on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, EFF leader Julius Malema says he's going to appeal the guilty verdict against him, which was handed down by the East London Magistrate Court in the Eastern Cape. Malema was found guilty for unlawful possession of a firearm, ammunition and discharging a firearm in public during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at Sisa Dugashe Stadium in Mdantsane. The family of the late Natim Teto says they have not received any formal communication from the ANC as well as national government regarding his passing. And the DA in Gauteng has called for the investigation of all public hospitals in the province. This after the Special Investigating Unit revealed extensive corruption, maladministration and procurement fraud at Tembisa Hospital. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
I mean, to say that it's an interesting time to be South African is a complete understatement. There is so much happening at a million miles a minute in every kind of sphere of South Africa at the moment. It's a lot. 1:30 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, and we're talking to Dr. Zakira Doctorate, who's a forensic and legal linguist, researcher and author at the University of the Western Cape. So we live in an era where emojis, the emoji language is now finding its way into our courts and into formal proceedings. And we need to start understanding this and start unpacking this, because it was inevitable, Dr. Zakira, that, this very sort of new age colloquial digital languaging was going to find its way into the more formal system.
Good afternoon, Bridget, and good afternoon to the listeners, and thanks for having me on the show. Yes, definitely. I mean, I think, how technology has just evolved and the use of AI and, how we're starting to use emojis within communication. I mean, how emojis are just replacing our written text. I don't know about you, but I find it so much easier just to respond with an emoji rather than actually writing the word out. I think we've come to be quite reliant on using the emojis rather than written text.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just part and parcel of who we are. The unique flavor of this generation. A sentence is not complete without an emoji finding its way in there somewhere. But this is leading to an interesting predicament now, because with it finding its way into formal communication, whether we're looking at courtroom text, whether we're even talking corporate communications, it does now require some kind of common deciphering and understanding of the hidden messages behind emojis, which can be very confusing because there's certain emojis that we all understand differently.
Yes, definitely. And I think, what we're starting to do now is, as you suggest, we're using emojis even as part of our email communications. I mean, Gmail has this function similar to WhatsApp where you can react to an email using an emoji. Now, I mean, I wonder about the appropriateness of using this, especially in the workplaces, and how we're starting to blur the lines. And I think we're becoming quite casual about the fact that we throw emojis around, not only in text, but in formal communication. And some of us just don't understand what the emojis actually mean. And, it's often laughed off to say, I sent the emoji, but I didn't really know what I was sending. I just thought it's cool to place an emoji in there. But, I mean, it can land you in serious trouble. And on the flip side of that, I think a lot of perpetrators are also skillfully using emojis, Bridget,
Absolutely.
If we look at online communication specifically and what our children are accessing on the internet, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, to have access to information, but the sites that they're having access to, and you think, they're chatting with somebody that's their same age as them because they come across as using the emojis, they know the lingo, and children think that, okay, this is a friend, this is a peer that I'm communicating with, but it's actually a predator sitting on the other side. Of that digital device, using the emojis as a way to manipulate. And this is also coming through in our research, as we develop forensic linguistics, as we look at cybercrime, and how we look at the evolving nature of language, specifically the emojis. And it's coming up in our courts because of this on a daily basis,
And, interestingly enough, when we talk about the prevalence of emojis in written word language and how we sort of can misunderstand the interpretation and meaning, I'm thinking about even simple emojis like the praying hands, for instance, which reared their ugly head in this Madlanga commission as a response to a message that was sent. And the commissioner interpreted as a thank you, and General Khumalo interpreted it as a please. And it's now trying to figure out which is which. And that's the thing about emojis, right? Because I even learned as recent, I think as earlier this year, that the commonly used dove emoji when we're sending an RIP is actually not even an RIP in emoji text.
Yes, no, I completely agree with you. And I mean, going back to what you said about the Madlanga Commission, the praying hands, as we've come to know it, it's actually a high five. But yeah, quite shocking enough. But the way we've used it globally, that specific emoji, because we've used it in the sense of the praying hands. I mean, it looks like it. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So I mean, everybody says, okay, no, it's the praying hands. So it can mean please. It can mean thank you. It can be the high five, which is actually its function. So again, we need to go down to context, and where you have written text coupled with the emoji, where the emoji is being used for the function of, let's say, reinforcement or contradiction, perhaps, then it's a bit easier to decipher and interpret that. But where you're just using emojis without the written text, it becomes more complicated. And again, interpretation is informed by your own narrative and your beliefs and your language and your cultural background and so forth. So what might seem one thing to me is completely different to you, and vice versa.
Absolutely.
And I mean, they're becoming so lifelike, Bridget. I mean, the fact that we're even able to associate race now and color tones with the emojis, we've moved on from the yellow icons.
Yeah.
We can download apps like Bitmoji and all on our phones, and we can create emojis of our own facial expressions. So it's becoming so lifelike that, unfortunately, we cannot ignore it any longer. And it's becoming harder for the courts as well to keep up and decipher them. And I think once we have a standard practice in place, then that will become easier. But the reliance on us as forensic and legal linguists is becoming ever more important, especially when there's a dispute of, whether emojis are evidence in a court, So it is coming to the fore. I mean, we were talking earlier about the flex muscles emoji as well, also coming out. And, if you go and research it and just look up the basic definition, it's actually the flexed bicep. Now, you'd use it in the context of the gym, I would say, and that's like your standard function.
Yeah.
But I mean, it can also be illustrating power, strength, something that I'm overcoming, or I'm exerting my strength or my power or my dominance.
Yes.
In a situation. And again, it will be context specific. If you and I are talking about popping over to the gym, then we know exactly what we're talking about. But I think as soon as the nature of the conversation becomes, extends beyond the lines of just innocence in a sense, and it becomes, threatening or anything like that, then some of the emojis come into play and you look at them completely differently. You were saying, Bridget, about the doves. And, I mean, I don't know when last you checked WhatsApp, but, there's a coffin, there's an urn, there's a grave, all associated with death. But, I mean, these emojis are being used to actually threaten people.
Sure.
And it's interesting to see because, I mean, sending the coffin to somebody, is that a death threat?
Yes.
Is it becoming a more subtle way than rather sending the knife or the gun emoji to somebody, which we know is a basic threat? So yeah, it's becoming a whole new realm, and it's quite interesting to see it playing out, but scary at the same time.
Absolutely. I mean, from everything that you're saying, Dr. Zakira, I then wondered, are we going to need some kind of orientation, like a full-fledged emoji dictionary, so that we can all just get on the same language? Because you and I, and just assuming from your voice, perhaps younger millennial, that we kind of use emojis sparingly to emphasize certain things in our written text. However, if you go down to, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they are fully talking in emoji, full
Yes.
sentences and paragraphs in emoji.
Yes, no, I completely agree with you. I mean, we're having to keep up with Gen Z and Gen X, I mean, the younger generation is just using emojis, and they don't see anything wrong with it, and I don't know why they should. But, for the older generation, it's becoming incredibly difficult. But I think it's the way in which we use it, Bridget. I mean, we need to be responsible regardless of age, of what we're trying to convey.
Yeah.
And I think, this defense that we jump to say, look, I didn't know what I was sending, or it was playful. I mean, in how many instances can we use that defense? So, again, it comes down to context. And I think this is something, obviously, the criminal justice system will have to look into. There's a lot of research that's been done. We have things like Emojipedia, that's a global guide in terms of what the emojis mean. But again, if you use Emojipedia, it's just a standard use. It doesn't provide the context in which it's being used.
Absolutely. Shoo.
Yeah,
I mean, this definitely, I think, is a conversation that we'll keep unpacking as we move further and further into this new lived existence and new way of coding ourselves as human beings. Now, you are actually launching your latest book this week, Courtroom Discourse, Practical Insights from Legal Linguists. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, thanks, Bridget. We are, and it's volume 6 in our forensic and legal linguistics series, which is exciting. It's a new series in South Africa, in Southern Africa, actually. So it's pretty new to South Africa and the African continent more broadly. But, I mean, this book, I think, is quite unique in that it focuses on 18 chapter contributions from leading linguists in the country. And it's looking specifically, for me, which is really interesting, at, vulnerable witnesses, specifically your child witnesses. And the book takes the turn where we're focusing on the GBV crisis and, how indigenous language speakers and Afrikaans-speaking litigants or actually and witnesses are coming to court, and specifically in rape cases where they just don't use the specific terminology associated with sexual crimes and sex organs and so forth. So we've got court intermediaries who have contributed to this book. We've got lawyers, we've got advocates and judges, and then, of course, us as academics who have come together and put this book together, compiled it. And what we've done is we've provided recommendations for the criminal justice system in particular on, what recourse needs to happen, what we need to do in terms of development of policies inside the system, how we support our interpreters, what are the issues currently plaguing it. So it's a very practical book. It's not just aimed at your academic voice or your practitioner, but also just the general public who want to find out more about language in the legal system and how it's being used to disadvantage the majority of our people in South Africa.
Wonderful. Dr. Zakira Doctorate, we appreciate the time with you and, of course, your incredible expertise. Dr. Doctorate is a forensic and legal linguist, a researcher and author at the University of the Western Cape. It is just a few shakes before 1:45. We're going to take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side of this. We get into our next conversation and we're going to be talking to the General Manager of Trade and Investment from the Madlanga Economic Growth Agency.
Who's behind the mask? A singing pineapple? A disco dancing dokolosh? It can only mean one thing. It's the Masked Singer US Season 9, the only show where celebrities hide behind wild costumes and even wilder vocals. Is that Beyonce? No. It's your dentist dressed as a giant taco. Unmask the madness, the mystery, and the mayhem. Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. on S3. S3's got the masks, the music, and maybe your favorite celeb in a flamingo suit. Don't miss it.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Alrighty, let's catch up with the General Manager of Trade and Investment from the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency, otherwise known as MEGA. Musi Skosana joins us now. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing very well. Looking forward to tomorrow and Friday, where we'll be presenting exciting economic opportunities to the province and the country.
Wonderful. Before we even get to those exciting economic opportunities, let's get an understanding around the Mpumalanga provincial government and how you'll be hosting this investment and mining conference. It's happening in Middleburg, right?
Yes, it's happening in Middleburg, which is now called Steve Tshwete Municipality, taking place on Thursday and Friday. Focusing on the general investment on the first day, and the second day will focus largely on the mining, energy, as well as the green economy.
Walk us through, MEGA is the coordinator for the conference, and based on your mandate, what's the target that you've set in terms of pledges that you're hoping to receive? And perhaps before we even go there, maybe just even, giving us an understanding of some of the partners that you've invited along for the week.
Look, we have invited all the what we'll call the strategic investors in the province. These are your key industries, your petrochemical, your agro-processing, your tourism investors, as well as the investors in the renewables. We've also not left out the key development financing institutes like your DBSA, your IDC, your National Economic Funds, and other investing agencies of government like your SANRAL, other than the private investors, because a number of them have or are actually exploring business opportunities or investment opportunities, whether it's in infrastructure or catalytic projects that spark off massive development in the area. Yes.
And then your target, are you set to seek pledges?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, the provincial government set a target of about 50 billion, but we set ourselves a target of 100 billion. Which 100 billion of investment pledges or commitments. And we have far surpassed that in terms of the numbers that have come forward, because we sign up with all the prospective investors and look into their projects that they will be pledging. So we are highly confident that we'll be far above the target set by the province and that is set by ourselves. Yes.
Now, Musi, let me ask you, how needed is this economic boost to the Mpumalanga province?
You know, Bridget, we are in a situation where our economy has to transit, primarily because the bedrock of the Mpumalanga economy has been the energy and the mineral sector. And the energy sector has been driven by the coal plants, while the mining sector also, it has, by the nature of the endowment of the province with coal resources, has been largely dominated by coal. And you know, coal in itself has an inherent sulfuric acid, which when emitted, it releases carbon dioxide that has an effect on the ozone layer. And we are a signatory to transition to a green economy. So as we transit, we require a new form of investments that will replace the investment that we are transiting from. And we're also looking at technological advancement to improve, the emission or to reduce it or to come up with desulfurization methods that will not affect the ozone layer. Other than that, the economy has not been growing far enough to absorb the number of people who are looking for jobs. So we thought it is very imperative to actually put this gathering of the minds in the private sector, the public sector, the developmental sector, and also chart a developmental path other than just seeking investment, to seek a consensus development path so that we do not sing in different tunes when it comes to issues of green economy or transitioning our economy.
So whilst we're still here, I know that Premier Madlanga indicated that the investment conference should highlight projects that drive tangible growth and create tangible, sustained jobs as well. Let's chat a little bit about how sort of the various stakeholders. We mentioned petrochemicals, agro-processing, for instance, renewable sectors. All these have potential for the citizenry of Mpumalanga.
Indeed. What is even unique is that we've gone to the municipalities and look at the project that municipalities have identified that will spark off development. These are projects that we term catalytic projects. Such projects, they may not be commercially viable at first sight, but once you develop such projects, more projects will come up. These are infrastructure projects, water projects, and so on and so on. We're looking at innovative financing mechanisms for such projects because they have been largely dependent on the fiscus. We'll be putting them in front of investors and funders. I think the president has made a call just recently in his visit to Northwest to say, look, we can no longer rely exclusively on the fiscus for funding of this type of projects. We need to see what private sector can come in. Other than that, as I said, we're looking at projects even in the commercial space, like your retail businesses. We'll be showcasing shopping complex development in what could have been the rural areas or your former homeland to spark off development in those areas or to initiate, kick off development. In the petrochemical sector, there are a number of chemical feedstocks like your polypropylene, polyethylene that are required in the production of the various plastic products, various chemical products. And these feedstocks will be displayed by our colleagues. But also, very exciting will be having people like the SAPI CEO of Southern Africa. SAPI is South African Pulp and Paper Industry. They'll be displaying what opportunities exist from their feedstocks and also making commitments of their own investment in the sector in terms of expansion. But yes.
Oh, sorry. Finish your train of thought.
No. But what is key, like I said, will be the unraveling of what we call an Mpumalanga investment book, because we have put projects that are bankable into one book, which will present and people can scrutinize and identify projects that they want to work with and find that there are already existing partners or project sponsors for such projects.
Yes. And just by way of, as we wind down the conversation, how do you ensure roping in of youth into these rooms that matter, right? Because if we're having conversations around economic investment and opportunity, primarily we want to target Mpumalanga youth, get them into the rooms that matter, get them sitting across tables of decision makers and of investors.
Yeah. What we've done, we've invited all, or most, if not all, our TVET colleges, because we think that they will play a very critical role in terms of coming up with innovative training programs that will dovetail into the nature of these projects. The large part of the project that will be at display for investment pledges are in the renewable. This is a new arena in South Africa, so it requires completely new skills. And so we need also the skills development sector to come in and be ready so that as these projects get implemented, more youth are roped in terms of skilling them, in terms of actually understanding these opportunities. So that will be a one direct way of actually getting into the youth by ensuring that the people who provide short-term or long-term skills are abreast with this type of projects, and they are able to tailor-make their curriculum for such participation. Yes.
Wonderful. I mean, it sounds like a well thought out conference, this one. We wish you the very best of luck, and hopefully it yields much needed economic investment opportunity that can be maximized upon. I didn't ask you the question, but I'm sure you have a number in your head that if we had to think just practically and simplistically around the future of Mpumalanga and conferences like this, that when we're looking at a simple question like how many jobs would you hope come out of the commitments made in a conference like this? I'm sure you and your team have thought about a number.
Look, we are working on a number. We would like to see a province that creates at least 60,000 jobs per annum, new jobs, and protecting the existing ones. But with the type of the project that we are looking at, we think we'll actually multiply that number by more than twice. So it is exciting for us. It couldn't have come at any better time than now.
Wonderful.
And it comes at a time when even our tourism industry is receiving the second largest number of visitors in the country. So we definitely need to expand even that sector in terms of more investment.
Absolutely. Musi Skosana, thank you so much for the time. And Musi is the General Manager of Trade and Investment with the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency, MEGA for short, walking us through that upcoming conference, the Mpumalanga Investment and Mining Conference. And this was brought to you by the Mpumalanga Provincial Government. Mpumalanga, a province that works for all. Just looking at the time, we are slowly edging towards the top of the hour. Of course, at exactly 2 o'clock, we're going to bring you the top of the hour news with Ondelambana. And then on the other side of 2, we're going to continue to wrap our heads around another breaking story, and this one is from this morning with that verdict coming through around the EFF leader Julius Malema, who was found guilty in the illegal firearms discharge case that was sitting in East London. So we're going to be in conversation with Pumelelo, who is a lawyer and legal analyst, just to help us understand what perhaps could come January 23rd. That is when they're set to sit down to start those sentencing proceedings. Let's take a quick pause.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
On the top stories, Malema to appeal the guilty verdict against him, and government services across the U.S. shut down. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. EFF leader Julius Malema says he's going to appeal the guilty verdict against him, which was handed down by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. Malema was found guilty for unlawful possession of a firearm, ammunition and discharging a firearm in public during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at Sisa Dukashe Stadium in Mdantsane. His former bodyguard and co-accused Adrian Snyman was found not guilty by the same court. Malema says he finds it strange that Snyman was cleared of all charges, yet he is the one who is alleged to have handed the firearm to him.
They said accused number 2 gave me the firearm. Now they are releasing me, which means he didn't give me the firearm. Why are you not releasing me when you release a person you allege gave me the firearm? By releasing accused number 2, the whole case should have collapsed. But the racist was looking for me, and that's why they could not collapse the case for racist reason, to appease the AfriForum, to appease the Oval Office of Donald Trump.
National Police Commissioner Fani Masemula says Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo is receiving the best medical care after falling sick this morning. Masemula says Khumalo felt unwell after arriving at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria. Masemula says the Madlanga Commission will be kept abreast of all developments pertaining to his condition and when he will be available to continue with his testimony. The Commission spokesperson Jeremy Michaels says that the inquiry will advise on the next sitting date.
Yes, absolutely. So I think it's very important for us to say that the hearing was scheduled to start at 9:30. There is nothing out of the ordinary except that General Khumalo is not feeling well. And of course, Justice Madlanga took the decision to adjourn for the day instead.
The family of the late Nathi Mthethwa says they have not received any formal communication from the ANC as well as national government regarding his passing. The 58-year-old ambassador to France died in Paris yesterday after he reportedly fell from the 22nd floor of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. The family is currently gathered at Mthethwa's homestead at Ukwambonambi on the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast. Family spokesperson is Musawokuphila Mthethwa.
The family is saddened and we're still in disbelief that this actually happened. There are two things that I would like to touch on. The first one being that while we're still in communication with the brother of Nathi's wife, and she was letting us know that our son had passed, on our way home to inform the family, the news had already been publicized and the public knew more details than the family.
The DA in Gauteng has called for the investigation of all public hospitals in the province. This after the Special Investigating Unit revealed extensive corruption, maladministration and procurement fraud at Tembisa Hospital. The SIU released its interim report into allegations of corruption at the hospital on Monday. It revealed that 3 criminal syndicates in collaboration with department officials were responsible for the looting of over 2 billion rand from Tembisa Hospital east of Johannesburg. DA Gauteng Shadow Health MEC Dr. Jack Bloom has reiterated the party's call for the removal of the Gauteng Health MEC Nomandungo Moralihugo and the Health Department head Lesiba Malotana.
We need to extend the investigation to other hospitals and really have top management change at the Gauteng Health Department, because quite frankly I think this is still happening at other hospitals, and that's why the DA has long been calling on Premier Lesotho to fire the present NEC for Health and the present head of department. Can you believe that the present head of department is himself the subject of an SIU investigation for allegedly participating in bribes of about 10 million rand to influence a tender? How on earth do you appoint a head of a department who's himself being investigated by the SIU?
Government services are grinding to a halt across the United States after a deadline for Democrats and Republicans to agree a new federal funding package expired. The Democrats refused to back a last-minute bill for a short extension, arguing it did not address their concerns about healthcare cuts. The BBC's Peter Bowes reports.
Essential services, emergency services will continue unchanged, but there will be plenty of services that over a period of time, Americans will notice. I don't think there'll be an immediate impact on people living their everyday lives, but people visiting this country might notice that some of the tourist attractions have closed down, the national parks, maybe some of the monuments that people might have been planning to visit. And again, over a period of time, the airports could be affected.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema says he's going to appeal the guilty verdict against him, which was handed down by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. I'm Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. You could spend 10 minutes waiting for that file to download. Or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For his 2024 Ford Ranger, 57-year-old Andy now pays only 1,083 Rand a month. And for her 2020 Hyundai Tucson, 48-year-old Felicity pays just 836 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
So loud, round and around in my head. I think about it all the time. Don't want it in the afterlife. Falling, I keep on fading, still holding on to destiny, pulling me through gravity. Oh, I wanna go like I'm rolling. Like a Sunday miracle, take me, no, I wanna go where I feel it in my soul, let me scream it so you know, take me, oh no. All these dreams can make you all this pain that you buried down
name is Jabu Madlanga, aka Shuffle the Pack, aka One Hour Swing. I start my day with a short prayer. I give hugs to my kids. And I'm very playful. I love all the genre, but Kwaito is number one. Kwaito is our culture. About the late Mendoza, about the late Mapaputsi, and I could relate. And it's in us focus. Ivory Coast for me, it was a beautiful country. I know Utabanye Batandes in Indabo, Mauritius, Nana. This window is a love. SABC Sport, this is the main one. Wonkela Manyama channel, Azalwe, because of SABC.
Catch Jabu Shuffle Madlanga unpacking the beautiful game in a lingo you love on match days. Live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust Clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's SAfm to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms, and conditions apply.
SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Alrighty, it's just gone 10 past 2 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga on SAfm, leading the conversation. By the way, we got into this hour with Uloyi Sohaya is the name of that particular song, and it forms part of his new material that he released late last year, headed towards the festive, towards beginning of the year. I can't remember exactly the time frame, but we had a lovely conversation with him around this project. Right now, though, we are going to be in conversation with Uphumelelo Nyoga, who is a lawyer and legal analyst, and we just also chiming into that conversation around the economic freedom fighters leader Julius Malema, who was found guilty of contravening the Firearms Control Act by firing a gun at his party's 5th anniversary celebrations in 2018 in East London. Pre-sentencing proceedings are going to kick off on the 23rd of January 2026. Right now, though, his bail conditions are holding. How are you doing, Mpumelelo?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm fine, and how are you? And thanks for inviting me.
Great. Thank you so much for the time. So, I mean, it was a 2.5-day judgment. It left a lot of people saying, shoot, this is taking so very, very long. Your thoughts on the judgment? And I know, obviously, you haven't had time as yet to fully sink your teeth into unpacking however many pages of it that they were.
Yeah, it was a surprisingly long judgment. At some stage, there was lethargy on the part of the magistrate. But on her side, we can say that she wanted to be thorough, canvass everything. The process, in summary, is that you summarize the evidence before you deal with the law and then apply the law to the facts. That is what happened, but it was extraordinarily long to take 3 days.
I mean, I guess for us to debate the length of it now is neither here nor there, but just to satisfy those conversations, because they are happening socially, people speculating as to why she took so long. Would it been a case that she wanted to ensure that she thoroughly presents everything to leave very little room for any kind of appeal that might contradict her judgment?
I think on her part, I think she was seeing as to who was appearing before her. Well known that the person that was appearing for her was a leader of a political party that is well known. And you remember that the audience, the court was full with SAfm members. So I'm sure she didn't want to take a chance, but still it took so long. Some joke to say when she was sleepy that there was Moti put in that court to make the judge sleepy. That's what was being joked about in social media. I even got that myself. Yes.
Interesting. And just by way of the other thoughts, your thoughts on the fact that his accused number 2, former bodyguard Adrian Snyman, has been acquitted on both charges.
It was strange to me. Okay, the main charges are that Julius Malema possessed a firearm without a license and ammunition, as well as firing it within a public area, not taking cognizance of the safety of those that were attending and also neighborhood. If he had a license, he would have been acquitted for unlawful possession of firearm, but where he fired it, still would have been convicted. But what is strange is that there's a person who initiated the whole thing, who handed the firearm to him. If Malema is guilty of the offense of unlawful possession or whatever, firing in a crowded space, the person should have been convicted as well as being an accomplice. An accomplice is someone who assists the commission of an unlawful act, of a crime. So I do not understand, unless the court was convinced that when he handed over the firearm, he was not aware subjectively that Malema did not have a license to possess a firearm in the ammunition. But he should have been convicted, unless it can be argued, or it was argued, that he was not aware that Malema had no license. But still, regarding the issue of the license, giving someone a firearm to fire in a crowded place like that would still have rendered him guilty for assisting an unlawful act as well. Not only about the fact that they had no lawful license. You see, so I do not understand. It boggles the mind. Why? But there's a solid or delicious ground for appeal on his part.
Interesting, because you echoing the sentiment of a lot of, you know how social media would like to call them, excuse us, pseudo-analysts. A lot of pseudo-analysts on social media were saying that, and by that, jokingly, just normal laymen's like myself and other people chiming in, where they were saying, surely there's a case of some kind of responsibility by, as you've alluding to, by Andres Snyman. If to some degree, if you're finding the one guilty of counts 1 through 5, then the other should also be to some degree found guilty as well.
As an accomplice, definitely as an accomplice, the fact that he was charged in the first place showed that there was a prima facie case against him, at least as an accomplice. You understand? At least as an accomplice. In that situation, knowing that you've got a firearm license, you know the rules and the rules of firearm license and control. You can't fire it willy-nilly. It's like going to a stadium and then fire at FNB. Even if you've got a license, that is an offense. Just make an example to celebrate the victory of a soccer team. That is an offense. So handing the person a firearm, well knowing that this person, if he fires it, will be firing in a residential area, in a crowded sports field, that is an illegal act, as an accomplice at least.
I want us to take a quick pause here, Mpumelelo, so that we are not rudely interrupted by the commercial break, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue to try and understand all the factors at play in East London around that Julius Malema judgment. It is fast approaching 20 past 2 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAfm, leading the conversation. Let's take a quick pause and we'll be right back.
I don't love school. I don't love trying to learn like everyone else learns and falling behind when I don't understand. But I do love learning. I do love working to my own schedule, and getting the support when I need extra help. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
We are in conversation with Mpumelelo Nyoga, who is a lawyer and legal analyst, and just unpacking that guilty verdict that came out of East London this morning after the 2.5-day reading of that judgment in the case against EFF leader Julius Malema, who was found guilty of contravening the Firearms Control Act by firing a gun at the party's 5th anniversary celebration and being in possession of firearm ammunition. And the pre-sentencing is set to happen on the 23rd of January. Now, there's also, Mpumelelo, a lot of conversation around, what kind of sentencing does this particular, or do these particular charges hold? Walk us through what could be the options at play here. A lot of people, I heard this morning as well, a lot of broadcasters saying that one of the charges carries a minimum 15-year sentence.
All right. Let me give context. The criminal process is like this. You go to trial. If you are found not guilty, fine. If you are found guilty, you've got the right to appeal in terms of the Constitution.
Yeah.
But you must give a notice of appeal with leave to appeal, motivate before this court why you need leave to appeal, either on the law or the fact. If you are granted leave to appeal, then you go to the SCA. If there's a constitutional issue or it's in the interest of justice, if you fail in the Supreme Court of Appeal, you go to the Constitutional Court directly, after the Supreme Court of Appeal. However, before you reach that stage, before sentencing, you have been found guilty, there will be reports that are going to be gathered, like correctional services, probational or other expert reports, to determine the suitability, what kind of suitable sentence that is going to be suggested to the court, not imposed, suggested. The court will consider that those reports as well as the arguments by the lawyers, the lawyer of Julius Malema and the prosecution, and use at discretion in imposing a sentence without being guided, without being directed by those reports. She will use at discretion what comes out. You understand? So if, coming to where you are asking now, if you are found with possession of a firearm and it is accompanied by a serious offense, the minimum sentence is 15 years for a first offender, and then it's 20 years for a second offender. However, if it's just possession of firearm and ammunition, it is not accompanied by any serious offense, then the sentence will be between 5 and 8 years. It's possible even to get a suspended sentence or a correctional supervision. So it depends on what are the serious nature of the other accompanying offenses. I'm not going to lie and say I know what they are. But I'll make an example. If you are found in possession of a firearm and you've gone to rob a bank or rob a house, etc., that is an aggravating factor where the possession of a firearm invites that 15-year minimum sentence. You are not obliged, you cannot automatically get the 15-year minimum sentence unless you can show substantial and compelling circumstances why the court should deviate from the minimum sentence and impose a lesser sentence. That case is State versus Marcus by the Constitutional Court.
I see. Okay. I mean, I think I understood correctly, I followed correctly. So if there were other extenuating circumstances, had he fired the gun, perhaps someone got injured, or perhaps there was some kind of grave result from the firing of the gun, then the imposition of the heavier sentence would have been a likelihood.
Exactly, because now to the attempted murder, if someone was injured, if someone died by virtue of dolus eventualis, remember Oscar Pistorius, if a firearm in a crowded place, you must have intended that it could even hit someone, even if you did not directly intend to do so. That would be dolus eventualis, inviting murder. In that case, the minimum sentence will have kicked in, and then we'll have to show substantial and compelling circumstances why there should be a deviation from 15-year sentence. That was changed by Parliament because of the increase in crime in South Africa. This is a response by the legislature to the rampant crime in the country. And because the principle is fatal for everyone, in Section 9, everyone is equal before the law. Everyone deserves to benefit and be protected by the law equally. The fact that this is Julius Malema, that will kick in as well, even towards him, even though he's not a hardened criminal. But I think he's going to appeal, and maybe he's going to succeed, and then end of the story. But for now, the process is still ongoing. Regarding his prospects as a parliamentarian, Section 47(1) says that if you are found guilty and you have exhausted appeal, then if you are sentenced to more than 1 year without the option of a fine, you lose your membership as a National Assembly member.
Yeah. Okay, so
I'm answering something you didn't ask now.
No.
I
was going to lead there anyway to find out, because I think that is at the crux of the matter of this guilty verdict. For EFF supporters and even non-supporters, even detractors of the EFF. People are watching this with a keen eye because of what you've just said, whether or not it's going to lead to the leader of the economic freedom fighters ultimately losing any kind of political prospect.
Yeah, not now. After the sentence processes have been exhausted or the time for appeal has expired, then it kicks in. The IEC must be written to, and his name must be removed to the National Assembly.
I see.
Yeah.
But we still have a long ways to go, as you said.
It's still a long way to go. Where this leaves the sour taste in one's mouth is what the Greek philosopher Aristotle told us in first year. Injustice arises when equals are treated unequally. Really, these people are in the same situation, but one is acquitted and the other one is not. There is an injustice, already a ground for appeal. This is not right. So the magistrate has got a lot of explaining to do. I hope it won't take 3 months now to do the arguments.
Now, the interesting thing about what you've just said about people being equal before the law. Is that I also heard some commentary this morning, correct me if I'm wrong, some legal analysts were saying, well, the fact that she highlighted, for instance, Julius's response or non-responsiveness to some of the questions. He answered in his cavalier, quirky, jokey Julius nature, and she cited one or two questions that he was asked where he gave a response that was satire. And a lot of people saying, a lot of legal analysts this morning saying, well, the court record as it is what then is used by the SCA. And so a lot of what is in the record that counted against him, that she's highlighted, that counted against him, ultimately leading to her decision, are the same set of facts that are going to be presented to the SCA. When you go to that appeals process, help us understand, are you able to then also present other factors to your case that you're making before the SCA, other things for them to consider over and above the court record of what transpired?
The record is the one that is binding, not things that are extraneous. But what I can say is that what was stated alarmed me. It said that the defense failed to disprove the state's case beyond reasonable doubt. That is what is reported on in the media, in whatever. So I've got a problem with that. It is not the burden of the defense to prove his or innocence beyond reasonable doubt. It is the state's duty to prove the guilt of an accused beyond reasonable doubt. All that the accused has to do is to step back and show that his version could reasonably, possibly be true, even if there are some lies or there's some unsatisfactory aspects of his defense, like that one that you're highlighting. As long as it can be shown, if it's not shown that beyond reasonable doubt his version is false and improbable, then it can be convicted. That was said far back as 1937 in the case of Rex versus DeFord, an appellate division. That is stated law quoted up to this date. So the defense has less of a burden to prove his innocence than that of the state. So if those unsatisfied questions point to something that shows that his version is improbable, then that will be justified. If not, then the basis of the conviction is on sandy ground. not on a solid foundation.
I got you. Pumelo Lanyoga, thank you so much for the time and your legalese, walking us through that judgment and what perhaps can be expected to come next. Pumelo is a lawyer and legal analyst. It is just a few shakes before 2:30. We're going to get to the headline news from Ondalambana, and then we're going to get into our kids programming on the other side of that with Side by Side. Then we'll come back and finally take a breath. We'll come back and finally take a breath, and we'll look at the 2025 Eastern Cape Provincial Book Fair.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, EFF leader Julius Malema says he's going to uphold the guilty verdict against him, which was handed down by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. Many workers at the Zoo Lake Clubhouse in Johannesburg could face a bleak future after a fire engulfed the bowling facility this morning. Emergency services and firefighters managed to bring the blaze under control. And German police say the start of today's Oktoberfest beer festival in Munich was delayed after an explosion and fire at a house in the city. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
SABC Education, in partnership with the Department of Health and Ilifa Labantwana, bring you episode 44 of the Side by Side drama season 4, focused on baby's first few months at home.
Say and say, side by side.
Singama Africa Kenya you Tina Singama Africa Kenya you Tina Singama Africa Kenya you Tina.
I thought he was going to hurt us, Mama. But then you burst through the door with the neighbors and we were saved. It was so scary.
You're safe now, my dear. That's all that matters. Oh, Imangi Mtana, we are here for you. You and Mandla.
I just keep thinking about what could have happened to Mandla.
Let's not dwell on that, Imangi. You're safe now, and we have to focus on the future.
Yes.
We have... Oh, yes. Mandla's first few months at home have not been without drama.
He was crying so much last night, Mom Cindy. Why do babies cry so much? And how can I bond better with him?
Oh, Imange, babies are born helpless, needing to be entirely cared for and protected. It's important that we provide them with responsive care and build caring attachments for their development and well-being.
Like breastfeeding. I can feel close to him and we can feel a bond, right?
Yes. But not everyone can breastfeed, right, Mom Cindy? Oh, yes, Sisi. But even if breastfeeding is not an option, there are still plenty of ways to connect with your child through touch, talking, and responding to their cues.
But how do I know if I'm doing it right, Mom Cindy? How do we build these caring and responsive relationships?
Well, we start from day one, talking to and building relationships with our children. It's all about serve and respond, Imange. Interacting with them in a way that promotes healthy brain development and attachment.
Exactly, Lupumzo. Serve and respond interactions are important for shaping the design of the developing brain and creative good social skills in children. So even in the midst of fear, and uncertainty, we can still provide Mandla with the love and care he needs to try.
Absolutely, Pamela. And you two will do a good job.
Thank you, Ma'am Cindy.
Sure.
Yo, I can't believe that Usiabonga Magwetu, that predator who sleeps with kids, school kids, is finally behind bars.
Yeah, hey.
It's such a huge weight off that family's shoulders.
Hey. Yeah, he was a bad teacher.
Yo.
It is a relief to know that he can't harm our kids anymore.
I just can't help but worry about Imang and Mandla. They've been through so much already.
They will need all the support they can get, especially in these early stages.
Yeah, Sakumzi. This is why bonding and attachment is so important for the whole of the baby's development.
Yes. The first 1,000 days set the foundation for a baby's development. Each experience during this time shapes their brain and sets the path for their future. Without strong bonds and attachments, a baby may struggle to develop normally and may face challenges in the forming trusting relationships and learning.
So, how can moms and other caring adults around the baby provide the best possible opportunities for the baby to develop in the best possible way?
Yeah, you see, it is what we call ordinary magic of parenting. Love, play, and talk are important in all daily routines. From birth, it is important to hold, cuddle, to smile, and to talk to the baby. Responding to their cries and providing physical contact through hugging, cuddling helps them feel safe and loved. Breastfeeding also and bottle feeding times are not just food, but also opportunities for bonding and attachment.
Yes, Mama. We're all just going to have to make sure that we get together and we support Imange and Mandla every step of the way. They deserve all the love and care in the world.
They do.
Joy.
Hey, Shakuze Kola.
Exe, flashes.
Sure, wait. Hey, man, listen, I've been having some trouble with my Bluetooth speaker. I was wondering if you could help. Take a look at it, please.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, man, please, Kola, man. I really need your help with this,
All right. Let me see.
So, tell me, how's business been lately?
Same old. Just trying to make ends meet, man.
Hey, man, listen, man, Kazim Zala. About what?
Okay. It's okay, Flash. You don't need to say anything about that.
No, man, listen, about what you told me last time, ne? Eish, man.
Flash,
yeah.
It's okay. I understand. It wasn't easy for me to tell you either, so I understand, mate.
But Njaya, I'm sorry, Mfetu. I'm sorry for how I reacted. I shouldn't have shut you out like that, my brother, you know?
No problem, man. There you go. It's all fixed.
Hey, thanks, man. Hey, you are really good at this, eh?
I'm the best at this.
Yeah.
Singama Africa Kenya you Tina Singama Africa Kenya you Tina
Join us again tomorrow as we sit down with an expert at 2:30 to further discuss baby's first few months at home, right here on SAfm.
Side by side.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
South Africa, my name is Mazola Molefe, SABC senior journalist and touchline reporter. What makes me laugh? A lot of things make me laugh. Family, seeing my kids grow, becoming the human beings that they are. Some of the stories that I come across are quite laughable. My favorite setup in the house has to be my man cave. I've got a wife and 2 kids. Not that I'm trying to run away from them, but if I had to choose between being a pilot, taxi driver, and a bus driver, it's a tough one. I wouldn't choose either, but if we put a gun to my head, maybe a bus driver. It's tough to walk in the mall sometimes because people are stopping you, wanting breaking news, wanting updates on everything. So that's what I love the most about SABC.
Catch sensational touchline reports on match days with Mazola, Super Journal Killer Molefe. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust Clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's SAfm to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms, and conditions apply.
Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. SAFM Music. Good times, good memories.
I'm just lighting somebody's fire.
Old school sounding so good. SAFM Music with you wherever you go. SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
All right, it is the full circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. We're approaching the final moments of the show. Just trying to get a hold of our last guests today to talk around the Eastern Cape Provincial Book Fair, the 2025 edition. We've had a jam-packed show thus far, really unpacking all the pertinent issues that have been at play from the political arena, making the headlines from that break and adjournment of the Madlanga Commission, touching base with Usibahle Mota as we do every single day around that, and of course getting the latest updates around the death of South Africa's ambassador to France, Mr. Nati Mtetwa. That's still very much a developing story, and SABC News as well as ourselves here on SAfm are going to keep a keen eye to those real-time developments coming out of Paris, France, knowing that at this stage there is an investigation that has currently been launched by the French police around the circumstances surrounding the death of the ambassador, Mr. Natim Twit. And of course, a lot of questions there still hanging around the prevailing circumstances, what might have happened in the hours before his passing, what might have happened on Monday. A lot of people also curious around that text that seemed to be of concern that was sent to his wife. But, some information in cases like this we will not be privy to because of sensitivities and privacy matters. And then on a lighter note today, we also, but still keeping in context with what's happening in our courts, we also had that conversation around unpacking emojis in court and how do we interpret emoji languaging in the here and now. You might want to rewind back to that podcast. In fact, that was rather informative with Dr. Zakira Doctorate. It looks like we have found our guest. We're going to just take a quick pause. We'll come back and we touch base with Ubusisiwe Mantashi around the Eastern Cape Provincial Book Fair.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm.
What are your thoughts about coalition choices?
We said we are open to talk to everybody, including the MK party. And it's very difficult to talk to people there because when you talk to them, they tell you that they are still waiting for Ubaba.
Anyone seen
Ubaba?
Have you seen him? Have you seen him?
And Ubaba gatholakala.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
My next guest is Busisiwe Jemsani Mantashi, who's the director for Languages and Literature in the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture. And we're talking the 2025 Eastern Cape Provincial Book Fair. How are you doing this afternoon, Busisiwe?
Good afternoon, Bridge, and thank you for having me. I am filled with excitement, anxiety. We're running up and down. We're trying to make sure that everything is ready for the book fair this weekend. How are you?
I'm great. I can imagine the gauntlet of emotions that you are running right now. It be like that sometimes, as the young ones say, especially when you're putting together an event. But it's been a long time coming. And I'm sure it's all systems go and you guys are ready to host the 2025 Eastern Cape Provincial Book Fair.
Definitely all systems go now. We've got our guests lined up and we're having the official opening on Friday evening at the Bush Christian Camp. And through that opening, we're having a discussion on Ulwaluko. And you would have seen on the media reports on an annual basis, Bridge, about how initiates are dying at initiation schools, how there's botched circumcisions. And so through the book fair, we're finding authors who have written about their lived experiences on current affairs, and we are putting that to the limelight and discussing ways of honoring tradition, but also dealing with the harm. And there's an interesting book by Jeffrey Rahabe who has written about his experiences as an initiate and who links the things that are happening there with gender-based violence and the things that are being taught. And so we've invited a panel of experts, including the MEC for cooperative governance in the province, MEC Williams, and Jerry Mofokeng, who has written a book about I Am a Man. Through that, we are wanting to see how do we together discuss these challenges, but also how do we ensure that we safeguard the lives of young people. But it's not just about that. On Saturday, we have a full-blown day bridge up on Children's Corner. We have a panel on politics, the political landscape of the country. We have a panel on navigating childless marriages, dealing with loss, love, and mental health. And we think these are all things that you and I deal with on a daily basis. And so we've tried to ensure that our panel discussions are spread throughout. And on Sunday, we're having a Sundays for Lovers type of a setting where we're having Duduma Donsela discussing her book, a dating playbook, How to Win at Umjolo. And we think that one is both for singles and those in a relationship wanting to rekindle their love life. So we've got practically everything for everyone. But I think what we have tried to do, Bridge, is to really center it around children as well, our dedicated children's corner, because part of it is really dealing with the crisis that the country is dealing with in terms of the grade 4 learners that cannot read for understanding. How do we inculcate a culture of reading amongst young people? How do we have festivals that are focused on bringing that culture? Because we do have all the Makufes and other festivals that are focused on entertainment. How it is then that we can't have a festival of books, a festival of readers, and a festival of writers?
Absolutely. I mean, it sounds as though, Busi, that you've got all your bases covered. And I love the fact that the festival is really touching on a range of thematics over the 3 days and of particular interest as well. There seems to be a focus on having more localized conversations around, identities, tradition, and matters of such that really are at the core and heart of the Eastern Cape community.
Indeed. You and I know, Bridge, that the private sector, governments will put in money for other festivals. But when you talk about literature, there's very little that we put in. And I think maybe somehow people think it's just books, but it's not books. It's our daily lives. It's how we shape society, how we rewrite our history, how we try and navigate issues, how we bring people together, how we promote social cohesion. And part of it is to really to say to government, as government, let's change our priorities, or let's prioritize the issue of literature. But also to the private sector, let's engage, let's support literature, because the development of literature and ensuring that children are able to read for meaning and children are able to write speaks to how we are moving our society forward and really moving the illiterate and the high numbers of illiteracy and things like that. And so we're engaging the private sector. We're fortunate last year when we held the book fair to be in partnership with the Fiber Processing and Manufacturing Theatre and Standard Bank, and we to maintain and sustain those partnerships. And we are fortunate that, again, this year Metropolitan has come on board to say they will donate 6 laptops for authors from the Eastern Cape. Because that's another thing. These authors are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds where they don't have access to internet, they don't have access to their own laptops. And so slowly but surely we need to be at a point where we are able to give people equipment and material for them to be able to write. I mean, the Eastern Cape has long been a fountain of great writers, Zakes Mda, Dr. John Kani, Noni Jabavu, you name them. They come from the Eastern Cape, and we're really trying to move the baton forward to ensure that we are able to mine out greatest writers of the country from the Eastern Cape. But it's definitely not a book fair that we want to confine as an Eastern Cape thing. I mean, we have Kaya Zanga, we have Michelle Kekana, we have Jerry Mofokeng. So we're trying to position the Eastern Cape as a literary event in the country. I mean, the fact that we have Buffalo City as declared as a UNESCO City of Literature, which is the second city in South Africa, to be declared a city of literature, means there is something that we're doing right, and we need to feed into that so that we really show why South Africa is great and why the Eastern Cape is a home of legends.
Absolutely. If you're streaming with us and you're watching me desperately trying to scan my phone as Ubus is talking, because as you're talking around the book fair, for instance, and how at times the attitude is that it's just books, I came across someone's observations. We spend so much time on social media and other platforms. Someone's observations on one of the many social media platforms, and they'd eloquently written around what we are losing with the art of reading is that reading shapes a person's empathy. Reading shapes a person's emotional intellect. It allows you to get into someone else's story, into someone else's imagination, and for a second feel what they may have felt. You have to, for yourself, create the connection emotionally. For the good and for the bad, and travel the journey through their words, seeing life through their perspective of what is a lived experience. And so if we lose the art of books, the art of reading, we essentially lose our connection and our ability to be empathetic to someone else's story. And I found that so interesting. I'm paraphrasing now, but they'd written it so eloquently that I was like, I've never looked at it from that perspective, because the argument's always made that books open our imagination, but books also open our hearts.
In fact, Bridge, I think part of then traveling the journey with Bridget was written a book also opens you up to open up to yourself, to be empathetic to yourself. Because here you are, you've been navigating a childless marriage, you've been feeling like you don't matter, you've been feeling like there's something wrong, you've been feeling like you are this one person, that this thing has happened to you, or you've lost your mother, you've lost your loved ones, and you don't know how to move forward. You take a Madlanga book, you take a book by Musiko, and you read that book. You put yourself in the shoes of the author, but you are reflecting on your own life. You are reflecting on the things that have happened to you, and you are really opening a door for healing for yourself. Because sometimes we struggle to identify what you are feeling, what you are going through, up until it is right in front of you. And when you read the book, you're not only reading now as Bridget's life, you're not only reading as Kaya's unfortune and losses, but you're seeing your losses in the book, you're identifying yourself in the book. And I think outside of going then for counseling and the other wellness programs that we go to, books have a way of healing one's soul, a way of taking you out of the busy world and taking you out of the noise and just reflecting. Reflecting on your own story, reflecting on stories of others. That's the beauty and the magic of reading and books.
Absolutely, Busisiwe. And as luck would have it, as we wrap up, I've just found that piece, and it said, a generation of kids growing up without reading books isn't just a generation that reads less. It's a generation slowly losing the muscle for empathy, because books aren't just stories. They're training grounds for imagination, for slipping into someone else's life, someone else's grief, joy, fear, or mess. They teach you to sit with feelings that aren't yours. Without that, how do you learn to care about people who aren't like you? How do you build the world where you pause before judging, listen before reacting, understand before dismissing? And I think that's where we're going to leave it this afternoon. Thank you so much, Busisiwe Jinsami Mantashe, who's the Director for Languages and Literature in the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture. And that book fair is happening from the 3rd until the 5th of October. It is the Eastern Cape Provincial Book Fair at Buffalo City, which is now declared a UNESCO City of Literature. From myself and my team, we thank you so much for being in conversation with us. It's been a minute since we've had a full show with you, and we anticipate that this entire week we'll be back to regular programming. We leave you now with Ashraf coming through after the 3 o'clock news. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Thank you, Bridget and the team on the top stories. Malema to appeal the guilty verdict against him and October 1st to remain shut after an explosion. For SAfm News, I am Ondalambana and a very good afternoon. EFF leader Julius Malema says he's going to appeal the guilty verdict against him, which was handed down by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. Malema was found guilty for unlawful possession of a firearm, ammunition and discharging a firearm in public during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at Sisa Dugashe Stadium in Mdantsane. His former bodyguard and co-accused, Adrian Snyman, was found not guilty by the same court. Malema says he finds it strange that Snyman was cleared of all charges, yet he's the one who is alleged to have handed the firearm to him.
They said accused number 2 gave me the firearm. Now they are releasing me, which means he didn't give me the firearm. Why are you not releasing me when you release a person you allege gave me the firearm? By releasing accused number 2, the whole case should have collapsed. But the racist was looking for me, and that's why they could not collapse the case for racist reason, to appease the AfriForum, to appease the Oval Office of Donald Trump.
National Police Commissioner Fani Masemula says Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo is receiving the best medical care after falling sick this morning. Masemula says Khumalo felt unwell after arriving at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria. Masemula says the Madlanga Commission will be kept abreast of all developments pertaining to his condition and when he will be available to continue with his testimony. The Commission spokesperson Jeremy Michaels says that the inquiry will advise on the next sitting date.
Yes, absolutely. So I think it's very important for us to say that the hearing was scheduled to start at 9:30. There is nothing out of the ordinary except that General Khumalo is not feeling well. And of course, Justice Madlanga took the decision to adjourn for the day instead.
Experts have warned that uncertainty over jobs and trade still hangs over South Africa following the expiration of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Political economist Professor Patrick Bond says in the absence of any relief on AGOA, South African goods will now face standard tariffs on exports to the United States. This while certain products such as copper, pharmaceuticals and certain minerals are exempt. Bond says US President Donald Trump's tariff on South African goods have led to a sharp drop in the country's exports for the US during the second quarter of this year.
So we're still at 30%, and I think for the most crucial exports hit hard now are since end of July are in citrus and the vineyard products, the wine and the grapes, and also macadamia nuts. So we're going to see lots of job losses in agriculture.
Many workers at the Zoo Lake Clubhouse in Johannesburg could face a bleak future after a fire engulfed the bowling facility this morning. Emergency services and firefighters managed to bring the blaze under control. The facility's manager, Devian Cooper, says the damage is massive and could run into millions of rands. He says this will have direct impact on the future of their employees.
Just past 6 in the morning, there was smoke coming from near the kitchen area. I was contacted by my colleague that the place is burning, and I came as quick as possible. I was met by all the emergency personnel who are already busy putting out the fire. Because the structure is so old, there's a lot of wood. It was just being engulfed right in front of our eyes and getting bigger and bigger. And by 6:45, the place was sort of gutted. My employees are obviously very devastated because this is their livelihood. The immediate and extended families will be affected. But I'm very resilient. We will bounce back. I'll do what I need to so that my employees are sorted and covered.
German police say the start of today's Oktoberfest beer festival in Munich was delayed after an explosion and fire at a house in the city. They said that special forces were called in to defuse booby traps and the opening of the festival grounds was postponed as a precaution. The incident is thought to be linked to a domestic dispute. Thomas Skelson is a spokesperson for the police in Munich.
Since 4:45 this morning, we have been involved in a major operation here in Lerchenau together with the fire department. A single-family home was on fire. A seriously injured person was found near Lerchenau Lake. The extent to which this is related to the incident is currently being investigated.
Recapping the top story, EFF leader Julius Malema says he is going to appeal the guilty verdict against him, which was handed down by the East London Magistrate Court in the Eastern Cape. I'm on Madlanga for SAfm News, headlines at 3:30.
In sports, the Sawa Lesotho FA rejoices at Mokoena ruling as Bafana lose points. Lions eye URC rebound with key players back for Zebra clash. And Rugby World Cup draw set for the 3rd of December. More details at 3:30.
With misinformation and disinformation around us all the time, where can we turn to for news and information that is not fake? Radio, of course, your #1 trusted source of reliable and truthful news and information. For over 3 decades, we have been a signatory to the BCCSA Broadcasting Code of Conduct, and we pride ourselves as a trusted source of information. Say no to false news and disinformation that circulates online. Radio, keeping it real and fighting fake since day one. A message from the National Association of Broadcasters.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
You know, I'm listening to the story about the Zoo Lake Bowling Club being, the clubhouse being burnt to the ground, or some aspects of it, and I'm just wondering, because I play paddle there, and I was there on Sunday, and 2 days later, that's it. That clubhouse is down, right? And I wonder whether that's ever happened to you as well, where you go to a certain place and you find out 1 day, 2 days, 3 days later, but not like 1 year later, just within a matter of days, that place is no more. So I'm being rather nostalgic, thinking of the bowling club of the Zoo Lake, where actually I play paddle, not bowls, but it's down. And what the implications may be of that, I don't know. So just tell me your story as well, if you have it. 086 000 2032, and then WhatsApp 0614 104 107, text or voice note. You can tweet, as always, hashtag the National Pulse when you do that, and then tag, SAfm Radio and myself. Well, I am Ashraf Garda. Welcome to the show. Now, up to now, this show for the last 2 weeks has been dominated by that all-important commission. And today, it's taken a back seat. And maybe, it is in many ways coincidental that it's not just taken a back seat because we feel like it. It's taken a back seat, firstly, because the commission was adjourned for the day as Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo has been unwell. So that's the reality. That's why it isn't. But it also means that the Malema story, I have no doubt, will be the big issue of the day. So we'll start with that. You heard it on the news too, right? The East London High Court has found EFF leader Julius Malema guilty on all counts in his firearm trial. His co-accused, the former bodyguard Adrian Snyman, has been acquitted. Malema and Snyman, remember, faced allegations of contravening the Firearms Control Act, including the unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition. So let's reflect on what was the ruling, how did they come up to that decision, and what is the context of all of that. Later on in the show, we'll talk about implications for Julius Malema as well as the EFF. But that's for later. First things first, let's chat to SABC News reporter Lubabalo Dada. Appreciate your time and thanks for connecting to us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Right, so thank you. A day of high drama that ensures that the Julius Malema EFF factor will be center stage for the day.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Judge Tonette Olivier, she spent 2 days, in fact, re-evaluating all the evidence that was led during the trial. That includes the 18 witnesses that testified that were called by the state, as well as the evidence that was presented also by the defense as well, just to make sure that she had followed all the processes and has considered all the sides before making the ruling today. And then she has found that the evidence that was led by the state was credible, highlighting specifically the evidence of a ballistic expert, saying that the gentleman, that is the police officer, did all the work there, left no stone unturned, and followed due processes in making sure that the evidence was convincing. However, he was not happy with the evidence of the defense, and as a result, also saying that Mr. Malema did not answer some of the important questions. He avoided those questions, and that did not count on his favor.
What sort of questions did he avoid?
Well, for instance, she said that when she was asked about how many shots that were fired on that day, she said that Malema said she could not count because he graduated with woodwork. And also when he was asked about the link between the rifle that was allegedly used there and him, and then also didn't give him a satisfactory answer, saying it must have been from God.
Okay, so almost dismissing it, right? Anything else, that came through in terms of that was said in the judgment that you think that we need to know about?
Also, she also mentioned the fact that the viral video footage that has been circulating of the day in question also cannot be relied upon in some instances, as it cannot prove whether the gun used there was real or not, and also the owner of the viral video footage is also not known. So in some areas that video footage could not be useful. However, but when it comes to the issue of Mr. Snyman, he can be seen there in that video handing the firearm as it was alleged. So there is no link, or you can't actually see him handing the firearm to Mr. Malema.
I was going to ask you, what is the position around how Malema himself would be found guilty, but his bodyguard found not guilty? Just tell us more.
Yes, that's what Malema has been questioning as well, because he's saying that when he was speaking to the party members, he couldn't understand as to why he was found guilty and Mr. Snyman was not found guilty. But then I think it's on the issue of the video footage, because it's not clear there on the angle. You can't actually see him handling the firearm, and also you can't see him giving. But although you can see him coming closer to Mr. Malema, but the camera angle doesn't show him giving him anything that has to do with gun.
Okay. Now, if the claim was that in fact the video evidence is not completely clear cut, then what is the basis of Malema being found guilty and his bodyguard found not guilty? Meaning, was it just anecdotal evidence that was used then to decide their fate?
I think maybe the evidence, they relied upon the cartridge that was found there and the firearm that was allegedly used on that day, because that cartridge matched that firearm that was allegedly used and that was hired in the security company.
Okay, let's just recap so we're very clear. Malema was found guilty on all counts in his firearm trial. What was he found guilty of actually?
That is discharging the possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition, as well as discharging the firearm in public, and also somehow reckless discharging, which could also endanger people.
All right. I understand that, did he say up front that he intends to appeal? He certainly has said that later on, right?
Yes, he did mention that when he was addressing the party members that he is unhappy with the ruling and he is going to appeal. I understand that on the 23rd of January he will be appearing here for pre-sentencing rather, and that is when after that he is going to appeal and take it to the Supreme Court of Appeal, and he said that he is willing to take it also further to the highest court in the land if he is not happy also with the ruling of the CSA.
Which means that story will have lots of legs to still run, right? Having said that, Malema also, if I'm clear, he made reference to the judgment on the basis of being unfairly treated. I'm paraphrasing, but effectively not saying this is the law, following due course. In fact, putting question marks on the ability of the law to carry out its job, suggesting that they're being unfair to him or processes that are taking place because it's him and not somebody else.
That's what he has always been maintaining, that this is rather a political influenced issue. It's got nothing to do with whether he has broken the law or not, saying that he has always been targeted and always accusing the AfriForum of racism as well as political influence on this matter.
Okay.
However, those allegations have been dismissed by the by AfriForum, saying that Malema is a public figure, and for him to actually to act reckless, then he must account, and that also it should be served. The judgment also should be served as a deterrent now, so that people can be responsible for their actions.
Okay. What about just the last thing? What is the mood in the courthouse, inside and outside, from different sources? I mean, you mentioned AfriForum. There's also Julius Malema himself, his family. There's also the EFF too, and other forces. Can you tell us anything about their mood, what they felt, what they said?
Members were patiently waiting for Malema. I mean, this has been ongoing since Monday. So they were there supporting Julius Malema, saying that they will support him whether he is found guilty or not. And somehow, I think they were panicking, because of the time that the magistrate took to arrive at a decision. So it was quite tense, as well as inside as well. So there were members that were inside of supporting Malema, patiently waiting for the judgment, and they were hoping that he would be found innocent or acquitted of those charges. And the AfriForum as well, they've also been watching this closely. They did mention that they are hoping that Malema would be found guilty, and then they are hoping for a harsh sentence. In fact, that's what the gentleman from the AfriForum said to us when we spoke to him, even prior to the judgment.
Okay. All right. So let's leave it at that. So you mentioned, I mean, there would be an appeal. Anything else that happens next directly?
It's the pre-sentencing,
right?
And then after that, he said that he is going to appeal the sentence.
Okay.
So I guess we'll have to take it from there.
All right, let's leave it at that. Lubabalo Dada, the SABC News reporter, covering the story of Julius Malema and his bodyguard, in fact, but specifically the EFF leader Julius Malema, now guilty on all accounts in his firearm trial. He's co-accused Adrian Sneeman found not guilty or acquitted on that, and he talks about political influence, Julius Malema. You may come back with your own answers. In fact, let me put it this way to you. You've heard the judgment now. Give me your one word. What's your one word that you would use to describe what you've just heard? You can expand on it, but maybe start with the one word. And you do that by calling in 086 000 2032. You can WhatsApp 0614 104 107 and tweet, as always, hashtag the National Pulse and tag SAfm Radio. In fact, I'll take your calls right away.
So you thought you were building a business in this economy? Good luck. But day by day, somehow it grew. You became payroll, procurement, PR, and pressure valve. You kept going when the freezer didn't freeze, the bucket didn't budge, and the bank balance barely blinked. What's that saying again? What doesn't kill your business makes it stronger? Or at least it should be that. So you thought you were building a business. You weren't. It was building you. Because this isn't just what you do anymore. It's who you are. and you don't trust just anybody to protect it. Chat to your broker about Old Mutual Insure Business Insurance. Protect what built you. Old Mutual Insure Limited is a licensed FSP and non-life insurer.
The Mpumalanga provincial government will host the much-anticipated Investment and Mining Conference in a drive to attract investment to the province. The conference aims to reposition Mpumalanga as a globally competitive investment and mining hub. This will afford the province a platform to reaffirm its determination to unlock new frontiers of economic growth that will benefit both current and future generations. The mining town of Middelburg in the Steve Tshwete local municipality will play host of the conference scheduled for 2nd and 3rd of October 2025. Mpumalanga, a province that works for all.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get responses from you. So what do you make of Julius Malema being found guilty on all counts in his firearm trial? Let's get your one word. It doesn't have to just be that, but just get your one word. I want to get you thinking about it. And the one word does just that. 086 000 2032 to call in live. So we got WhatsApp comments, we got calls. Let's get to calls first. Sibuyile in the Northwest. Hello. You're live. Hello. Yeah, how's it, man? Yeah, very good. What's your point?
Good. The buzzing word that I will be using is shocking.
Okay. Why shocking?
Yeah, because you know all the charges that were presented for Malema, out of these all charges, it's so shocking that his accomplice, Mr. Snyman, he was not found guilty on either one of them. So it's shocking for me to have witnessed the revelation that happened today. I mean, you know, Mr. Gada, we must be aware of what's really happening in our justice system. Because the real issues here, it's not for Malema. It doesn't matter whether you are at a political sphere, you are a political leader. As a marginalized community, particularly black people, it's very important that we should not lose focus. It's very important to understand that the issue here is not about Malema. I mean, the issue here is about it's really the systematic issue.
So when you say it's not about Malema, but it's systematic, in fact, Malema is suggesting it's about him in terms of a political decision. If we're saying it's not about Malema, is it not a case simply of the court's law taking its course, which means ignore the individuals, the law has to be just in meting out justice?
You know, it's very important that as a society we must uphold the rule of law, that we should not hide around it. Whether you are a political leader, whether you are an ordinary citizen, we should at all times uphold the rule of law. But Malema is being used as a pawn now in this instance. Remember now, Malema will be taking this case to appeal. And next year we are having local elections. Ultimately, to reach it to the apex court. Eventually, what it's going to do to the EFF is going to affect the electorate and the status of the EFF. So this is simply a political war. I'm not going to condone what happened. I'm not a law expert, but the previous legal expert has already highlighted that this case, it raises a lot of questions because, I mean, all this indictment that were presented, Snyman was not even found guilty on one of them. So it really puzzles me of really what happened.
Okay, got that.
Yeah.
All right, but I think you made your point. Snyman found not guilty. What do you make of that? Although, in terms of the commentary from the SABC News reporter suggesting that the evidence was not clear-cut regarding Snyman. I'm not saying that's the case for me because I'm not the judge, but that's what came across. But do you find that, I mean, as Sibuyile said, I'm not condoning it, but, I mean, is there lots of that? I don't condone it, but, meaning you find this political interference in judgment, and if so, why? And what does it mean? Welton in Welkom, hello. Welton, yeah, how are you? Go ahead, what's your point?
Yes, thanks for the previous speaker. I do think two things that I think might be important into this verdict. And I believe that the first one that we usually talk about in most of our areas of political sphere would be a presumption of innocence until proven guilty, where I'm talking in terms of people where they have to step aside. But this one is different. Somebody has been found guilty. We're just going to look into the EFF to see how are they going to take it up within the political structure. That's number one. Number two, unlicensed firearm has been mentioned today. And the first handler of that unlicensed firearm obviously was Neyman. The problem, like the previous speaker said, it set a bad precedent, to say the element of common purpose is no more as we think. Because remember, justice is not only to be, executed, it also has to be seen being done, in particular, like he said, to the people that has to uphold the law. So in simple terms, it will mean, despite the fact that there might have not been sufficient evidence, which in a case would mean whoever that was now investigating the case for it to be prosecuted might have had a hand. We are aware of the commission that is already at hand now. He might have had a hand to ensure that Sleiman is not prosecuted by providing insufficient evidence that could help the prosecution.
Well, that's an important point. You see, it is up to prosecution to provide the type of evidence, and one can't. If one is just being emotional, then there's no need for courts, isn't it? Then we all make decisions based upon what we think, as opposed to what the facts are. Having said that, what are the implications for Julius Malema and the EFF? Although it's very clear he's going to appeal, so that could well be a long drawn story. But even now, what are the implications to the morale of the leader and the party? Temi Nkosi from KZN, go for it. What's your point?
Good afternoon, my brother.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I reckon that she had really played it safe here for herself particularly. And, by having, she knew that Malema would appeal. And having Osneyman scot-free. So he'll appeal. And his political status will still remain the same. Nothing's going to change. I believe it's just one of the things that happens in our country, that we go for a long trial and then everything just goes and disappears. And justice is not really served.
Okay, although Malema interestingly spoke about they're going to get some top-shot lawyers and not others, implying that this is just the beginning. That this is like the opening round as opposed to the cup final. Yeah,
dude. When's the judgment? Next year.
No, well, that he's going to have to. He'll have to appear for judgment, but then at that time he's going to not for judgment in terms of trial, pre-trial, but then in terms of that he's already indicated he's going to appeal anyway. But then having said that, he said we're going to get now, and I'm paraphrasing, some top-notch legal practitioners to fight our case, suggesting that this is just the beginning. Yeah,
exactly. So I don't think justice has really been served here in all parts, because if the guy did hand him a gun, if I was caught with firing my father's gun, will my father be incarcerated?
Okay, I hear you. Good question. Let's leave it at that. Thanks for your time. Right, let's get to some. We're going to get further comments from you all around the country, and of course, people listening, live on radio. You can catch us on YouTube. You can catch us on streaming audio. Also, download the SABC Plus app. Whichever way you want to listen to the show, we have got you so covered. And the question is Malema covered? Let's find out.
Ashraf. One word, July 2021. So it will be January 2026.
Yeah, interesting one that you say, July 2026. Well, okay, I hear that part. Let's get to another, and there are many comments from people. Here's another.
Hi, Ashraf. Typical of Malema and all the politicians who think they're untouchable, then they start playing victim, etc. He's not above the law. Zuma was arrested. Yengeni was arrested. John Block been serving sentence. So what makes him special? And we hear his supporters as well. We must stop with this blind loyalty. No one is above the law, and it's time that he must account for his reckless actions. If it was me and you, would they have said the same thing? Aye, man.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The day and I'm not suggesting everybody's perfect, keeping in mind even the current commission on the go as well, right? But if we reach a level where even magistrates and judges pass judgment on the basis of political affiliations or covering their hides, I mean, then we don't have a legal system. Then there's a complete breakdown. We can never get that, can we?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mr. Ashraf, I would like to ask Human Rights Commission and the AfriForum to please listen to the video clip posted by Ngizwe Mchuni, the former radio presenter of Ukhozi FM, the hatred towards the LGBTQI community. And then he's just putting their life in danger, man. Please, can they please investigate and charge him? It is very it's fueling tensions and hatred. So please, man, human rights, please listen to it. I'm begging you. Thanks.
Okay, your point is made. Here's another.
Ashraf and the SAfm listeners. Ashraf, can anyone please help us, foreign nationals who were allowed to work in South Africa under the ZTP? When you lose your job, UIF is refusing to process our unemployment insurance fund benefits. Yet UIF is sitting with surplus of billions, which include our money we contributed. Can please anyone help us or tell us what we must do or which office we must go?
All right. I'm not too clear what exactly you mean, but I mean, listen, it's my sense, if you're talking about an election in another country, I mean, wouldn't that be that the foreign agency of that country or the department would be the ones that you would be speaking to? I mean, if I understood what you're trying to say correctly. But let's get to the news headlines now. 3:30 years on Della.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has officially opened the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit in Hermanus in the Western Cape. The gathering is a precursor of the November G20 meeting to be held in South Africa. The ANC in the Musa Dladla region in northern KwaZulu-Natal has admitted that they failed to timeously communicate with Natim Tetwa's family after his passing. Tetwa, who was South Africa's ambassador to France, died in Paris yesterday. And oil workers in Nigeria have agreed to call off a strike after talks with government officials and management and the Dangote refinery owned by Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N12 R24 westbound in Bedfordview, queuing on both routes towards Giluli's interchange. The R59 southbound in Alberton has a truck crash reported before Klip River Drive and slow-moving traffic in the Crown City West area. In KZN, the N3 westbound in Pietermaritzburg is where stationary vehicle is reported after Ashburton. That has been cleared, but traffic remains slow-moving. The N3 eastbound is where stationary truck is reported after Cliffdale, and the N3 westbound, a crash reported at the M13 Paradise Valley interchange. In Cape Town, the N7 Jakes Hadwell Drive northbound has a crash reported at Frans Conradi Drive, the N2 outbound slow-moving through Bunga Avenue, and Main Road outbound in Observatory, slow-moving towards the N2 highway. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, you have a Lesotho story.
Yes, the Lesotho Football Association says that it feels vindicated after FIFA handed Bafana Bafana a 3-point deduction over the Tebogo Mokoena saga, blowing Group C wide open in the race to next year's World Cup. The ruling sees Bafana fall from 17 points and a +8 goal difference to 14 points and +3. Benin now leads the group with 14 points and a +4 margin, and Lesotho climbs to 9 points, reigniting their campaign. Meanwhile, the PSL is is set to observe the moment of silence for the late former Minister Mthethwa. It's going to be in the Betway Premiership, Carling Knockout, Motsepe Foundation Championship, and the DSTV Diski Challenge. Then Zimbabwe have named a squad brimming with South African connections to take on Bafana and Lesotho in their last 2 World Cup qualifiers this month. There are 4 players actively competing in the Betway Premiership, including Amazulu striker Thando Ngwenya and Marumo Gallant's goalkeeper Washington Arubi. Mamelodi Sundowns left back Divine Lunga returns after injury, and Elvis Chipezeze from Magezi is among the backup goalkeepers. The squad also sees the return of Kama Billiard, who missed out on the last 2 qualifiers. He and Knowledge Musona will be 2 players fondly remembered by South African fans from their time in the PSL, and 6 other players who used to play in the league. And Zimbabwe have also named Kaitanu Tembu as one of the assistant coaches. Elsewhere, Liverpool manager Arne Slot says that goalkeeper Alisson will miss the game against Chelsea on Saturday. This is after the Brazilian was injured against Galatasaray. The 32-year-old had to be replaced in the 56th minute of their 1-0 Champions League defeat in Istanbul. Alisson limped off after saving from goal scorer Victor Osimhen, while striker Hugo Ekitike then pulled up after stretching for the ball and also had to be replaced. In the meantime, Jose Mourinho says that he wants wins rather than memories. This is after the Benfica manager endured a 1-0 defeat on his last return to Chelsea.
When I come, nobody was waiting for anything from me. You remember, lots of question marks. Is he going to do it, not to do it? My career took me to a position where everybody thinks that I have magic to make things happen. I left Man United after winning things. I left Tottenham after taking the club to a final. I left Roma after 2 European finals, because with me it's never enough. It's never enough. So if I am in the job, it's because I like to put myself on the line every day. I have a fantastic family, but they know how I am, and they push me outside. They know that I need to work. So.
And the big question is, can Mourinho go back to winning ways? We are yet to see those times, but he's a special one, especially for me. I actually like him as a coach.
I like him just as a guest to be interviewed. I would love to interview him. I think he's one of the most interesting minds ever.
Absolutely.
Actually, two coaches, him and Rassie Erasmus. Really, I would, and I've not had the privilege of having an interview with both of them, right?
I think
but
to
it
add
would be
to the
great.
list for me, it would be Jurgen Klopp also.
Okay, no, I would go with the 2 that I've just mentioned. Yeah.
Well, in rugby, Lions defense coach Jacques Fourie says that they will not underestimate Italian outfit Zebre. This is ahead of their second United Rugby Championship clash on Sunday. The Johannesburg side went down 33-20 to Cardiff in their opener and have since travelled to Italy for back-to-back fixtures against Zebre and Benton. The former Springbok warns that Zebre, who have shown steady growth in recent seasons, can no longer be written off.
If we look at Zebra, the last 3 years, they've improved immensely. They're a team that plays with freedom. You can see that. So if you have a look at the Edinburgh game they played, they played a good game. So there's no more easy teams in the URC. Every team that you're going to play at home is going to be tough. So you're going to have to rock up 100% ready, physically and mentally ready for the game to play and perform.
Dumin Khapele for SAfm Sports.
Listen, just on the Mourinho story. Yes, the special one has not had special times in the last 4 or 5 years, isn't it? He's due for a big one. Otherwise, he's going to disappear into oblivion. What I mean by that is the Alex Fergusons of the world, their last season, they win a league title.
Yeah.
And then they retire.
I don't see that
if he doesn't continue, if he doesn't get back to that, then it's a case of the last 5-6 years, he becomes like this journeyman coach where everywhere he goes, he lasts 1 year and then he's gone.
Maybe it's a sign that he should retire.
No, if he hears you.
Greetings, South Africa. My name is Walter Steenbok, SABC Sport football analyst. My favorite African dish, pap and mogodu. My top three holiday destinations will be Thailand, followed by Cape Town, and of course Zanzibar. Yeah, between a train driver and a pilot, I'll really choose to be a train driver, because I'm on the ground. It's very, very safe, and I hate heights. Between fruits and veggies, I think I like fruits, especially apples. I love to kick penalties against. Between Sipho Chine and Ronwen Williams, I'll choose Ronwen Williams because I'll put it right in the middle. I saw over the weekend.
Do not miss out on electrifying football analysis on Match Days with Walter Koyoko Steenbok. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust Clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's SAfm to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms, and conditions apply.
Fellow taxpayers, make tax matters a #1 priority by submitting your personal income tax return by the 20th of October 2025 deadline. Once your tax return is submitted, you'll receive a notice of assessment stipulating if there's any tax-assessed debt due to SARS or not. Should you owe, it's crucial to settle tax obligations on time to avoid any penalties or interest charges. SARS, at your service.
So Taryn, you've just graduated cum laude, but nothing says you're a genius quite like selling your car to We Buy Cars.
Absolutely. My car was an 18th birthday present, and it's time to move on to something a bit more mature.
So where did you hear about We Buy Cars?
All of my friends are using We Buy Cars. I would have had legit FOMO if I hadn't used them. And it was so quick. I did it on my laptop while sending around my CV.
Smart move, Taryn. Graduated and upgraded. We Buy Cars. Geared for success. Geared for you.
X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, we will have another reaction on the EFF or Julius Malema in particular with Professor Ntsikelelo Breakfast. That comes up shortly. But before that, there's other dramatic news with regard to the DRC. The former DRC president, Joseph Kabila, remember him? Well, he's been sentenced to death for war crimes and treason. Kabila led the DRC, well, for just under 2 decades, in fact, 2001 to 2019, after the assassination of his father, former President Laurent Kabila. Now, he has denied any wrongdoing and has accused the government of his successor, that's Felix Tshisekedi, of using the courts for political ends. I understand that, in fact, the sentence has been done in absentia. Let's try and understand what this is all about and the implications thereof with Professor Chris Iseke, the Professor of African Politics and International Relations at the University of Pretoria. Prof. Iseke, I appreciate you joining us once again on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf, for having me.
Right. First of all, I mean, is this a surprise? You know, when people say, I'm shocked, no, yes, no?
Well, the DRC laws allows for, these kinds of trials, and there's been a moratorium on the death sentence in that country for over 20 years now. But that was suspended last year. The shock is the audacity to actually then try a former president in his absence without legal representation and then find him guilty and sentence him to death. That's the shocking part of it, the audacity of it all. But this has been happening in the DRC before.
What was he charged with? I mean, in terms of if the end goal is sentenced to death, what has he been accused of?
Well, the court found him guilty of treason, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and this all stemming from his alleged conspiracy with the support for the M23 rebel group.
Okay, so, and I understand that, by the way, I mean, with regard to the M23, that he was in that region of the Eastern Congo fairly recently.
Yes, he was, but that in itself does not prove guilt. He has reason to be. He's connected to that part of the country in many ways, and there are those who believe that this is all political targeting. Based on political motives, given the fact that he's a strong contender for the presidential elections that are coming.
Now, in terms of he being tried in absentia, I just question the fact that obviously he was summoned to appear in court and he chose not to. Give us the background of that.
Well, it's not clear how the notifications for that occurred, the fact that he also had immunity, which was lifted in May, that was something that he contested. He was not happy about. As a senator in the DRC, he had a life immunity, and that was stripped of him in May 2025. And like I said before, his party and allies believe that the trial was politically motivated, and so that was the reason why he chose not to appear. But there are issues around, because all of these things, while the domestic laws in the DRC is one thing, the international legal obligations and human rights frameworks that guide such things are another. And the DRC is party to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, for example, and even that of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And some of the things that have to be put in place, procedurally, include the right to be present, notification of charges, which is a big issue, and then, of course, access to legal counsel and of the right to appeal. How have all of these procedures been met remain debatable, and I'm sure he has reason, considering the political angle of all of this, to not want to appear and to litigate this if the government would permit.
Mm-hmm. What about now? It's interesting. We've just been discussing the Julius Malema issue, and again, the accusations from his supporters, and including himself, is like this is a political judgment. I'm not talking about Malema, but making the point I notice again from the Kabila side, they're saying the same thing, right? That it's a political decision, and they've accused his successor, that's Felix Tshisekedi, of using the courts for political ends. How much basis does that have?
Well, look, it does have some basis, and this is not unconnected with the trend around the world where former presidents are prosecuted for whatever crimes they were deemed to have committed in their presidency, and then some of them come back from it politically or use it as a way of getting sympathy votes. So that's part of it. But in the DRC case, one must also question this around the implications it can have for not just investors, but also even for the peace process that is just signed with the US and Qatar, right? Is this all in good faith? What does it do for the peace process if it is true, for example, that Kabila is indeed involved with the M23? Does this align with that focus for peace? And is this what the country really needs at this point in time, considering that agreement? These are questions that will make you question the motive of the current government.
But then, in terms of the judgment would imply that he has been interfering in the process of that country regarding the M16. That M13. That's exactly why he's been, passed or judged guilty of treason, right?
Well, yeah, they could make those allegations, but proving them is another thing. And let's not forget that all of this was done in a military court, so not a proper civil court per se. But for me, the fundamental problem in that country is the question of state and governance, right? There are many who would claim that the government has not been able to, grant the respect the rights of protect the rights of citizens, the laws they call Madlanga, that have connections, origin connections to Rwanda, right? The citizenship question, who's a citizen of the DRC and who's not, and how has the government managed that difference in building towards a country? What about the question of governance and how bad governance can become a source of conflict and divisions in itself? These are things that the government needs to look at, and if it wants to build to go forward, they must begin to interrogate themselves around how they've performed in these things, and some of these things can also cause the resentment or the opposition they get from different quarters of the country.
All right, you said finally that this was done in a military court, and number one, and it was done in absentia, which obviously means that Joseph Kabila was not present. So where is he now? Because I mean, the question then is, would this mean that he has to be arrested, and if so, what's the process? And then finally, he's been now judged, sentenced to death. I mean, one thing is sentencing someone to death, the other is actually executing on the execution.
Yeah, so that's a very important part of this whole discussion. Nobody can say for sure where he is. He's for example, said to move around Southern Africa and in South Africa quite a lot, and sometimes also in Rwanda. But like you said, he has to be extradited to the DRC for that sentence to be effected, right? But so it will be a question of how different states balance diplomatic relations with the DRC, right? And political pressures from some of these states, like South Africa, can also affect that outcome. And apart from that, Kabila himself can seek protection from arrest by arguing that the sentence is political, or that it violates non-refoulement obligations so that countries like South Africa has, and then present requests for a state of enforcement to host to states where he is, that are part of the whole judicial system in Africa. He could also even file challenges to any Interpol notice, or make an extradition request on human rights grounds, because of what he may likely face if he's taken to the DRC.
Okay.
So all of these things are things that will be considered as part of this.
Lots of questions. And I think about shades of even people like Imran Khan or Khan in Pakistan. I mean, you just have so many of these grey areas with former political leaders. Professor Chris Isike, I appreciate your time as always. But the big news is that the former president of the DRC, Joseph Kabila, has been sentenced to death for war crimes and treason. Let's get back to South Africa. Let's get back to Julius Malema.
You could spend 10 minutes waiting for the microwave to beep, or get a 10-minute quote from OUTsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. SMS out to 30754. Like 55-year-old Stefan, who now only pays an unbelievably low 611 Rand a month for his 2024 Suzuki Jimny. With OUTsurance, you can drive with confidence. With up to a whopping 5 million Rand third-party liability cover that covers damage to the other person's vehicle in an accident, you can rest assured. SMS out to 30754. After switching, 55-year-old Andre now pays only 776 Rand a month for his 2024 Toyota Urban Cruiser. Get a quote. If OUTsurance can't beat what you're currently paying, ask them for 500 Rand. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Savings or cash, you have nothing to lose. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Spring is in the air, meaning it's almost time for the 10th SA Garden Day on Sunday, the 12th of October. Celebrate the day with a garden party, lunch under the trees, or cake at a community garden, and invite your friends, family, or neighbors to enjoy your garden with you. Visit gardenday.co.za for inspiration and share pictures of your celebration on social media with #GardenDaySA. SA Garden Day, Sunday, the 12th of October.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ndiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
We have different languages and cultures, but what we have in common is that we all want a dignified funeral and for our loved ones not to worry about money when the time comes. Trust clientele to provide you with affordable funeral cover that will pay out within 24 hours. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's SAfm to 48031. SMS now. Clientele Life is a licensed life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates, terms, and conditions apply.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, let's get back to the Julius Malema story. It's interesting. There's the legal issues. There's also the socio-political issues, right? So let's now get the thoughts of Professor Ntsikelelo Breakfast, who, as you know, is a political analyst, director of the Center for Security, Peace and Conflict Resolution. Interesting. I'm looking at the last part. Conflict resolution. Goodness, how do we all resolve or come to some form of resolution regarding this particular conflict, Prof. Breakfast?
Well, I think, if Julius Malema is unhappy about the judgment, I think he is at liberty to escalate the matter to another layer of a judiciary. So I think all is not lost, in my view. That's the beauty of the kind of a democracy that we have. But the most important thing, from my standpoint, is Section 9 of the Constitution. That is the definition of the rule of law, meaning that everyone is equal before the law. We need to abide by the judgments of the court of law. If we're unable, we can take the matter elsewhere.
I mean, you're saying everybody's equal before the law already. There's been, speculation, certainly from the Malema EFF corner, that in fact he's been tried politically, as opposed to the merits of the actual case. Your thoughts on that?
Look, I understand his line of argument because he's arguing that. But you see, the issue is that, let me frame my argument along these lines. You can't write a test and mark it yourself. You cannot be a judge in your own case, right? So the issue is that he's been found guilty. That's why I'm saying that if he's unhappy and he thinks that a different court of law can confirm what he thinks, then so be it. But then it will be very difficult then to accept what he says uncritically. But obviously, I've never come across a person who's been found guilty who says, well, I agree with this judgment.
Yeah, true. Anyway, what are the implications? I understand that he's going to appeal anyway, but already, what are the implications right now in the present tense for Malema or to Malema and the EFF?
Yeah, so I don't think that there are major national consequences, meaning that, there is a conflict that is going to break out, this and that. I don't think that is going to happen. If we can withstand what had happened during the epoch of Zuma, I think this kind of a democracy that we have can stand any test of time. So that's the first point. The second point is that the EFF revolves around the personality of Julius Malema. So obviously, if he has been found guilty and he exhausts all the avenues that he has, then it will be tough luck for him, meaning that now he will have to step down. Someone else will have to take over. That will have a negative spillover effect to the electoral performance of the party. I think Malema is the glue that holds the EFF together.
But would you say he's the glue that holds the EFF, or in fact he is the EFF?
Look, like I said, I get the sense that most of the activities of the party, everything, it revolves around him. And I know they've been trying to make sure that even other people are also under the spotlight, but there's a great deal of emphasis on him. And sometimes I get the sense that what he says goes, which goes against a democracy. So if now he doesn't win this case, if things don't go according to plan, things don't go in his way, it will be a blow, and that will put the party on the back foot.
And what is your understanding of again, EFF rules? The ANC has got its own step-aside rules for different issues. Does the EFF have anything similar to that, keeping in mind that he may well appeal it and he's intended that, but that will still take a while?
So we need to understand what the party stands for. The party subscribes to Marxism and Leninism. at the heart of that is democratic centralism. So now the party will have to examine, but then the problem is that you will also be part of that conversation. That's another problem, you know. I've never come across any policy like a step aside principle or anything of the sort. But also, you know, when it's Malema who is involved, then it's a different kettle of fish, you know. It's a different ball game altogether. The other dynamic is the fact that even Parliament also has to make a call in terms of what does it do with this judgment. Is Julius Malema going to continue with his duties in Parliament? But also the other strategic question is, what does this do to the party in the light of the upcoming local government elections? Because I think this is a blow. It does dent the image of the party.
Well, what about, you're saying Parliament is to make a call. What's the precedent regarding Parliament? Keeping in mind that, again, he must still formally appeal, but at this point in time, he's been convicted.
Yes, of course. Like I said, I also don't want to play the cart before the horse, because, he has indicated that he's going to take the matter up, meaning that there will be a examination of this judgment at a different level, which is fine. But I'm arguing that if things don't go his way, if things don't go according to plan, and let's say, for argument's sake, he loses, it will be a blow. Then he will have to step down even in Parliament, because, you know, it would mean that he has a criminal record.
Mm-hmm. Just the last thing, we don't really know of the implications of the future of the EFF, but what about what you've heard, the fact that his bodyguard was acquitted, and again, a lot of people are saying, well, you see, he's acquitted, Malema's not. There's lots of interference around that. Why?
Yeah, I also don't understand that line of thinking, because the bodyguard handed over the firearm to him, but then he was found guilty. I don't understand the rationale behind that. That's why I think he has a golden opportunity, you know, to escalate the matter to a different court or a different lens, you know, because that argument, it beats me, that you only find him guilty and then you don't find that the person guilty. But the bodyguard is the one who handed over the firearm to him.
Maybe he didn't shoot, that's why. But anyway, let's leave that on pause, because I will have further reaction. There's lots of reaction from the public and from others too on the Julius Malema story. Professor Ntsikelelo Breakfast, much appreciate you connecting with me on the National Pulse. Let's get the news. Here's Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Guruleni's debt balloons to 13 billion rand and oil workers call off a strike in Nigeria. For SAfm News, I am Ondalambana, and a very good afternoon. The DA in Gauteng says the city of Guruleni's debt to service providers has ballooned from 6 billion to 13 billion rand in just a period of a month, resulting in projects grinding to a halt. The DA's member of the provincial legislature, Mike Waters, says companies rendering services to the city are struggling to sustain their businesses and pay their employees due to the city's failure to pay them within the stipulated time. Waters says the party will engage the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Jacob Mamabulo, on measures and interventions his department will take to assist the Metro to address the problem.
This is not a bookkeeping error. It is a direct violation of the Municipal Finances Management Act, which requires municipalities to pay service providers within 30 days. By failing to do so, Ekurhuleni is breaking the law, crippling small businesses, and sabotaging service delivery across the city. Contractors who are not paid cannot pay their workers and have to lay people off. Projects grind to a halt and communities are left without services that they depend on.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has officially opened the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit in Hermanus in the Western Cape. The gathering is a precursor of the November G20 meeting to be held in South Africa. The P20 summit is traditionally opened by the head of the state hosting the event. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mamulo Gokubai, delivered the keynote address on behalf of the President.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you and to deliver this speech on behalf of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, who is unable to be with us today. This summit is a call to action for the parliaments of the G20 to work together to advance the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The P20 is a unique platform for strengthening global collaboration. It is an opportunity for the parliaments of the G20 countries to exchange ideas, to network, and to contribute substantively to resolving the most pressing issues of our time.
The ANC in the Musa Dladla region in northern KwaZulu-Natal has admitted that they failed to timeously communicate with Nathi Mthethwa's family after his passing. Mthethwa, who was South Africa's ambassador to France, died in Paris yesterday. An ANC delegation met with the Mthethwa family at his rural home in Kwambonambi today to pay their last respects. Earlier, family elders said they had not received any formal statement from the ANC as yet on Mthethwa's passing. Secretary of the Musa Dladla region, Piwe Mhlongo, says they also learnt of his death through the media.
Mthethwa served in multiple ministerial portfolios, including as Minister of Safety and Security. EFF leader Julius Malema says he is going to appeal the guilty verdict against him, which was handed down by the East London Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape. Malema was found guilty for unlawful possession of a firearm, ammunition, and discharging a firearm in public during the EFF's 5th anniversary celebrations at Sisa Dukashe Stadium in Danzane. His former bodyguard and co-accused Adrian Snyman was found not guilty by the same court. Malema says he finds it strange that Snyman was cleared of all charges, yet he is the one who is alleged to have handed the firearm to him.
They said accused number 2 gave me the firearm. Now they are releasing it, which means he didn't give me the firearm. Why are you not releasing me when you release a person you allege gave me the firearm? By releasing accused number 2, the whole case should have collapsed. But the racist was looking for me, and that's why they could not collapse the case for racist reason, to appease the AfriForum, to appease the Oval Office of Donald Trump.
Oil workers in Nigeria have agreed to call off a strike after talks with government officials and management and the Dangote refinery owned by Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote. The strike had forced Nigeria's grid operator to ration electricity to avoid a nationwide blackout as gas supplies plunged on the second day of a walkout by workers at the refinery. The BBC's Ijeoma Ndukwe has the latest.
Officials at the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria say the row was triggered after more than 800 of its members were dismissed from the Dangote refinery for joining the union. After a 2-day impasse, management at what is Africa's largest refinery has agreed to reassign staff to other jobs within the Dangote group without loss of pay. The Labour Minister, who mediated the talks, told the meeting that unionisation was a right of workers and should be respected.
Recapping the top story, the DA in Gauteng says the city of Ekurhuleni's debt to service providers has ballooned from 6 billion to 13 billion rand in just a period of a month, resulting in projects grinding to a halt. I'm Mondalambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, box brace for Argentina test and bid for consecutive championship crowns, and Australia eased to 6-wicket win in the first New Zealand T20. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 southbound in Pretoria has a stationary vehicle reported on the link to the R21 south. The N1 southbound in Randburg, a stationary vehicle before Malibongwe Drive, and Allendale Road westbound in Midrand, a crash at Mastiff Road. In KZN, the N2 northbound, a crash before the M25 Commercial Highway exit, and the N3 eastbound, a stationary truck after Cliffdale. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound queuing towards the M5 Kuburg interchange. The M5 southbound is slow moving towards Racecourse Road exit, and on the N7 Checks Havel Drive northbound, a crash at Frans Conradi Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, so there we are. That's, analysis certainly coming from the guests we've had so far. I certainly welcome your comments on the back of that, both regarding the issue of the DRC and Joseph Kabila being sentenced to death. What do you make of that from Professor Chris Isike? That's one. The other one we haven't quite covered, but the issue of the flotillas. Now, imminently, in this case, close to Gaza, and what happens next around that. And then the conversation with Prof. Insekalelo Breakfast, reflecting on Julius Malema and the EFF. But talking about just that, I'll take your calls later on, further reaction, absolutely. But let's listen to what Malema actually said. So we're going to play some clips. Firstly, the EFF leader says that as a revolutionary, going to prison is a badge of honor. Listen to this.
With AfriForum, down with DA, down with Helen Zille, down, Madlanga. Thank you very much, Deputy President and all officials of the EFF. We want to thank all the leaders of the EFF who are here and from different provinces. Thank you, the ground forces of the EFF, for your support. We have been here for 7 years. We are almost at the end because today she passed her verdict finding us guilty, but she released accused number 2, which is highly appreciated because we know that from the beginning they had been looking for me. They were not looking for accused number 2. They were just playing games, and today they came out openly. As a revolutionary, going to prison or death is a badge of honor. We cannot be scared of prison. We cannot be scared to die for the revolution. So whatever they want to do, they must know we will never retreat from the ideas and the 7 cardinal pillars of the EFF. At the center of those is to expropriate land without compensation.
Okay, there's more coming from Julius Malema, of course, right? Now, here's an important point. You see, in terms of perception, so he's been found guilty at this point. He'll make an appeal, but he then brings in the point that South Africa has been sold, and you know the word that's been used a few days ago, cartels?
You can see what is happening in the commission there. South Africa has been sold to criminals and criminal cartels, and this country must be rescued. And only you can rescue this country by working strong on the ground and by being united as fighters of the EFF. We don't have 2 EFF. We've got 1 EFF under President Julius Malema, and there's no any other EFF. So let's focus, let's not allow those who divide us to divide this organization. The country is rotten, the country is looking for an alternative, and you are the alternative. Amanda, you can see what is happening in the
country is looking for an alternative. I mean, up to now, interestingly, very little about what he's been convicted of. Having said that, right, he then spoke about the challenge to the judgment.
Not be deterred. We live here highly determined. We are going to fight this up until the Constitutional Court. We are coming on the 23rd of January for sentencing, and after sentencing, we will immediately put an appeal so that we can go to the higher court because we think a judgment is faulty. The strategy has always been, you must try to charge Malema with everything. One day, maybe we'll find a racist judge who will find him guilty, whether he's guilty or not. Because they said accused number 2 gave me the firearm. Now they are releasing him, which means he didn't give me the firearm. Why are you not releasing me when you release a person you allege gave me the firearm? By releasing accused number 2, the whole case should have collapsed. But the racist was looking for me, and that's why they could not collapse the case for racist reason, to appease the AfriForum, to appease the Oval Office of Donald Trump, to appease all the white supremacists of South Africa who want to undermine the dignity and the struggle of black people. So fighters, we should not be discouraged. We should continue to fight, because this fight will not end today. We are going to the appeal, and we will go to the Supreme Court. We'll end up at the Constitutional Court. We are not fighting the case. We are fighting racism, pure racism that we have been subjected to for 7 years. Mediocrity of the highest order. A magistrate who can't read her own notes. She writes down and can't read what she has written down.
It's such an interesting point. I wonder how you're going to pick up on that. We are not fighting the case. We are fighting racism. And what, one, you could say, that may be true. I'm not saying it is true. I'm saying that's how Malema sees it. The other one could say that he's deflecting attention, as he often appears to be doing, away from himself and his party against others, and then throwing in blanket statements like racism. Do we agree with him? Do you agree with him? I wonder. We're not fighting the case. We are fighting racism. His words, not mine. Right. Let's get calls from you. I want to hear what you have to say. Right. Here's one.
Ashraf, it's Andrew from Butterworth. One way to describe that judgment is expected. What else would you expect from a judge who is a member of AfriForum? She might not be showing her loyalty to AfriForum, but she is a member.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I'm going to leave it open to others to concur or to argue otherwise.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Still in Cape Town. Ashraf, this is a political judgment. When I was listening to it, and the judge could not even read their own manuscript. So you can see how can the person who handed you the gun, so-called the gun, and the video that they're doubting themselves, not found guilty, only Malema be found guilty. That's a political witch hunt, and I think Malema will succeed to appeal, and he's going to be free. Because this judgment does not make sense to me, even though I'm not a lawyer in Cape Town. Thank you,
right.
Ashraf.
Look, I need to study the full thing, but just a quick one. If we find, and again, this is tend to be corrected here, if a person gives you a gun, you may be an accomplice to shooting, but if you didn't actually shoot in a public space, then you can't be guilty of not shooting, of shooting in a public space if you didn't do so. But you did mean you can be guilty of passing it on, right? Yeah, but let's get further responses too from you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Walter, a truck driver. About this Malema issue in East London, this is surprising, really. How can Malema found guilty, but Sneema not guilty? Which means it's the same as people who killed whistleblower Diokaran. They are guilty, but the person who sent them to kill Diokaran are not guilty. How on earth? No, it can't be, man. I don't understand. Or maybe because I'm a truck driver, I didn't study law. Walter!
Thank you for that, Walter. But listen, Walter, you may not be wrong about that. Meaning, even myself, I can't argue with an expert in law about the law, can I? I mean, it's a loaded vote. That means their vote can't be equal to mine. They know more about that field than they know about my field, and vice versa, and same like with you. So, yeah, maybe you've just said it. Imbona, let's get your thoughts. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good day. Go for it.
One way I can say this is a setup.
Okay.
Set up this one, yes. You know Malema and the former President Zuma. These are the only two African leaders who are busy fighting the system. And if they're not going to get support, this system going to be like this. Because why? This bodyguard is not genuine. Is together with the people who are putting the judgment. If you're going to go over on his phones, you will find out there's a lot that is happening between the judges and himself.
Mm-hmm. But why would you say it's a setup? Meaning that, I mean, did he fire in the air or did he not?
No. Altogether, for him to be near Malema is a setup. So Malema, he was not supposed to allow a person like that to be near him, because that's where the problem is. Because the problem is coming from that bodyguard. But
did Malema himself fire the firearm?
We don't know, because you see, we cannot understand. The bodyguard is not guilty, but Malema is guilty. So that's where the problem is.
Okay,
That's why it's called the system here.
Okay, Mbona, with your thoughts. It's amazing the cross-section of opinions we're getting on the Julius Malema story. I did tell you today that with the commission having a recess because one of the witnesses are ill, we now have a situation where the issue that moves the national pulse is Julius Malema. Lesesha, let's get your thoughts. Hello.
Good afternoon, Afra.
Good afternoon.
Yes, with regard to what have just happened regarding the ruling, I think I'm more motivated to join the EFF. I think this clearly goes to show that an attack to a black man will never stop, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. A black man will always be a suspect, will always be viewed as a criminal.
But why would you think so? What I'm saying, if a person has actually literally fired a firearm in a public space where you're not supposed to, what is that going to do with white and black? Just help me understand that.
We can just trace it from where it comes from. We cannot say the tree now has grown. We cut the branches maybe to kill the tree, ignoring the roots. The gun, there is where it came from, and seemingly we just have to ignore that fact and go to the conclusion that no. Yes, the person with the gun and this and that.
Okay. Researcher got that, but as you said, you're now even more convinced to support the EFF. Interesting one indeed. Listen, I need to get to this judgment properly, but here's the thing. If a person's been charged with firing a firearm, then he's charged it, whatever, never mind what you may think. Now, we could ask the question, if the bodyguard gave it, he could be an accomplice in terms of providing the ammunition to fire, but he can't be guilty of actually firing the firearm if he didn't fire the firearm, if you get what I'm trying to say. So there are two separate issues, very linked, I get that. And I'm not suggesting that they're right in terms of the judgment, because that's why there's an appeal process that can take place. But to at this point in time, do we have evidence to suggest it's politically motivated, it's been a political setup? Because then you question the entire rule of law in our country, in terms of the courts and the way we do things. Are we questioning all of that too? This is the National Pulse.
The SABC News Portal is your one-stop digital platform for all the news you need. Stay connected with the latest and breaking stories. Listen to all SABC radio stations live, including podcasts, and also watch the SABC News channel with clips and live streams of all the big news events. Simply download the SABC News app on your smartphone from the Play or App Store. SABC News, independent and impartial. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
So I look at myself. I mean, I never used to use glasses or spectacles. My eyes were all fine. And as I grew older, then I had to wonder, and I winked a bit and I wondered what was going on. And then it was diagnosed at a certain point in time. In fact, my story was when I was playing cricket, I think it was. And I was betting, and suddenly 3-4 games in a row I was clean bowled. And it's like, what's going on with my left eye? Because if you're a right-handed batsman, that's when you use that left eye first. And you realize there's a problem. So you need spectacles or glasses, you need support. I say that because every October the world's attention is focused on what it means to have eye care that is accessible, available and affordable to all. So if I look at my situation, imagine if I did not have access to, eye care and spectacles. The reality is there are many people who don't have access. And what does this mean to them? Now, as we focus on World Sight Day, the Eastern Cape Department of Health has put together an interesting program for this year's World Sight Day. Let's find out more about it. With me is the Eastern Cape Department of Health, MEC, Intandokazi Kapa. Appreciate your time, MEC. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good evening to you and your viewers.
Thank you. I tell you what, it's when you look at the issues of World Sight Day or eye care and what happens when we don't have that support, then what you're doing is critically important. So tell me, therefore, what are you doing?
On tomorrow, that is the 2nd, we are doing a cataract surgery marathon where we are trying to address the backlog. As the province, we do have a backlog in terms of the cataract surgeries. For now, in the province, we've got about 4,000 people that are on the waiting list. But for the area that we'll be touching on, which is the northern part of the province, which encompasses Jogabi region, Krisani, and some part of Owar Tambo, we'll be then targeting about 100 people that will benefit from this, so that we try and reduce the backlog.
So when you say targeting, I mean, how do you determine who to target? And once they target, what is the process then?
Generally, as the department, we do have a list. But now we said, that last year we did it in the western part of the province, which is Gqeberha, and this year we said let's focus on the northern part of it, and we said we will touch people, we'll target different sub-districts or municipalities, if I can put that way. There are people that will be coming from All Saints, there are people that will be coming from Frontier, which is the area where we'll be having our marathon. So we've spoken to councillors, we've spoken to our facilities to say we do have a list, let's prioritize on the list. So we've taken those who are on the waiting list already.
Okay, and then when they're on that waiting list, so just tell me more about the type of healthcare that is, or in this eyesight care or sight care that is provided for them, some of the specific detail.
We'll be doing a cataract surgery. I don't know how do I explain it, but what we know is generally in the province, the elderly are the most vulnerable. Remember, this is the month that deals with the elderly as well. So we said we'll prioritize the elderly because they are the most affected. And at the same time, we do have a facility in Frontier. That's why we chose Frontier, a facility that is highly specialized. And also we'll be getting specialists from different parts of the province, because as the province, we do have a shortfall when it comes to the specialist. Therefore, we've got about only 7 in the province. So we'll be taking them from different areas so that they can come and assist to deal with the 100 that we've targeted for this period.
Give us a sense, besides the people that's been targeted and they will get the support, in general, in that province, I mean, how many people would you say would need eye care and some form of treatment, if A, in terms of numbers, but B, in terms of percentages of the total population?
I won't have the one in terms of the total number of the population, but those that we know that are on our list as we speak, that is the backlog that we have. We've got about 4,000 in the list as we speak. But in the area that we'll be targeting, we've got about 1,000 on the list. So the 100 is a drop in the ocean, but it does not necessarily mean that after this marathon, it will be the end of it. We'll continue, but we're trying to address the backlog as of now. But in total, in the province, we've got about about 4,000 that are on the list.
Okay, so you meant 4,000, then you say 1,000 targeted, but 100 only this time around. So what then is the process to get to the 4,000? If it's 100 tomorrow, then when will we ever reach the 4,000?
We will try and reach the 4,000, because one of our plans is to increase the number of specialists that we have in the province. For now, we've got only 7. So one of our targets is to increase the number. And last month, I was in Cecilia Makiwane opening another highly specialized eye care center where we are going to assist our people. So we are trying to expand the facilities. We're also trying to expand in terms of human resource so that we try and deal with the backlog. Even last year, we did the same. We tried to reduce the number. So we if we can continuously have this marathon, so it's not going to be a once-off marathon. It's going to be a program that we do so that we try and address the backlog, and then we continue with those that we have.
Okay. I see, in terms of what's happened tomorrow, it's a partnership between the Eastern Cape Department of Health and then the Al Imdad Foundation. So, who are they, the Al Imdad? And the broader question is, how critical is that, where it's the private-public partnerships without, these civil society partnerships, that nothing will ever get done? It's critical. You have to lean on them.
It's definitely critical that we have partnerships. We've been having partnership with them for quite some time. Even when we have our own outreaches, they are part of our outreach when we go to communities. So it's important that we call upon people to come and partner with us, because as the department, there is no way that we can be able to address this on our own. Remember, 90% of the people in the province, the population depends entirely on the public health. So if we are on our own, we might not be able to address and reach everyone. But if we have partnership, then we will be able to address those.
And it's something that's been touched on before, the importance of civil society. Well, let's leave it at that. Thank you for your time and best wishes for tomorrow, MEC.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So there you are, the Eastern Cape Department of Health, together with the Al Imdad Foundation, hosting this cataract surgeries blitz at the Frontier Regional Hospital's Sabona Eye Centre. But it's 100 people today. In fact, 4,000 people need some support in that region. Clearly, 100 is not enough. What more can be done? But maybe at least for 100 people, for now, it is only 100. Maybe their lives will change for the better and they will have a greater vision of where they fit into the future. Now, this is the National Pulse. You know you can connect anytime. We'll take further calls on the biggest issues. I'm suggesting it's the Malema story, but there could be other things too. So how do you connect with us? 086 000 2032. And by the way, just about all the conversations we have here put up as a podcast as well, so you can go to SAfm.coza. The other thing, in terms of the commission that we've been covering all week, it's been adjourned till the 13th of October. So there's a break for at least over a week or almost 2 weeks, which is rather unusual, and we'll see how we cope with that. For now, it's 4:30. Here's the news headlines with Tondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the DA in Gauteng says the seat of Ekurhuleni's debt to service providers has ballooned from 6 billion to 13 billion rand in just a period of a month, resulting in projects grinding to a halt. The former Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, Thabang Makwetla, who reportedly received 350,000 rand worth of security upgrades to his home by Bosasa in 2015, briefly appeared before the Palm Ridge Specialized Commercial Crimes Court in Johannesburg today. And allies of the former president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Joseph Kabila, have rejected the death sentence handed to him by a military tribunal, calling it illegal and politically motivated. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N4 westbound in Pretoria is where crashes reported before Simon Vermeulen Road, and the M1 southbound queuing towards Boysons. In KZN, the M4 northbound has a crash near Virginia Airport, and the N2 northbound a crash before the M25 Commercial Highway. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound is queuing towards the R300 highway. That's due to a crash on the opposite carriageway, and Coburg Road southbound in Brooklyn, slow moving towards the N1 Coburg interchange. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
To me, our very own Minister of Sport, who can't pronounce quite on the FIFA rulings because that's their rulings, not hers.
It is.
What have you got a rugby story, right?
Yes, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus says that he hasn't been able to rotate his squad as much as he would have loved to, with only 2 full training sessions to prepare for Saturday's decider. South Africa face Argentina at Twickenham in London, aiming to claim back-to-back rugby championship titles for the first time in history. Erasmus has made 4 changes to their match day 23, and he says more changes would have been risky with limited preparation time.
We would love to give Andre a chance, and obviously Franco is not here, and same with Faf, same with Mapimpi. We would have loved to do that, but we thought, only 2 days of training, maybe just 2 training sessions, you can't change too much. So I guess that played a big role. But we tend to think we're a squad of 40 players, and we can interchange. But with just 2 days of training, that wasn't too easy to do.
Elsewhere, Leinster are banking on the emotional edge of a championship rematch to reignite their campaign in South Africa. The Irish Giants face the Bulls in a repeat of last season's United Rugby Championship final, and they're hoping that familiar fire gives them the kick that they need to avoid a winner's tour. Now, forwards coach Robin McBride says that the significance of the fixture, despite the changed circumstances, is massive and could tilt momentum in Leinster's favour. Then in football, Newcastle may be playing away in the Champions League, but they'll be competing at a neutral ground. The Magpies face Belgian champions Union Saint-Gilloise in Brussels this evening for their second league face clash. The host side are looking for a first win in Europe this term following their 2-1 home defeat to Barcelona a fortnight ago. As for USG, they're looking to make back-to-back victories in their first Champions League campaign after they stunned PSV to win 3-1 in Holland. Meanwhile, Crystal Palace enters unfamiliar territory tomorrow as they make their first full venture into European football, riding a club record 18-match unbeaten run and fresh off a win over the Premier League champions. Now, Oliver Glasner's team heads to Eastern Poland this week to play Dynamo Kyiv in the UEFA Conference League, brimming with confidence after an impressive 2-1 victory over Liverpool on Saturday. Finally, in cricket, an unbeaten maiden century by New Zealand's Tim Robertson wasn't good enough to deny Australia a comfortable 6-wicket win in the opening T20 at Bay Oval today. Captain Mitchell Marsh led Australia's chase with 85 off 43 balls as they raced to 185 for 4 of 16 overs in response to the home side's 181 for 6. Now, the powerful Marsh struck 9 fours and 5 sixes in cold and windy conditions at that particular place, at the Bay Oval to be exact. With that said, it is a wrap from my side for now.
Just hold it before your goodbyes. Let me find it. So yesterday, I got a tweet. I'm not too sure this person tweeted you, but it's called SAfm, right? Or Nothing Marasaka, saying, Ashraf, check what Michael Morton says regarding Teboho. There were a lot of games he played after the yellow card he picked up for Bafana. We cannot blame the player on this one. This nothing relates to the conversation we had yesterday. Yeah. But the point he made was that he received the first yellow card on the 18th of November 2023. And then after that, Bafana played 13 games, including the AFCON, which is 2 different tournaments, 2 different rules completely, right? And then 7 months later, he received the second yellow card on the 11th of June. So he's suggesting it's, and since it was a different tournament, 7 months later, 13 games later, besides playing league games, it will be understandable that he may well have.
It would slip his mind.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly,
I hear you.
Exactly what one of our listeners said yesterday, that different competitions, different rules, next thing you mixed up. And for me, I'm thinking he's probably just thinking the team's got it. Someone is going to tell me that, listen, you can't be. I mean, if I'm a player and then I play so many matches and I get yellow cards here and there, and the next thing I'm called up to play, I would assume my suspension is done.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sort of in between the two. I'm saying I hear this mitigating circumstance and well explained at that. So I accept the fact that there's so many games in between and players don't get it. On the other hand, being a professional player, it is also part of your professional management. I mean, you get managed if you're playing for your country.
So you're saying every single player needs to have a book of some sort to say, I got a yellow card today.
Okay, but who manages the player? I mean, most of the players are professional. Well, they are professional footballers. So who manages them in terms of their personal imaging and sponsorship? Somebody is in charge of that person as well. So outside of SAFA, somebody is in charge of that person's work and making sure that they get things right. They have their own office, right? For example.
Clearly, maybe he doesn't have.
Well, then if you don't and you're representing your country and it's professional, then there's a shortcoming on your side. So I'm not suggesting he's all guilty. I'm saying but you can also say there's a slip up from his side too. We can't just say, he knew nothing. What can he do? He's just a player. So I'm thinking there's a slip up from his side, but I accept the fact that there's so many games in between can confuse you. But what there should never, ever be a slip up from is the people who actually manage the selection processes, which that I completely agree 100%. That ultimately there has to be a tick list before like you have an under-20 tournament, you can't pick an under-21 player.
You know what? The big question right now is what is going to happen to whoever is responsible for that in the team, if ever.
I'll wait for that. So after the big question now is, please, can we qualify for the World Cup?
Yep.
That's the most critical one for now, which will be known in the next 2 weeks or so, I think it is, right? Yeah.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m, only on S3. S3, open up.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Let's get to other numbers as we often have with... in fact, we got Mark on the line. What are you going to cover now?
Capitec interims and the local international markets, Ashraf, and good afternoon to you. And Capitec for 6 months, they are operating profit, just like profits as headline earnings per share and interim dividends. They were up by 26%. Net interest income up 23%. Active client base grew to 25 million. That is cementing their position as SA largest bank by customer numbers, giving them economies of scale to reduce their cost per transaction. And Ashraf, September, a month historically the worst for stocks. This time we were proved wrong because the local boss was up 6%, the Dow up 5%, S&P up 11% for the month. But today, markets started the month or quarter braving the U.S. government shutdown, which has a potential to fuel uncertainty. And this is the first shutdown in nearly 7 years. Previously, stocks have taken shutdowns in their stride. They barely moved on average, but the length of the shutdown is key as equities tend to weaken into longer shutdowns while rates tend to rally. And locally, we saw our September manufacturing sentiment improving from 49.5 to 52.2, driven by strong domestic demand as global demand remained under pressure and complicated by steep U.S. tariffs. Oil prices extending losses from the two previous sessions as traders are weighing OPEC Plus plans for a larger output hike. And while data from the U.S. and Asia showed signs of slowing demand, Brent crude is down 1.4% at $65 a barrel, and safe haven demand is going up because of uncertainties caused by U.S. government shutdown, driving yellow metal to fresh record highs. Gold is up 0.3% at 3,870, but platinum is down 1.3% at 1,574. Markets are mixed, but Europe and the JSE are firmly positive, with the JSE up 0.7%. The rand firmed half 1% against the US dollar, is now 17.16, 23.17 against the pound, and 20.15 against the euro.
I got all of that. Thank you for that. We'll connect with you again tomorrow. A reminder, Jimmy Moyaha takes over 6 to 7 this evening with a complete update, detailed, deep dive into the markets at home and abroad.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times.
Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
We'll get further reaction on the Julius Malema story later on, as we should, just after the news at 5. But for now, here's a story that is concerning the Basic Education Minister, Siviwe Khwarube, held an urgent meeting with the KZN provincial government in Durban earlier this week. And so why so? Well, it was meant to, or he's meant to address the KZN Education Department's financial crisis. I've heard that so often. And that crisis was held with Premier Damsanqa Ntuli, Education MEC Sipho Tlamuka, as well as the Finance MEC Francois Rogers. Now, KZN Premier believes, or joins me on the line to talk about just that, as well as International Day for Senior Citizens, right? In fact, we can connect with the Premier in just a moment. Let's, however, pick up on some of the other issues that we've touched on so far.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Meltania. What I've concluded about South Africans is we do not care or worry about corruptions and crime. We worry about who commit crimes or corruption. If it is my friends, my relatives, or my favorite politician who benefits out of crime or corruption, let it go ahead. We don't care about it.
Okay, you're saying if it's a chommy, you overlook it. It's okay, if I hear you correctly.
Ashraf, Malema is a grown up. If I give you a gun or any weapon for that matter, I've got full prerogative either to use that weapon or gun or not. Malema could have said no or not did whatever he did. But yes, so Malema's argument, it doesn't hold any water. Malema's argument, like we say in Afrikaans, is not poofies.
What's that phrase? I didn't pick it up properly. You must repeat it. I want to hear that in Afrikaans, as you say. Okay, let's then pick up on that story of the KwaZulu-Natal's financial crisis. With me is the KZN Premier Tami Ntuli. Premier, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us to the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good afternoon at yourself and to the listeners at home, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. So, there's not a day that we don't talk to some department or the other about some form of crisis or the other. It seems like we're in a state of perpetual crisis or crises. But this one centers around education. Tell me more about that.
Oh, yes. In fact, we had an engagement with a national minister in the province of KwaZulu-Natal with the purpose of trying to stabilize and resolve issues that are facing our Department of Education in the province. You recall that I'm on record saying in KwaZulu-Natal we are experiencing financial pressures due to the budget cuts of over almost 70 billion over the past years. We inherited that, and we've engaged even the presidency on the issue, the National Minister of Finance, to say we need to find a way of resolving these challenges. And then the reason for the meeting was around that, to try and sit around the table and see if we have a way to try and do something so that our education department is able to deliver all what is actually expected by the people who are at the province that is contributing quite a sizable number of students in the results. Even we're number 2 in the matric results. We're number 1 when it comes to the bachelor's or to the quality. But we're experiencing these financial pressures. Hence, it was important that as stakeholders, we come around the table to see how to actually move forward.
So how do you move forward? Because I'm looking at the numbers. The meeting that you had spoke about 3.4 billion rands, but I see the MEC for Finance talks about the 4 billion or 3.4 just being short term. In fact, the real need is 7 billion rands. So how do you get yourself into that position, and how do you get out of it?
Well, as I've indicated, that because of the budget cuts that took place in the previous years, and the other factor, which was the late conclusion of the salary negotiations during the sixth administration time, which also exerted pressure. That is why we are where we are. But we have already started some interventions as a province alone, wherein you remember the issue of the norms and standards. We're able to assist the department. Now is up to date. Schools are able to function properly, but we still need money that will ensure that going forward we'll be able to take care of all the needs of the department, especially the system itself. Office-based educators, we have a huge gap. When they retire, when they pass on, or when they resign, it's not easy to fill those posts. In a number of offices, they are just acting without receiving any remuneration. So we want to solve that, and we require the intervention that National Department of Education comes on board, National Treasurer comes on board, and even other sources, because in our discussion we have a troika now, wherein myself, the Department of Education and the Department of Finance are sitting to monitor the progress in the department to try to save, and the engagements within government for reprioritization in terms of the allocations, so that we're able to say this is what we can contribute. But what I can give as an assurance is that as we are known to be doing well in terms of the results, I'm hopeful that even this year, the way teachers have dedicated themselves, teacher unions, SGPs, it's our last hope that we are going to deliver quality education, we are going to deliver quality results.
How are you able to deliver that? I mean, that's the mandate, but with the deficits that you have, meaning if you have had budget cuts and other issues, and you've got the deficits that you've agreed upon, how then are you able to deliver when you are actually hamstrung?
Ashra, as you correctly mentioned, that already for Department of Education alone, we have a gap of about 3.4 billion. But we have been able to deliver the results in spite of that gap, because of the commitment that our teachers in the province have, and the parents working together with teacher or unions or organized labor. The collaboration, in fact, is the mechanism that is being used to deliver the quality results. But the truth of the matter is that we have this financial gap that requires that we must engage national so that we find a way forward that will normalize the financial situation in the Department of Education.
What about, one of the parts that was mentioned by the Minister of Basic Education was the paying of ghost employees. Tell me more about that.
Oh, yes. In fact, we have agreed as KwaZulu-Natal that we need to do the audit of the educators so as to see if we do have ghost educators or even the other employees to check whether they're all there and they are paid according to their existence and according to what they are employed for. So the Journal of Finance, I've requested them, our treasurer in the province, to assist. And I think there is much good progress in terms of the readiness to pursue that audit of the costs, because we want to clean our system so that we'll see if we can't have a savings in the manner that the department is actually spending.
Okay. Just, on that, is it fair to say that, that the checks and balances, and I'm not suggesting it's you or anybody else, just a general question, that the checks and balances within departments just don't shape up, and therefore we constantly have problems like these?
Well, they are doing what they're expected to actually do, what they're actually expected to do. But we hold a strong view that this exercise is important, not only for the course employees, even the course learners, because we want to ensure that in schools, the number of the learners that are reported to be existing are there. That program is led by the National Department of Education, and they informed us that they are ready now to actually start with the program in a way that will not open a space for principals to transport learners to the next school when the uniform is similar, so that when they count, they find the number being good, whereas the number is the number which is coming from another school. So that exercise is also very important, so that we know how many learners exactly are there. And the other issue is the issue of the scholar transport, wherein the issue of the learners who are deciding to go to a school of choice, not to a school of need, is also keened, so that we'll be able really to fund those that deserve to be funded in terms of the distance from where they live and to the school where they are attending.
All right, lastly, let's just move on to another issue quickly, that which is the International Day for Senior Citizens, which I believe you were a part of those celebrations. I mean, tell me more about that.
Oh, thank you, Ashra. That's a wonderful, in fact, question. Today, as was Natal, we celebrated with the senior citizens the International Day of the Senior Citizens, wherein we're acknowledging their role, because when you talk about our grandmothers and grandfathers, they contributed to the struggle for our liberation, to reshaping the future of this country and our province. And today we're celebrating together, and tomorrow it will be a day wherein, because they also have this, we also have the Senior Citizens Parliament. Then the Speaker of our legislature, Honorable Boyce, has called then their parliament. I will be presenting the responses to the resolutions of the 2024 parliament, because also last year it said, so they suggested things, they wanted us to do things, so we are supposed to also present then what we have done in response by something that is done by different departments, government departments. So it's a commemoration of the International Day of the Senior Citizens, sending a message of how important they are even today, because they're a hub of history, of wisdom, and of our culture. So we're celebrating them today, and we are hopeful that they will be celebrated 365 days, especially they are facing challenges of gender-based violence. When they get their grants, there are those who are always after their grants. So we need to find a way of communicating a message of awareness to the society that the grants are for the senior citizens. They are not for those who are actually after their grants. You find that they are deducted by the people that are unknown. So it's important that the Senior Citizen Forum is able to be, and we are able to engage the Senior Citizen Forum, so that the Department of Social Development will be able to also to resolve on the issues that they keep on raising.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that. The KZN Premier Tami Ntuli. One, a big concern around education and shortfalls there. The other, celebrating senior citizens on the International Day for Senior Citizens. I'm going to talk to you next.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, we go to Alberton first. I think it's Lowed. Hello, Lowed.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon. Go for it. Your point.
Good, my brother. There's a big term, Ashraf, which is commonly used or stated that says, "Let the law take its course."
Mm-hmm.
We normally utter such big terms when someone is faced with some criminal charges in the court of law. So on this one of Malema, the Malema ruling, I think the presiding officer has wrote or interpreted the law according to the way she understands the law. And let us not forget that another court might come to a completely different conclusion or interpretation. But I'm very worried with Malema's continuous vitriolic attacks and those attacks with some racial connotations within them. Because Ashraf, as the presiding officer, she deserves to be given that honor. And then if Malema and his legal team are going to appeal this judgment, so be it. But what Malema is doing, it might possibly work against him, even though there's an opposition of advocates.
Your call has been placed on.
We just lost you, but Loet, I think you've made your point about your concerns, and I think your last part, the presiding officer, I mean, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt in terms of respect. Otherwise, what will happen is we'll just absolutely it's like what, putting a slur on a referee every time the referee makes a decision on a rugby or soccer field. Is like, you're always wrong. Then what, right? Okay, Younger in Cape Town. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Ashraf.
Yeah, how are you? Go for it. Your point.
Yes. No, Mr. Ashraf, I think the Department of Health in Gauteng must really name Jenkins Hospital after Bandita Njeko, just to honor her because it's a lady who sacrificed her life, the only crime really corruption and
Sure, Younger, we are so struggling to hear you, man. See if you can call back, because we're just battling to pick up what you're saying. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry about that. All right, let's get to Sydney. Sydney in Bushbuck Ridge. Sydney, what's your point?
Ashraf, Sydney, the neighbor in Akon, Bushbuck Ridge.
Yeah.
Brother Ashraf, the ruling in Port Elizabeth, it simply means this. Malema was found guilty on the mistake that is done, right? Mr. Snyman was exonerated because of his race. Not because of what he has done. What he has done, he handed over a gun, and then another one executed the gun. But he himself, Snyman, was not found guilty.
But how do you know it's because of the race? I mean, like, you know that for sure.
But Ashraf, the truth is on the table. It's okay. That's my take anyway.
Yeah, I hear you.
According to the judge in position, she simply means those who concoct for crime to be taken place will be found innocent, and it's only those who execute the crime. Today, Chris Han was shot dead. The one who shot him, the one who pulled the trigger, Walus, was found guilty and served those many years. But those who were behind, handing over the gun to Chris Han, even today are not found. But Bika Diokaran dead. Those who who pulled the trigger in jail. Those who concocted for her to be killed, still outside. Can we say this is how our justice system operates in South Africa?
Yeah, but they must find them. But I mean, if you pull the trigger, you pull the trigger. You did pull the trigger.
But who is behind that? Today, a Snyman handed over the gun to Malema, but was exonerated. Then that's why I say, if next time I appear before that judge who did this today, as a black African person, I would conclude already, she has concluded to find me guilty because of my race. This one got race connotation. Look at it. Let's not hide this. And it is not the South Africa I want, where people are being judged because of their race.
Okay, got that. You're saying it's all about the race, says Sydney. Just let me remind you, if you are in the Gqeberha area, and specifically at the Kucha Vulindlela Accommodation and Conference Center, if you're there tomorrow, come and say hello, because the show will be coming to you from there tomorrow, from 3 to 6. The National Pulse, that is part of and we touched on it the other day, the SA Auto Week. And I know that Kathy broadcast from there this morning, and a really fascinating conversation she had around the state of the motor economy in South Africa. Right, we're going to have another Malema take just now, so listen out for that. And something out about the Pretoria Zoo too. But for now, let's get the news. Here's Greg. It's 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Ashraf. In this news update, the Madlanga Commission adjourns and Kabila slams death sentence ruling. Good day to you. The Madlanga Commission has adjourned until the 13th of this month. In a statement, the Commission has attributed the adjournment to Crime Intelligence Boss General Dumisani Khumalo's ill health and the unavailability of Commissioner Sesi Baloyi next week. General Khumalo, who's been considered as a key witness in the Commission, fell sick this morning after arriving. The National Police Commissioner, Fanny Masemola, has confirmed that Khumalo is receiving the best medical care and is in good spirits. The DA in Gauteng says the city of Ekurhuleni's debt to service providers has ballooned from 6 billion rand to 13 billion rand in just a period of a month, resulting in projects grinding to a halt. The DA member of the provincial legislature, Mike Waters.
This is not a bookkeeping error.
It is a direct violation of the Municipal Finances Management Act, which requires municipalities to pay service providers within 30 days. By failing to do so, Ekurhuleni is breaking the law, crippling small businesses, and sabotaging service delivery across the city. Contractors who are not paid cannot pay their workers and have to lay people off. Projects grind to a halt, and communities are left without services that they depend on.
The former Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, Thabang Makwetla, who reportedly received 350,000 rands worth of security upgrades to his home by Busasa in 2015, has appeared briefly in the Palm Ridge Specialised Commercial Crimes Court east of Johannesburg. He's facing charges related to the contravention of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act and fraud. Investigating Directorate Against Corruption spokesperson Henry Mamutami.
These charges emanate from the alleged security upgrades to his home paid by Bosasa in 2015 and valued at approximately 350,000 rands. He allegedly failed to disclose this material benefit to Parliament over a period of 4 years as he violated his legal and ethical duty under the Members' Code. The court granted him 10,000 rand bail and his matter was postponed to 4 November 2025 for the disclosure of the docket and other documents that are required for the preparation of trial.
The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mameluko Kubai, has called on parliamentarians of the G20 nations to include their citizens in the lawmaking process. Kubai, on behalf of President Cyril Ramaphosa, delivered the keynote address at the opening of the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit in Hermanus in the Western Cape.
It is therefore incumbent upon us as parliaments to bring our institutions closer to the people, to restore the bonds of trust, and to make all citizens part of the effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm pleased that the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit has been broadening citizen participation as a standing item as we seek out new and innovative ways to achieve this inclusivity.
Allies of the former DRC President Joseph Kabila have rejected the death sentence handed to him by a military tribunal, calling it illegal and politically motivated. He was sentenced to death in absentia for crimes against humanity, treason, and backing the Rwandan-backed M23 rebels in the eastern DRC. The BBC's Paul Ingier has more.
The Common Front for Congo, which includes parties allied to Joseph Kabila, said there was growing dictatorship and instrumentalization of the justice system for political gains. In a statement, the opposition group added that the conviction process was illegal and unacceptable. Nehemi Mwilanya, a former chief of staff of Kabila's administration, also described the verdict as a political decision aimed at excluding the ex-president from the political scene. A lawyer representing the plaintiffs celebrated the court ruling and accused the former leader of supporting the rebel movements in the country.
Top story. The Madlanga Commission has adjourned until the 13th of this month. In a statement, the Commission has attributed the adjournment to Crime Intelligence Boss General Dumisani Khumalo's ill health. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg Close.
In sports this hour, Rugby World Cup draw set for the 3rd of December. And in the business of sport, we talk about Visit Rwanda and their sponsorship deals. More details at 5:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, this is the second, the third hour of the show, the National Pulse. So you've heard that the postponement or the adjournment, really, of the commission until the 13th of October. It's going to be different in terms of what we used to versus what we now, because it's been like an everyday occurrence. So, but fine, we've got a 1 weekish or so break. In the meantime, let's do this, right? I want to get further thoughts from you, and we want to pick it up as well in terms of your opinions. Lots of people looking at the Malema story are looking at it from a race card point of view. In terms of this is what it means. Others are saying, as you've heard, every person gets their day in court. So, but you have the right to challenge that. So let's talk about it with another thought from a legal perspective, because lots of thoughts about the bodyguard too, right? So we know this earlier on. The EFF Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema, was found guilty of violating the South Africa's gun laws for firing a weapon at a political rally. This happened back in 2018, right? So a good 7 years ago. Now, the East London Magistrates Court handed down the verdict today. So he was found guilty. His bodyguard was not. And many people are picking up on that anomaly. So let's talk about both. Why was he found guilty and why not, right? And we'll do that right after this.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 southbound in Midrand has a crash reported before Baklu interchange. The N1 southbound is slow moving towards the N17 Soweto exit, and Garsfontein Road in Pretoria is closed between Windsor Road and Solomon Mhlangu Drive. In KZN, the M13 westbound has a crash before Candela Road, the M4 northbound queuing towards Virginia Airport, and the M7 westbound slow moving towards Belleville Road exit. In Cape Town, the N2 inbound in Somerset West has a stationary vehicle near Gerber Boulevard. The N1 outbound has a crash reported before Marine Drive, and Mike Pinard Boulevard northbound in Belleville has a crash at Frans Conradi Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
All right, so let's get to that legal issue and an interpretation thereof with Intabiseng Dubazana, the admitted attorney of the High Court and the founder and director of Dubazana Attorneys. Appreciate your time, Intabiseng, once again joining us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much, Ashraf, for having me.
Right. Now, by its very nature, you get judgments every single day in courts and nobody gives it a second thought. And then you get some that are, by its very nature, high profile and contentious.
Yeah.
This one falls into that bracket. What do you make of it?
I think reading into what the magistrate was saying, particularly today, because the past 2 days she was delving into the law more than anything else, and then she delved a bit into the state's case. I wanted to hear what her thoughts were in terms of the defense case, how the defense presented its case, how witnesses, including the accused persons, were answering questions. And you could see, or hear rather, in the manner in which she was addressing, that she was far from impressed in the manner in which Ntate Malema was answering questions and basically the demeanor in terms of the process itself. And what people don't necessarily know is that your demeanor counts very much towards whether or not you're going to be acquitted or you're going to be convicted. If you're going to be convicted, it may count against you in aggravation of sentence. If you're going to be acquitted, it's going to be counted in your favor in mitigation. So one of the things that the magistrate also pointed out was that the fact that there was a discharge of a firearm was not disputed by the accused, i.e. Ntate Malema. So that was very crucial, because in terms of Section 120 of the Firearms Control Act, subsection 7, 8, and 9, this is where the state was relying on. And they were saying that it is irrelevant that the gun was a toy gun, the gun was not real. The fact that there's a discharge of a firearm already falls within the penalties that are cited in that. So that is really the crux of the case and the reason why he was convicted at the end of the day.
Okay, so just staying with that part, you're saying the defense, in this case, the Malema defense, they've not argued about that either in court or even outside of court in terms of his pronouncement, because there's like almost two cases here, one in court and one is the trial outside of court, right?
Yeah. So what is happening outside, from at least a little bit that I've gathered, is that it seems that the judgment or the case was amongst two people in two different sets of facts, for lack of a better term, in that one person is charged with the discharge of a firearm and then the other is charged with handing him the particular firearm. And then they were tried differently or separately, which is not the case. The only reason that the second accused, is it Mr. Sneeman, that he got acquitted, is because in terms of Section 120 of the Firearms Control Act, if I'm not mistaken, it's subsection 9, it states that if you can be found guilty if you're going to hand over a firearm to either one, a person who's not in his full mental capacity, so somebody who has a mental problem, or somebody who is not in their sound and sober senses. That's another category. And the third one is if somebody does not even have competency or a firearm license. So the first two are already out the window. The second one, it seems that the one thing that Dr. Malema said in his own evidence in chief is that his gun was handed over by another person. I forgot the name.
Okay.
And that person was the one who was supposed to also be charged. So by his own averments, he's already given Snyman an out, because that charge will automatically fall
Okay,
away.
just pause on that. There's more to come, and we'll pick up on that right after this.
Spar brings you super savings. Like 2-ply Baby Soft toilet rolls, 18s for $124.99, and get 300 megs free data on Spar Mobile, or 3 kg Sunlight hand wash powder for $79.99, and get 200 megs free data on Spar Mobile. Plus, you could win your share of 6 million rand in instant cash. Competition ends 7 October. Price is valid 23 September to 7 October 2025. While stocks last. T's and C's apply.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195, and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply. You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, let's continue chatting to Intabiseng Dubezana, essentially about Julius Malema and the bodyguard. Okay, let's continue about that, Intabiseng.
Yes. So essentially, from what I gathered from the magistrates address today, part of the evidence that was given by Ndate Malema himself was that he was handed over a gun by another individual, because that particular individual, in his testimony, he was saying that person ought to have been charged. So in that case, how then did Snyman, who was his bodyguard, be the one to be charged? That's why there was not sufficient evidence to convict him on that particular aspect. And the other charge that he was also charged with, that Snyman, was that of a discharge of a firearm, which also did not make sense in the evidence that was presented before the court. So what ought to be known is that even if it could have been proven that it was a water gun at the end of the day, it's irrelevant. Discharging of a firearm or even pointing of a firearm is illegal in our legal system in terms of the Firearm Control Act.
Okay.
That's why, for example, sorry, I apologize. Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
No,
carry
on.
Sorry.
No, carry on. Yeah.
All right. So if we look at, for example, robbery with aggravating circumstances, right? If you're going to be hijacked and then somebody points a gun at you, already it entices or gives you the impression that you're going to be shot if you don't comply with the instructions. That's why we call it aggravating circumstances.
Yeah.
And even if it gets proven in court that the gun was a water gun, it's irrelevant because there was a pointing of a firearm. So that is why in section 120, it says that the discharge can either be an air gun, it can be an actual firearm, an antique, all of those things, and still you will be charged under that act.
All right, so let's just confirm, so there's no ambiguity on this one. What was Malema then convicted of?
He was convicted on discharge of a firearm. He was convicted on being in possession of ammunition, and he was also convicted on being in possession of a firearm without a license, basically.
Okay. All right.
So he doesn't have competency, a license, or being a right to have ammunition.
All right. He is now indicated that they're going to take this case to appeal. I mean, it's not for you to judge on it, but at this point in time, does he have a case?
Looking at the evidence that was provided by the magistrate, and also him in his own words, him not denying that he discharged the firearm, I don't know if there are grounds on appeal. We can wait for the sentencing after the pre-sentence report is done and dusted. Maybe he can appeal on the sentence, but on the conviction, I don't know if he's going to really be that successful because he's already confirmed that he discharged the firearm.
Okay, now we've cleared that up. What about the bodyguard? Why was the bodyguard acquitted on all charges?
There was not enough evidence. By Ndate Malema's own words, the gun was handed to him by somebody else. And part of the charges that Snyman was charged with was that he handed Malema the gun. And that's already been dispelled with. So if that is already out the way, then how then can he also be charged with count 4? If I'm not mistaken, count 4 was discharging of the firearm. How do you link him to the crime in any manner? So there was not sufficient evidence to find him guilty on the evidence before the court.
And what sort of evidence would they have been looking out for? I mean, I think there was already some vagueness about video evidence, but I mean, does the evidence mean an admission, or the fact that there's so many people in a crowded area, isn't that sufficient?
That was exactly what the magistrate is saying, is that the fact that the video evidence was, allegedly tampered with, and then the hard drive was taken here, there, and everywhere, and then there was the firearms that were taken from one area to another to be tested, is all irrelevant for the main reason that Malema himself said, "I discharged the firearm."
Okay. Now, we've had many callers today playing on the issue that, Malema himself playing on the issue of the race factor, and so are many other callers, and suggesting that the bodyguard was discharged purely because, or acquitted purely because, he's white, number one, and that Malema was found guilty purely because he's black, and of course the magistrate is of a different race. I mean, what do you make of that?
You know what? If it is a genuine concern, it will show in the transcribed record when you take it on appeal, because the presiding officer, if they showed any sort of bias towards the second accused, which is Natis Snyman, then it could be grounds for the appeal that there was no impartiality coming from the presiding officer and all of that. But if from the transcribed record that's going to be created for the appeal, one cannot detect any sort of bias, it really may not be a serious ground for you to rely on that there was a racial situation that happened at the hearing.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Intabiseng Dobazani, thanks for clearing that up, certainly from a legal perspective that I think we needed to hear. Much appreciate your time as always. And I do leave it open to you to comment as well. Just now, you can call in live. You can WhatsApp. You should know the number. Regular callers absolutely know that. But if you're a first-timer as well, you need to call in. Let me give you that number. 086 000 2032. WhatsApp 0614 104 107. You are connected, in this case, to the umbilical cord of what is called the National Pulse.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Let's rewind 6 years, when Twitter was still Twitter, and not a letter of the alphabet. TikTok was simply the sound your clock made. And Zoom just meant enlarging a picture. So it makes you wonder, what will the next 6 years bring? Hino trucks now come standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty, covering everything from pistons to gears. So although a lot can change in 6 years, our warranty promise won't. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, let's talk celebrations for the moment. So this month, the National Zoological Gardens of South Africa, they're celebrating its 126th year anniversary. Now, as part of this celebrating of this milestone, the zoo, will offer nature lovers a month-long celebration with 50% discount on all entrance tickets. So that means you either pay 50% or you get a 50% discount. If you get my point, it's the same thing. Let's find out more about it and the zoo's journey, and what that really means with Insiki Impulo, the Director for Marketing, Communications and Commercialization and the title is the South African National Biodiversity Institute. We just call it the Pretoria Zoo because they run it. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, Insiki.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me, Ashraf.
Thank you first. So, okay, whether it's 126 years or 100 years, I mean, all those anniversaries are important. What it tells me is that, in particular, the Pretoria Zoo has had an amazingly long, significant history.
Absolutely. It was started in 1899. Can you believe it? It was so long ago. But it's been going from strength to strength. You know, we made it through the pandemic where there was no one coming to the zoo. And now we're seeing increasing numbers of visitors coming back because there's just so many wondrous things to see at the zoo that you wouldn't necessarily be able to have access to on an everyday basis. We have indigenous animals and we have exotic animals. My favorite, if I can just say, is the capybara.
Okay,
You don't have to go to South
tell me
America
more
for
about that in terms of the capybara, just so that we can learn a thing or two.
It is the largest rodent that is available, certainly at the zoo, but it lives on the Amazon in South America, and so not everybody, you know, would have access to seeing such a magnificent animal. And so that's what we do. We make it accessible for children, particularly school-going children, to be able to interact with nature and understand their role in preserving nature and just enjoying how wondrous nature can be.
Now, I have to tell you, as a citizen of Joburg, I've been to the Joburg Zoo many, many times. I have a sense of being to the Pretoria Zoo once or twice, but when I was a lightie, which means I have a lousy memory of it. I don't have the memory. So you can say de facto I haven't been, which is rather embarrassing. But what I do remember is most people have always said that it's the Pretoria Zoo that's the one that really matters. It is a very impressive zoo. Tell me more about it in terms of it has had these accolades. Why has it been the case for such a long time that it's carried this reputation as an outstanding zoo?
Well, first of all, we have really great conservation programs. So the zoo runs endangered species regeneration programs. Things like the sun gazer lizard, which is endangered, is being reared at the zoo. We rear vultures and we release them into the wild. So there's a very long conservation history. But also infrastructurally, we've got the largest aquarium, inland aquarium at the National Zoological Garden, and we just received a shipment of fish from all over the African continent, Malawi, up the coast, up to Kenya, and sharks. We've got reef sharks that have recently been brought in about 2 to 3 months ago. So there's so much to see at the zoo, all kinds. I mean, if you haven't seen, and I invite you to come and enjoy the time with your family. As you enter the zoo, there's a flock of flamingos that just unbelievable in terms of the colors. You know, the flamingos, based on what they eat, will take on the color of the crustaceans that they eat. So we've got these shockingly pink ones and then these really, really white ones. So that's the first thing that you see as you come into the zoo. And then we've also got seal pools. We've got seals at the zoo, which is always, I grew up in Joburg, so I always loved going to the seals, but at the Pretoria Zoo, you can do that. And then finally, as a big surprise for this October, we're launching our trackless train. So children will be able to drive around the zoo because it's a very big property. So the lower areas, we have a train that you can drive around on this track.
Okay, that's good because obviously it means access to the areas will be quicker and more easily got to than before, right? Let's then talk about, celebrating the 126th anniversary and the special plans you have around it.
So we are actually having daily interactions with our animals. We've got a program which we'll be sharing on our social media. It's Pretoria Zoo or NZG. We've got gorilla feeding enrichments, shark feeding and lion feeding today even. And so we'll be rounding around doing things like chimpanzee feeding is available tomorrow. We've got gibbons, which we've got 2 pairs of gibbons, which are rare monkeys that have just had babies. And so you can see the different stages of development of these cute little monkeys. We've got tigers that we're going to be feeding, and then also we've got Komodo dragons in our aquarium area. So a lot of variety of things that children and families can experience.
And what about the special discounts you're offering. There's this, celebration discount, but an enticement really for more people to get to the zoo.
Absolutely. So an adult comes into the zoo for 100 Rand ordinarily. For this month only, they will be able to get in for 50 Rand. So that is very enticing. For children, it's normally 70 Rand, so it'll be 35 Rand for this month. So weekends, people must plan to come to the zoo. Obviously, during school holidays, which is between now and the 9th of October, we've got programs running for daily lessons the whole day. So anytime, people are welcome to come in. And we've got scholar pricing as well, which is about 20 Rand for schools.
Let's talk about the numbers. I mean, so typically, say in a month, how many people, adults and children actually visit the zoo, your zoo?
Fortunately, we're starting to see a pickup, especially now that we're going into summer. Winter times are relatively so slow, so we get about 5,000 or 6,000 people in the month. We're hoping to see thousands more people coming to the zoo.
Mm. And when you said it's 5,000 or 6,000, I mean, that would be great. You also mentioned schools, I think, play a huge role in terms of the coordination of getting, children to being exposed to animals and the flamingos that you speak about. How do you get those numbers up? Because you obviously want more and more people to be exposed to wildlife, right? In some form or the other.
Absolutely. Most definitely, we want people to experience wildlife at their doorstep, and just to appreciate, how important it is to conserve various species. So what we do is we have a schools program, and if people go onto our website, which is www.sanbi.org, and click on the Pretoria Zoo link, then they will go on to and be able to book directly for schools programs. But also you can buy your tickets online, and it's actually preferable to come with an online ticket so that you can get through the queues much quicker. I don't know if you're aware, Ashraf, we had our very first National Gardens Week in March this year, and we had 40,000 people come to the NZG in one day. So we don't want people to be inundating the space like they did. So for this month, that's why we're having a full long month promotion. People can take it at their leisure, and it's preferable if you could buy the tickets beforehand so that we can manage the numbers.
Okay, I'm telling you now,
expecting them to come in thousands.
Well, you've just sort of whetted the appetite of the entire nation to say, come on, man, you need to get to the zoo, but not just any zoo, get to the Pretoria Zoo. So much appreciate your time. Best wishes with this birthday milestone of 126 years, and I hope you have a bumper holiday season over the summer period anyway. So thank you for your time, Nsiki.
Thank you very much, Ashraf.
Thank you. There we are. Nsiki Mpulo, the Director for Marketing, Communications and Commercialization at the Pretoria Zoo, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, the full name of the organization that runs it all. Right, let's see if I can pick out a couple of quick comments from you in terms of the conversations we've just had, and there's been many of them who wish to respond, especially the legal conversations we've had, right? And a reminder, that, we have a podcast up of all the things that we do, but here's a quick one on the bodyguard.
Ashraf, good afternoon to you and your listeners. Is the bodyguard not an accomplice? Because or the instigator, because I can be making a hell of a lot of noise, I can say things, but you are actually the one handing me the weapon to fire the shot. Isn't there some other people who went to prison because they were instigating sort of violence?
Ordinarily, and I'm not a legal person, I would think yes, but as per the conversation with the legal representative earlier on, it appears that the bodyguard was not identified as that person who handed over the weapon, and in this case, not even identified by Malema himself. Does that sound like a contradiction? That's how I understand it, and that's why he was acquitted. 5:30, here's the news headlines with Greg.
Quick look at the headlines. The Madlanga Commission is adjourned until the 13th of this month. SASS has confirmed it has extended the notice period of the termination of the Master Services Agreement with Postbank for the next 3 months. And the South African government has called on Israel not to harm the activists in a global flotilla as they navigate the high-risk area in the Mediterranean Sea on their way to Gaza. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N12 eastbound in Bedford views a crash at the R24 highway split. The N1 southbound in Midrand, a crash before Buccleuch interchange, and Old Johannesburg Road northbound in Centurion, queuing towards Panorama Road. In KZN, the N2 southbound in Amanzimtoti queuing on Twinney Hill. The N2 northbound has a crash before Queen Nandi Drive, and Chris Hani Road westbound queuing towards the N2 highway. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound has heavy traffic towards Meway. The N1 outbound has a crash at Lower Church Street that's slowing down traffic leaving the city centre, and there's heavy traffic between the waterfront and the CBD area. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, to me, we spoke rugby, we spoke Lesotho, we spoke the Springboks. What do you have next?
We're talking rugby again.
Okay.
Well, the draw for an expanded 2027 Rugby World Cup will take place on the 3rd of December, with host Australia confirmed as kicking off the tournament at Perth Stadium. 24 teams will be divided in 6 pools of 4, with a bumper 52 games across 6 weeks from the 1st of October to the 13th of November. And a round of 16 will be played for the first time. Remember, the last World Cup in France was won by South Africa, featured 20 teams. Then now for the business of sport.
The business of sports with Duming Khapele.
Alrighty, we're talking all things business of sport with our sports guru, Nqobile Ndlovu, who is the founder of Cash and Sport. And today we're talking about Visit Rwanda, which has become one of the most talked about destination marketing programs in recent years, largely due to its ambitious and high-profile sports sponsorship deals, from its initial partnership with Arsenal back in 2018 through extensions with PSG, Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid, and to the newest multi-year agreements with the LA Clippers from the NBA and the LA Rams of NFL signed this year. Now, Rwanda has sought to elevate their tourism profile by aligning with global visible sports brand. Nqobile, thank you very much. It's always great chatting to you. I think let's start off with, are we even able to break down how much Visit Rwanda is likely spending on these sponsorships?
Well, we know that this year there will be 6 million on the LA Rams and 7 million annually on the Clippers. Beyond that, they spend somewhere in the region of about 40 million amongst there's Arsenal, there's Bayern, there's PSG, and so on. So they spend quite a lot of money annually, to sponsor these teams. And it's a lot of money in comparison to their brand and the national budget, the GDP of the country.
Do you think the strategy is working, and do you know how Rwanda basically measures success of these deals?
The deals are designed specifically for tourism. It's to ensure that a lot more, because Rwanda is a very small country, and they want as many people to visit the country as possible because they bring in euros, dollars, and so on. According to Rwanda, they have seen increases in tourism, multi-year increases in tourism, over 40% increases in tourism last year, and since they started these deals. So according to them, they are making more money because it's also generating more revenue and it's increasing people coming into the country.
But do you think there are possible risks with regards to this type of sponsorship?
There are possible risks. The biggest one being that you're taking money that's supposed to be used for domestic things and things like healthcare, education, etc., and you're using it to sponsor a sports team that's in another country where people may not even know what the plight of your national, of your country in the country is, your people in the country is. Those are the obvious risks. And then obviously the fact that maybe the sponsorship might not work, and you spend all of this money and you may not get that many international visitors coming in. Those are the obvious ones. But there are benefits as well in terms of what Rwanda is seeing, and clearly for them the strategy works.
I mean, just bringing it home, I remember at one stage there was this big story about South Africa and the Tottenham deal. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Do you think South Africa should have signed that Tottenham deal if these deals actually drive visitors to the country?
Well, if there was a case to be made with regards to whether there were going to be numbers coming in, what people seem to forget is that the government has a national budget. There's different departments within the government, and they all have their own individual budgets. Tourism has a budget, and they can decide how they want to spend that money. The tourism money is not going to go towards healthcare and so on and so on. So I think if they had a case and they could show the possible return on investment, they should have signed it, because it would have worked for tourism. The Department of Energy and Health, etc., must then account for how they spent their money. So therefore, I don't think it's a bad thing if it can be shown that there is return on investment.
Do you think, though, before I let you go, that football is the likely way to go in terms of the route of this type of sponsorship deals, because it brings in more money?
Yeah, football also is the biggest and most supported sport in the world. It is the sport that Africans really love. A team like Tottenham may not necessarily do well in terms of the league, but most Africans know who Tottenham is. So it's a great marketing tool to use. And it's the easiest marketing tool to use because, as I said, it's the biggest sport on the continent, and it's the one sport that all Africans universally love.
It's always great picking your brain, Ngobile. Thank you very much. That is Ngobile Ndlovu, who is the founder of Cash and Sport. You can follow Cash and Sport on social media. But a very interesting take with regards to countries sponsoring these different clubs for the benefit of tourism. And I wonder if South Africa would actually
interesting
consider it.
One. I had a chat today with a marketing director who shall remain nameless for now.
Yeah.
But this morning, in fact, and we spoke just about that, the Rwanda sponsorship of Arsenal Football Club and how that has raised the profile of Rwanda, not necessarily Arsenal, because Arsenal is a club, not a country, but the reach of the English Premier League is such that it is a club known probably more
worldwide
than countries.
Yeah.
So the synergy is amazing. But we made the point about that. But and you know the whole the Tottenham Hotspur South African tourism example at one stage, which are then shut down completely. I saw later on there were others who gave example to say, actually, if you looked at the rands and cents, it would have made sense. I don't have reason to agree or disagree. I don't know, but somebody else who knows marketing said, "Hey, just follow. Leave aside the hype story and the criticism. It actually makes sense." So, well, that's why clubs can get big sponsors. I know Barcelona had the Qatari investment for a long time, and that's why I know that they're at the top. With Qatar, the Qatari Foundation, in fact, it puts them on the agenda.
Absolutely. But just thinking about the conversation around it, South Africa, Tottenham, I think perhaps the country is going through so much that people are just always on the verge of just like fighting, because they just like, first of all, a lot of money is needed in this department. Why should it go to a club like Tottenham or go out of the country? But as Ngobile just explained, is that every single department has their own budget and they can do however they want to.
Precisely that. Put it this way: you have a business, you sell burgers, and the business needs new customers, and you find yourself dropping off interest for the moment. Do you then say, I will stop marketing because I need to hold on to every cent I got, or you actually increase the marketing to bring in the new customers that will give you the growth that you need? South Africa does need growth, and that means greater investment, as like the BRICS Summit, as like G20. All those are investments. They are.
That is true. Well, on that note, it is a wrap from my side.
Actually, hold it. Somebody messaged me the other day again. So, what is your goodbye that you say every time at 5:30ish, like now? So explain it literally, and why do you say it?
I'm basically just saying God bless, and God be with you for the rest of the day.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
Night and day. Thank you so much. Well, now you know.
This summer, the continent unites for the biggest football showdown in Africa. The Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2025 is coming to your screens, live and available on SABC TV channels, SABC Sport, SABC Plus, and across your favorite SABC radio stations. Catch all 52 thrilling matches, stand behind Bafana and experience every goal, every cheer, and every victory from 21 December 2025 to 18 January 2026. SABC Sport brings you all the AFCON 2025 action, live and free, because it's game on everywhere.
For the love of the game.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Jimmy Moyan hosts the SAfm Market Update. That show comes up from 6 to 7. To set the scene, however, Jimmy, let's talk about the USA factor in the South African economy.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, one might think that the shutdown in the United States is not going to have a material impact on South Africa, primarily because this is not the first shutdown that we've seen in the US, and it certainly isn't the first time we've seen it under President Donald J. Trump. He does hold the record for the longest shutdown in US government history. The previous shutdown lasted 34 days, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2018. So we are not in unfamiliar territory. But if we are to look at the impact on South Africa, we know that technically yesterday, being the 30th of September, was the expiry date for the AGOA agreement. And even though Washington had expressed that they would like to renew that agreement potentially for another year, that does require a congressional vote to have that passed. Now, with the government being shut down, Congress is unable to vote on that. And so technically, as we stand today, there is no AGOA in place because it wasn't renewed by midnight. So we're going to be looking at that. We're going to be taking a look at some of the implications that could have as we head towards events like the G20 that take place later in the year. Then we've also got a conversation with the team at Capitec around the first 6 months of their new financial year. We're going to speak to the new CEO, Graham Lee, who has taken over from Harry Fourie in that position, and we're going to get a sense of how the company has started off the new financial year. Then we've got a conversation taking a look at something quite interesting in the form of a port of Gauteng that had been proposed a number of years back. We're going to be taking a look at a white paper that's been drafted and released around that, and what that would then mean for logistics in South Africa and whether or not it is necessary to have that in place. Then we've got our executive lounge conversation because we have that on a Wednesday as well. So we're going to be getting to know the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Vaal University of Technology, Professor Kehlan Ndlovu, a little bit better beyond his day-to-day responsibilities. So we have that coming up on the show a little later on. Before we get to those, market movements throughout the day. It's been a relatively quiet day in some respects. Markets like the Chinese markets would have been closed for National Day today, so there were no market movements in terms of those Asian markets. However, the Asian markets that did move, the Nikkei and the ASX in Sydney, they were both in the red on the day's trade. The ASX ever so slightly in the red, though, only 4 basis points. The Nikkei, on the other hand, 0.85% down. European markets all in the green. The biggest gainer there is the FTSE, almost a full percent up, 0.96% to the green there. US markets at the moment are in the red, with the Nasdaq down about 0.1% and the S&P down about 3 basis points. The Dow is slightly in the positive at the moment. Local markets, another bolster of a day if we look at the all-share, new record highs there, new record highs on the JSE, top 40, 1.3% gains on the all-share, 1.4% gains on the top 40. Resources driving that 1.8% up, industrials 1.4% up, financials up 0.89%. The gold price contributing its part, $3,862 a fine ounce at the moment. The Brent crude price, $65.48 a barrel, much lower than the $70 a barrel level we left it at on Friday when we closed out last week. So a good start to the month of October from that perspective. Platinum pricing, $1,583, palladium, $1,272. And if we look at the currency side of things, the rand, 17 rand 21 against the US dollar, 1 British pound, 23 rand at 20 cents, 1 euro, 20 rand and 19 cents, 1 Australian dollar, 11 rand 36, 1 Bitcoin, $117,000 a Bitcoin. It's moving up ever so slightly. We're back above the 2 million rand mark on that. We're at 2,023,000 rand on the price of a Bitcoin in rand terms. We're going to look at these and other movements a little later on when we come back. But of course, that conversation takes place after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Yeah, perfect. Enjoy your show, and I'm sure you would. I need to enjoy you the caller, you the listener, you who has an opinion, because this is the National Pulse, and you do have your fingers on the pulse.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, Think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
By the way, tomorrow this time we'll be saying goodbye to the people of Eberha, or PE originally. And I say that because the show will be coming to you, the National Pulse, that is, will coming to you, taking in the South African Auto Week 2025 at the Kucha Vulindlela Accommodation and Conference Center. And I hope you're going to be there, because if you're there, come and say hi. We'd love to connect with you. But this show certainly will be covering it, and you can tune in if you are outside of the conference center. However, let's get to some of the callers that we have. Here's one on the July unrest.
There were machine guns in Phoenix during the July unrest. And those machine guns, even up to date, I don't think they are being accounted for, like who owns them and what are they being used for. Then now we have Malema, is still here, but we have ignored Phoenix machine guns. Thank you, Lesija.
Well, I think you have to take each case on its merits. And I mean, just jog my memory, who's been convicted of some of the, and there were many different aspects to what is called the July unrest. So in terms of those that were shooting people, how many have been convicted? What has actually happened to them?
Ashraf, good afternoon to you and your listeners. Is the bodyguard not an accomplice? Because or the instigator, because I can be making a hell of a lot of noise, I can say things, but you are actually the one handing me the weapon to fire the shot. Isn't there some other people who went to prison because they were instigating sort of violence?
Well, look, we touched on that. I think the accomplice would be fine if it's clearly identified that that is the right person. But there's been some ambiguity about that and vagueness about whether that is confirmed as that person. But yeah, otherwise that person will be the accomplice. But accomplice is not the same as the person who actually shot the firearm. So there is a difference between the two, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Nati from Cape Town. Ashraf, with this Malema case, I just wanted to ask any law people out there, is it normal for a judge to shower a witness with such compliments? Did you hear when she was saying the witness is a star witness in this case? I was so amazed. I've got no interest in this case whatsoever, but something is fishy here.
Okay, is it normal to be described as a star witness by a judge? Legal experts, you tell me. Thank you for that question. Shaklas in the Eastern Cape, what's your point?
Good day, Ashraf.
Yeah, good day indeed.
Ashraf, I was listening to this whole people. They've got very different views with regards to should Malema have been convicted or not. Let's start looking at our criminal justice system. First and foremost, we're saying it should be whatever they are pursuing, it should be without fear or favor. This man has done this act, and the police, they decided that this person has committed a crime. And the crime was taken to court, and he had every opportunity to disprove it. He does not have the burden to do that, but he had every opportunity to do it. The judge specifically stated that he was evasive when he was being asked questions as to whether he has committed the crime or not. And his evidence, whatever he provided into court, was not sufficient to actually prove that he did not do it. And the state went over and beyond reasonable doubt to prove that he has done so. But in any event, even though that has happened, he still has various other options I do not want us, because of the Madlanga Commission and everything that is going on, I would not want us to quickly throw the baby out with the bathwater, because what I feel is that he still has other remedies. If he feels that he was convicted by a racist magistrate, then he should go ahead and appeal. And then if the judges at the higher court feel that he is still guilty, then we deal with that. And we should not demonize our criminal justice system based on the say so of this one man.
And do you think it's been demonized up to now?
I have a feeling that it has been, because what he's saying that the magistrate rather was being a racist, and then he went outside and then he carried on and on and on about being pursued, and he's playing himself as being the victim. It was his own decision to fire the arm, and it is said, he said so in his own evidence that he did. If you are a right-thinking person, if you are being handed a weapon and you do not have a license for that weapon, you do not have a license to hold that ammunition, why would you do that? And it makes me question now, he's thinking whether is he a suitable person to become a leader. I enjoy him, I love him, and I would support him, but then again, it brings into question whether is he really a person who can make a sound decision if he can be handed a firearm in front of a crowd and then just fires it. That is against the law. And then the law needs to take its course, and it needs to be done in accordance with the law, and the justice system needs to pursue him without fear or favor, whether or not. And I am glad that this has happened, that he was found guilty. Not that I want to see him in jail. It's just that it shows that there are still people that are willing and are able to stand up to those that are in power, to those that have connections within the country, so that even the little man, I myself, if I fire a weapon in a crowded stadium, I would be taken to jail.
Yeah.
I would have been convicted a long time ago.
Jacques, let's leave it at that. You made your point. I can tell you what, I'll give you some applause for that. I mean, you did say on the one hand you love Malema, but at the same time, I think the way you've explained it is exactly the point, and I think that is so important that we all digest just what you said. So I really appreciate that call. Imbuyiza in Pietermaritzburg, what's your point?
Look, Ashraf, let us be honest. We have been following this case for some time. Malema has been evasive, has been cantankerous to the prosecutor. He politicized this matter in court, outside court. You know, simple questions. Malema will just answer the prosecutors if he's in the radio of the EFF. I mean, if you are evasive in court, the inference is drawn that you don't want to answer the allegations against you. And the only inference that can be drawn is a negative one. Malema did not answer anything that the prosecutor was putting to him. Instead, he decided to be so hostile towards the prosecutor, so hostile towards the magistrate. In fact, he dealt with this matter as if it was the platform where actually was fighting with Afrifora. But this one, the difference was this one. Really, it was a criminal case, which actually was. He was supposed to be sober. He was supposed to be sober when he was dealing with this man. But unfortunately, I believe that the conviction, even in the appeal court, will stand.
Okay, got that. Imbuyiza, lots of people speaking just about the Malema fact. It's dominated the show today, right? Right, let's get to Shabirwa. Shabirwa, hello.
Oh, thank you, Asra, for taking my call.
Thank you.
Look, the judgment on its own is racist. It's written all over it. Is a fight against black people that all of us we should reject and fight against it. How on earth would you say someone is guilty, but the person who perceived to give the gun is not guilty? They reason that that person now is not the one who gave the gun. So when did Malema get the gun from? Why that person is not here to answer? Because
All
there
right,
must
but-
be someone who gave.
But did you listen to the conversation I had with the attorney from Dubazani attorneys Intabi Singh about?
Yes,
yeah.
I've listened to her.
And
She said that Malema said in his own ways that they did not give the gun. Then who gave the gun to Malema? Because Malema doesn't have a license to have the gun.
my understanding, she
Then
made the
who
point that
gave the
that person
gun?
couldn't be correctly identified 100% as that person. That's the reason why, at this point in time, that person's been acquitted. That could well change, right? But it doesn't stop the fact that Malema actually shot in a public space, which he didn't deny.
No, he said that he shot. So that's why we're saying that this judgment is racist.
Okay, I'm battling to understand you, but fine. I hear what you're saying, Shabir. Well, thank you for that. For Yizwa in Parktown North, go for it. Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, go
Thanks
for it. Yeah,
taking my
hello.
call. Yes,
Pleasure.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thanks for taking my call. In the history of white rule for plus minus 400 years, colonization, apartheid, where have you ever seen a white leader having a black bodyguard?
What's your point?
The point is that why must Malema have a white bodyguard? He was planted, and he.
But how did he
knew what
hire
was-
him then? Why wouldn't you ask him? How did
Yes,
he hire
why
him?
will he hire a white bodyguard when he's got so many fighters in his party? And the whole judgment is just racist. Finish and clear. We must call it a spade a spade. Finish and clear.
All right, I'm battling to I understand you as well. I mean, Malema's had legal representatives are white as well. I mean, he makes those calls. Not that there's what's wrong in that. I'm just thinking. But why would we still think that this entire judgment is racist? I'm yet to be convinced about that. You could say that maybe the wrong judgment was arrived at, but why would you say it's racist?
Mr. Ashraf, you see what is putting Julius Malema in problem. He just talk. He does not think. Imagine now, he's issuing a media statement. He's issuing like a statement, public statement, saying that he was given the firearm by this white guy. Didn't he say it was a toy? Since when is it a firearm now? You see, he's putting himself in trouble. Malema, I shame.
Well, as you say, hi shit. Okay, got that. There's more Malema.
Greetings, SAfm. No, I'm just saying, if the person who was very close for all these years with Julius Malema is saying that EFF is a cult, then it is a cult. The guy was in the inner circle, was part of the formation of the EFF, right, Shivambu? Thank you very much.
Okay, got that.
Good afternoon, SAfm. On this issue of Julius Malema, to be honest, I really do believe that the state is captured. The state is really captured from the judiciary, including the judiciary. You can see that judge is just a racist judge. That judge is a racist judge. I just want to please Afro Forum. Thank you.
I'm not convinced by what you're saying. Why would we just say the judge is racist?
Unfair. Yes, that's how I describe it. Unfair. And mind you, I'm not a Malema supporter, neither am I an FF supporter. I've never voted for the FF ever in my life so far. However, I'm someone who's very much conscious and aware and experienced with the fact that racism is interwoven into the fabric and institutions of this colony called South Africa. Zoleto speaks, the unemployed graduate in Bombela.
Okay, got that. There's many more. Couldn't take all the calls, I'm afraid. Sometimes there's just not enough time. So my apology for that. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you for listening in. We'll do it again tomorrow. Remember, coming to you from Abeja tomorrow. Come and say hi if you're around. I'm just looking, by the way, on the flotilla story as we end up. So 490. Did you know that 497 people representing 46 countries, including 7 from South Africa, are part of this, let's call it a global flotilla, to try and provide aid to the people of Gaza in Palestine. It's momentous. I think they're very close to that land. A lot may or may not happen tonight. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you for listening to the show. We'll do it again tomorrow. Catch the podcast as well. Share it amongst your friends too. Here's good evening and thanks for listening. Here's the news with Greg at 6 o'clock.
Thanks again, Ashraf. The Madlanga Commission adjourns and SA government makes call on Israel over Gaza flotilla. Good evening. The Madlanga Commission is adjourned until the 13th of this month. In a statement, the Commission has attributed the adjournment to crime intelligence boss General Dumisani Kumalo's ill health and the unavailability of Commissioner Sesi Baloyi next week.